G's for lateness, Councillor O'Leary. That's it. And we have 2 councillors on Zoom. You want to set me up with Zoom, Cameron? 2 councillors on Zoom, Cash and Sarah. Sarah is coming in person in due course. Hang on. Thanks. We didn't want to say Max. So this is Dave. So this is now day 5 of our hearings. Doesn't really feel like that in many ways, but we've been... Huh?
Feels like day 100.
No, it's actually been really good. We've been getting a lot of really good points in our submissions, so we'll crack on and see what today brings also. So we welcome Christina. Good morning, Christina. Oh no, I don't want to join with audio. Have I put audio on? What's going on? Sorry, just trying to get myself all digitally connected with everyone. Okay, thank you. Welcome. Yep, the microphone's on. Thank you.
Okay. Morena, tēnā koutou, Mayor Paula Southgate, councillors, Chief Executive, and advocates of our beautiful city, Kirikiriroa. I'm Christina Campbell, health professional, registered nurse and midwife, committed to improving the health of people in our communities. I'm speaking today to highlight the dire need to reinstate a public outdoor swimming pool in central Hamilton. This is important as it meets all of Hamilton City Council's 5 key priorities for our city. Next slide. As you can see in the photo, we already have a prime location with a space to expand it into a treasured asset that Hamiltonians could truly be proud of. Imagine developing this area to the world's first ever watercourter, as proposed by Waikaukau or Kirikiriroa, Swim in the City. Next slide. Building healthy, vibrant communities for future generations is well worth investing in. My submission supports retaining, restoring, then expanding the current municipal pool site as a vital asset for our rapidly expanding city of approximately 180,000 people, which currently has no all-year-round outdoor laned swimming pool. Next slide. For Hamilton City Council to meet the principles of He Pou Manawa Ora, the 4 pillars of well-being, it is in the best interests of all of its citizens to retain and further develop this unique complex, which has particular Māori and Pākehā historical significance. It will provide a place and activity for people from differing cultural and social backgrounds to meet and interact while improving their health and well-being in a treasured natural environment, Central City. Next slide. General health benefits. Outdoor swimming is proven healthier option to the indoor pools already in place. It increases vitamin D exposure, essential for healthy immune systems. Exposure to fresh air, oxygen, is beneficial for brain and cell development. Connection with the natural environment improves mental health. The Outdoor Swimming Report UK February this year states that 2/3 of outdoor swimmers say the activity is essential or very important to their mental health, and it raises awareness of environmental issues. In the hot summer months, people love to swim outdoors. Being a landlocked city, there are few safe alternative swimming places to go to. Not everyone has access to transport or resources to leave our city for the beach or nearby cities with decent outdoor pools. Therefore, opportunities for citizens to be active or seek healthy enjoyment options are reduced. It should be noted the increased number of high-density apartments being built within walking distance of the pool site. Swimming is an ideal form of exercise for those with physical disabilities or restrictions. It's an ideal activity to combat the growing obesity problem. We have rising numbers of migrants, refugees and active seniors in our population. These pools provide them with a safe, healthy outdoor activity option. Next slide. Swimming outdoors enables the younger generation to connect with the natural environment while providing a fun pastime. Loneliness is an emerging health problem. This space will create friendships, connect people, cultures and communities. My personal experience of swimming this summer, the university pools were consistently overcrowded with limited opening hours and limited lane provision, making it difficult to utilise the pools for fitness. The closest year-round outdoor tepid pools are in Matamata, 62 kilometres away. Such a facility should be inaccessible in our own city. The interim solution of partnership pools as a long-term solution is flawed for many practical reasons, including not catering for physically challenged or impaired people. Next slide. We have an opportunity to leave a legacy for current and future generations in the heart of our beautiful city. Let's embrace this space to make Kirikiriroa a livable and a lovable city. Amohea ake te ora o te kiwi, iwi, te puta ke te whai au. The wellness of the people is paramount.
I am 93 years of age. I wish to say, have a passion for our people, for a pool. Make Hamilton a lovable, livable city with a world-first Central City Water Quarter. Thank you. Isabel Campbell.
Last slide. That says that pool costs $240,000 to build from scratch.
Is that the stainless steel one that was referred to yesterday, or?
That's the Hamilton West one.
The Hamilton?
I haven't got all the details, but
Yeah. I think somebody referred to that as being a steel basin and something.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll take, are there any questions? No, there not being any. It seems like your submission was very clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. Neil McInnes, please. Good morning.
Good morning. Kia ora tātou, ngā mihi kia koutou, tēnā rā tātou kata. I'm Neil McInnes. I'm the Capability and Funding Manager for Water Safety New Zealand. I'm leading our work on government long-term plans, and I'm also leading work with local stakeholders around the development of a Waikato water safety strategy. We've lost a bit of momentum on this work due to COVID-19, but we're now back in track, and I have a full 2 days' worth of meetings with a number of stakeholders today to progress that strategy. First up, I'd like to apologise for the misspelling of Hamilton City Council's name in our submission. It's not a good look, and as it's a quality assurance issue, I own that, and I apologise unreservedly. I'm here today because Waikato region is one of New Zealand's highest drowning areas. It's always in the top 4, and sometimes it's the #1 region for drowning. But I'm not here today to ask for money, ask you to build anything or ask you to fix anything. I'm really here to ask you about taking drowning prevention seriously and being a key issue in the well-being of Hamiltonians. In the past 10 years, 35 Hamiltonians have drowned. 40% of those have been river drownings, notably in the Waikato River. The Waikato region is the #1 place in New Zealand for river drownings. Young people aged 15 to 24 have the highest drowning rate in the Waikato, and males are significantly impacted by drowning. 80% of all drownings are males, and that moves to roughly 90% for Māori. So not only is this a tragedy for families, it's actually a loss of potential for your communities to lose that number of young men. My message is simple. We want Hamilton Council to help Water Safety New Zealand and the water safety sector stakeholders improve water safety and reduce drowning in Hamilton. Our focus is primarily on water safety education and behaviour change through social marketing. We are a funder and we spend $2 million in co-funding initiatives around New Zealand, and we look to fund our sector partners like Surf Life Saving New Zealand and Coast Guard Boating Education to deliver these programs. Our target audience is primary school children, and to give them a foundational knowledge going forward. We have previously funded Hamilton City Council to deliver a pilot of our River Safe program, which is about teaching young people to understand the risks of river swimming. We've also funded the council to deliver Water Skills for Life, which is our flagship program of water survival skills. Water Safety New Zealand does not fund swimming lessons, we fund water survival skills, and that's teaching children how to get in and out of water safety, how to get in and out of a boat, how to wear life jackets. We have a saying in our Māori work, which is kia manu kia ora, which means stay afloat, stay alive. The number one thing that will stop you from drowning is being able to float, not being able to swim. In recent years, Hamilton City Council has not sought funding from Water Safety New Zealand to deliver these programs. Our funding round opened last week, and we are taking applications to the 26th of May. So I'm not here asking for money, I'm here saying that we've got money for you if you want to go down this path. We also would like Hamilton City Council to help us with the development of the Waikato Water Safety Strategy, given its fundamental role within the region. Prior to lockdown, we worked with Sport Waikato and a number of other stakeholders to develop a draft strategy and identified a number of potential action areas which would benefit from more discussion with the local government community and work out what options for involvement. We'd also appreciate a discussion with the wider Waikato local government community around where opportunities are in relation to drowning prevention. We're meeting with Waikato Regional Council this afternoon, and we also have a number of initiatives that we are discussing with Waikato Tainui, and we will be looking to work collaboratively with other iwi along the river as well. We would also like Hamilton City Council to support an agenda item at an upcoming mayoral forum to discuss water safety. We do want to know whether to put the effort in and whether that is something that the local government and the region are interested in. In conclusion, or in closing, Water Safety New Zealand is not seeking money from HCC. We have funding available. Moreover, we have identified that drowning prevention has the potential to contribute to the well-being of Hamiltonians, and we would therefore like the Council to help us with the development and implementation of the Waikato Water Safety Strategy. Thank you. Nā reira. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive submission and the offer of money, and I'm sure we'd love to talk some more about that. Just a question for me before Councillor Bunting, although we might actually ask the same thing in the end, but just in terms of, you said you've been working with Sport Waikato
Yes.
to identify opportunities, and certainly I'd support you coming to the Mayoral Forum. You've mentioned the municipal pools, refiguring those. Have you talked to them about the opportunities across Hamilton for greater access to water for young people, such as the partnering with schools, Boys High, Girls High, the university have all come to us.
Yep.
And Rotatuna's getting a new pool. Have you spoken in broad about that?
So we, in terms of Water Skills for Life, we fund Swimming New Zealand to teach the teachers in schools with pools. So that's the cheapest, most effective way to get the program through. We also fund providers through regional sports trusts and various other organisations around the country to actually deliver Water Skills for Life to schools. to children either at a aquatic centre or in a private pool if they don't have a school pool. We know that school pools are closing. The access to artificial water is the fundamental problem for Water Skills for Life. For some of our providers, we actually have to fund the entry for children. In terms of those specific schools that you've mentioned, I'm meeting with Swimming Waikato next, I think it's Friday. We have an ongoing relationship with Swimming New Zealand, who are funding providers with the money that we provide them to deliver drowning prevention or teacher professional development in Waikato. Part of coming up is to try and get a better handle on who's doing what, and then that's the nature of this strategy. Okay, so how does that look? Who's being missed? Where do we need to put more effort in? So, in a word, yeah, I'm aware of it. I don't have the detail.
Okay, well, we'll talk more, I'm sure. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thanks for your submission. So you mentioned just in your answer to Mayor Paula there, you teach teachers in schools with pools.
Yep.
How many schools with pools are there left?
Waikato's lucky. You have 70% of your schools have pools.
Really?
It's one of the largest areas of school pools in the country. That is not to say that they are all fit for purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, so Water Skills for Life has it's essentially competencies. There's 27 competencies across 7 skill areas, and a number of those need a deep pool. So a lot of the primary school pools are little shallow ones where so that tends to be in those upper years. We tend to try and take the kids to an aquatic centre to
Right.
actually. So while you do have the pools and it is the most cost-effective intervention, we recognise that we do really need a more portfolio approach to school pools, aquatic centres and private pools to be able to reach all the kids.
So the Minister of Education made a ridiculous decision, in my mind, to not fund pools.
Yeah.
Which is where it started to go wrong, as far as I can see. But are you lobbying them to
Yes.
get back into that game?
We have a partner called Recreation Aotearoa, the former New Zealand Recreation Association, and we are both focusing on the access to school pools.
Right.
The current, there is funding to close your pool, and then there is sort of funding buried in your general levy to maintain your pool, but there's not a real commitment. Research which we undertook with the New Zealand Centre of Education Research found that only 25% of New Zealand school children are getting the basic minimum aquatic education, which is 8 times 30 minutes a year.
Yeah, probably a whole meeting, that one. And very last question, people are drowning in our river.
Yes.
Which seems to be the major area of concern. Would you support, for example, life belts at jetties and in public spaces or not?
This is a difficult one. The challenge is what we call amateur rescue or bystander rescue, where people will go in and they're the ones that drown, not the person who's in difficulty.
Yeah.
Okay, and so there's a balance in what you make available. We tend to support what they call the angel ring, where you actually throw that in, and because if you've actually got to take something and take it into the water to help somebody, you put you at risk. So angel rings probably where we preferred. We supported one of those going into Hanua Falls in Auckland. We tend to take advice from our partners. So in terms of their safety equipment on the beach, we take the advice of Surf Life Saving New Zealand or Coast Guard.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mark, for making that inquiry about the life-saving rings. It's something that has been raised before. However, you talked about surf life-saving and about professional development for life-saving. We have a group of Hamiltonians, the Waikato Bombers Club, who do diving into the Waikato River. Yesterday, they sat here and offered their kaitiaki over the river in terms of looking after the swimmers, but required some assistance to be able to to be educated.
Yes.
Would the service that you offer be available to that group with the cultural sensitivity that needs to be applied?
There's a couple of things there. Freshwater safety doesn't have a natural partner. So Rec Boating has Coast Guard, Beach and Coastal has Surf Life Saving New Zealand. The natural partner for freshwater safety appears in the local / regional government space. In terms of our relationship with Māori and their intimate connections to the water, we've been working on a Māori water safety strategy for Water Safety New Zealand based on the Waipuna model of Māori water safety that was being developed at Otago University by Dr. Chanel Phillips. So that posits improving the connection of Māori to water will lead to their safer behaviours. And so we're seeing how we can promote that and what realistically we can fund and the nature of the consultation and approvals needed before you'd start moving into that path. So we're looking at how we can have a partnership organisation, because it's recognised that we, as a sort of a small NGO, which is predominantly Pākehā, needs a bit more capability in this space.
And is there any timeline available that might give us some hope around that?
We have just launched the latest water safety sector strategy, which happens every 5 years, which has the Waipuna model built straight into it. And we're now just in the process of working with our sector partners on the implementation plan for that strategy, who's going to do what over the next 5 years.
Touching base offline on this.
Yep.
I'm just mindful of
Yep,
time.
I can see.
Thank you. But hey, just one really quick one. You've talked
Yes.
about funding people who teach people not to drown and
Yep.
so on. Do you give any funding to creating the actual physical infrastructure for swimming?
No,
No.
we are mainly education funding.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Just wanted to be clear on it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much
Sure.
for coming, and we'll continue our conversations with you for certain. Thank you so much. Margaret, next up is your group in various parts. Thank you for setting it out the way you do. We do have a little bit of flexibility with time, but if you kind of think that each of your 5 parts has 3 to 5 minutes each, then we'll kind of get through the time we have. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, and I begin with apologies from former councillor Pirihira Kaiol, grandmother duties, and you might pick up that you've got 2 grandmothers here in front of you, which might explain some of the thrusts in our submissions about thinking of the children. I'm going to begin understanding that you have read all of the submissions, but we want to emphasise that these are extraordinary times. This is not business as usual. It is just so obvious this morning when you look at the canning of district health boards, you realise the problems with the Transport Agency. We can go on, and we have listed in our submission to you the climate crisis, COVID, ecological illnesses, exploding house prices, economic uncertainty, social unrest, poverty and inequality, Māori angst, and questions about our democracy. These are extraordinary times. And because we like to think globally before we come locally, I want to say to you, we have to undertake new methods. It is our task to perfect, to improve, to alter when necessary, but in all cases to go forward. That's actually not me, that was from the New York Times last weekend, and that's President Franklin Roosevelt as he was announcing the New Deal in 1932. But we're saying, as he said, this is for our economy, for our climate, and for our democracy. And he called for profits of a new order of competence and of courage. That's you. And we want it to be you. All right. We are impressed by the number of people you have attracted into this chamber, as well as their submissions. And we think that that is a really good sign that engagement, perhaps, is awakening again. as long as you listen. That's the key in all of this. You must listen. It's not business as usual. In your publicity, you have referred time and time again to the Waikato River that we all love. And that's why we suggest to you, it's a pity you didn't include the river in your overall vision. So we've done it for you. We've said, Hamilton, enriched by the Waikato River, a socially and environmentally responsible city and a good place to live. We emphasise the four well-beings. As we go through our submissions this morning, you will see that we have touched all aspects, including democracy. We've also done things like attack the school run, which is what everybody talks about, particularly this week when the schools are on holiday, and doesn't it make a difference? But we're grandmothers, and you know, the grandmothers of this country are constantly ferrying children to and from school. You've also heard submitters talk about neighbourhood centres. We say the schools should be the community centres, and you can make that even more powerful by giving them community boards under the current legislation. That also means they can open their doors to all sorts of before school and after school activities. And that in itself means there's less travel around the place for grandmothers who have to take their children to music lessons, etc. Councillor Ewan sounded out MP Jamie Strange yesterday about school buses. Well, we are recommending that this city be the first in the country to really challenge the Ministry of Education and have a fleet of electric school buses. It's actually a regional council responsibility, but you can nudge. We are suggesting that you look again at the plan and think in an integrated fashion. Your cycleways, walkways, etc. are a good example. Why split them out from the gully enhancement project when they are one thing, and it also allows you to have neighbourhood involvement, which is part and parcel of where we want you to go. We've said here, and we've listened to the first two submissions about swimming. The fact is, people are swimming in the river. Do you want to stop them swimming in the river? Make the river safer for them, and certainly, I think, work with schools, which is where they should be taught to swim. We're saying restore the lake pool, not just the wetlands. We're saying research the underground artesian water in this city. There's a whole pile of background information available for that. We're saying be adventurous. Look at Uropa and Wahitapu and do a complete archaeological survey of the riverbanks. That's what sparked some of us off about swimming, because of the way the riverbanks are falling into the river at the Hamilton Gardens. Be truly transformational. Now is the time for the New Deal. We have a list of submissions. That completes my bit. I'm now going to introduce you to Jackie Keelan. I should say almost Dr. Jackie Keelan. She's about to be capped for her doctorate, and she is going to take you through the Waikato River and the swimming submissions, the Carfree Bridge and the River Canal. Jackie.
Tēnā tātou. So the Waikato River. So there's a lot of talk about the Waikato River, its importance to us all. Worldwide, it's now generally accepted that water is the most important of all commodities, essential to human existence, essential to all life. For tangata whenua, and I mean everyone living in Hamilton, Kirikiriroa, linked to Waikato River. The Waikato River is a life-giving artery, a living entity, an environmental and ecological taonga. So our vision is Hamilton enriched by the Waikato River, a socially and environmentally responsible city and a good place to live. And we have submitted some suggestions. Today's river swimmers are not part of the sports fraternity and their voices are overlooked, yet the evidence is there for everyone to see on site. This is a reminder of innovative, community-initiated, low-cost natural water fun. And we think this should be given priority to make it better and safer for them. So please look at the Waikato Times photo in our written submission. As well, there is the Waikato Dyer's photograph from the 1940s, and note the wooden frame in the river keeping the girls safe. So our recommendation over the next decade, we recommend a comprehensive and innovative wellbeing project, bringing together river and people to develop a river swimming action plan in consultation with current river and riverside users, taking account of history and heritage, mindful of the river strategy. The priority is a safe swimming zone in currently popular areas, and we've given you our initial list, with associated beach facilities, remediating, protecting and enhancing riverbanks in these zones, alongside a formal riverbank archaeological research project. People told us they favour a natural environment, a bush-like atmosphere. Your draft plan has $40 million for swimming-related projects and cites a lack of lane swimming. We are recommending you divert these funds to our proposed river swimming project and riverbank conservation, and comb other projects for more. This submission recognises our love of our river, water, recreational swimming and summer frolicking, and the need to think of the children, of our mokopuna. We also point you to some other swimming projects, municipal pool ideas, deserve further study, a better fit with John Heskett's Sky Tower, as well as John Cook's Waikato River model. Hamilton Girls High School partner pool, yes or no in the next decade. Lake Rotorua, toddlers paddling pool, not a new idea. Frankton's hot pools, renew research into the city's underground hot water springs. And of course, those have already been talked about. So, kumatu, that's the end of that.
Then you do the next one. The next one.
Okay, so we're going to be, my next subject is the
Bridge.
Car-free bridge and the East Link. As we have said in our submission, this project illustrates innovative and integrated strategies in the face of climate change. It's a key element in the cross-city walking and cycling mobility network, neighbourhood connectivity and integrated transport facilities. We support the bridge project and the $13 million included in the Council's draft plan. We recommend the three options outlined be reviewed along with the funding requirements based on an overall ecologically enhancing off-street transport financing package in association with the transport agency Wakakotahi. Rotary Momentum, Koru Bridge Concept, architect Brian Squire, Millennium Bridge Concept, architect Peter Chibnall, Bailey Bridge. Please check out the images in our written submission. This is an ongoing story. We again note that the Council has a detailed dossier from the Millennium Bridge project, including extensive geotechnical information, and assume the proposed initial $500,000 did not take this into account. You can see the Millennium Bridge site plan in our submission. Bank stability, river currents were influences, and the promise of a significant government subsidy. Our recommended review would take account of design, geotechnical risks, relevance, timing and costs, as well as the bridge's importance in the city's walking, cycling strategy, not forgetting scooters, and current plans to prioritise linkages east with schools and the University of Waikato. This includes both high and lower level bridges. I just need to have a drink.
Thank you. Margaret, just need to be aware that you've got a limit of time for the whole
Yes.
group.
Yes.
And you, so
Understand.
I can be a bit lenient, but you really need to move on to the next speakers to get through, I think.
Then just quickly this one.
Okay, the Waikato River Canal. It's very short. In 1910, Hamilton and Auckland councils and their towns' chambers of commerce held a major conference to agree the long-talked concept of canals linking the Waikato River to the two harbours, Manukau and Waitemata. Over decades, they continued to promote the project, described over and over again as an economic necessity. Last month's blockage of the Suez Canal got people talking about canals again, as well as the fuss over Auckland wanting more Waikato water. The canal concept is a transformational project in these extraordinary times and takes into account of climate change and another link in the concept of integrated transport as existing corridors becoming more congested, and the four well-beings. We recommend an independent business case be developed for the Waikato River Canal project, taking into account Auckland's potable water requirements as well as the transportation usage and innovations, along with community benefits through the harbour connections. We recommend project development oversight by the Hamilton-Auckland Corridor local governments, Waikato River Authority, Mana Whenua, Waikato and Auckland Chambers of Commerce, Ports of Auckland and other interested parties, with an independent chair. There is a significant background information available in the Auckland Museum archives.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we move on to the next set of speakers?
You don't want questions on these ones now?
I think I'm going to hold them all to the end. I'd really, because you asked to be treated as a group, we've kind of taken that approach. We're going to be well over time if we stop right now. So I think we go through and gather up all our questions. Yeah.
We now have Raymond Mudford and Andrew Bidder.
Thank you. And councillors, just note all your questions. We'll come to a round of questions. We have other people in the gallery waiting for their time as well. So, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. We're supposed to talk about Three Waters reform. The central government wants to amalgamate and centralise water services from the 67 local councils, that is potable, drinking water, wastewater, sewage and stormwater. So it's the three of them. Interestingly, today the government announced the amalgamation of all the DHBs. I think it's a very strong signal to the rest of us that we're in a process of big change. The plan to create the current media statement is to corporatise the Three Waters under a facility similar to Auckland Watercare under a new national regulator. And this comes with warnings. 50 billion or more needed to upgrade across the country. Mismanagement of potential has happened in Auckland, and we're very familiar with what happened there. And we also see over-engineering of facilities and the cost that goes with that. We're recommending that Council postpone any budgeting, apart from the ongoing maintenance, for the development or extension of the Three Waters. We don't know what the government has in plan. We have no idea what the outcome is going to be. We don't know what the cost is going to be. So one has to ask the question, how has the budget been derived? And what's the consequence? If we put a budget in place for the Three Waters and the government decides on a different plan, where are they going to get the money from? Are they going to suck it out of the council coppers? Or they're going to go separately to the ratepayer, again now the ratepayer paying twice. So our strongest voice that we can make on the Three Waters is do nothing apart from maintenance. The next item is integrated transport. Again, another major issue, not just locally but centrally as well, which suggests that the government's going to seriously look at the way this works and probably go back to a more centralised model than the one that currently we're familiar with. Significant sums of money in the budget are there for transport across all sectors. One wonders whether that will be impacted again by government policy. But in the meantime, we're suggesting we look at things such as the school run, a major congestion factor in our city today and for some time. We see congestion about from 9:15 through till 9:05, and when I drive around I see congestion from about 3 o'clock right through to 6 o'clock in the evening. and it says we've got something wrong. Something is wrong. And I don't believe it's just about bicycles. I think it's about an integrated, fully functional transport plan. Something that says that no matter what transport you're going to use, our key corridors of movement cater for the variety of transport that we expect today and try and guess what we're going to be exposed to tomorrow. The gullies are another area where some time ago work was done on providing cycleways through the gullies to the schools, keeping the kids safe and off the road. We should relook at that. Why shouldn't we do that? Margaret mentioned the yellow school buses in the States. Today, of course, we've got the possibility of being able to have electric buses. And in a closed environment like the city, it seems to make sense. Other ideas of, if you recall, some of us will recall the Carless Day thing we had under the Muldoon government. That had both a positive and a negative effect, but what it did, it changed people's behaviour, and it helped them work through how to actually get into work versus their traditional one person per car method. Rail. We've got a rail initiative at the moment. Not sure how successful that will be, but why don't we look at other alternatives using rail, such as putting a passenger car on the end of the stock trains? Not necessarily stock, but you know, the other trains that are on the network. So again, we speak with caution about budgeting, about exposing the ratepayer to a significant cost when, in times of uncertainty, we actually don't know what the outcome's going to be.
Resource Management Act, district plans and affordable housing. The 10-year plan proposes $15.4 million for a new district plan. This should be deleted. The previous district plan review took 5 years. It was a slow process with legal challenges and appeals. The government has committed to replacing the Resource Management Act within 4 years. It therefore makes no sense to start a district plan review process that will be obsolete before it is completed. The reason for the proposed district plan review, however, remains valid. The current and previous district plans failed to provide the outcomes we need. The result has been long delays, expensive infrastructure, unaffordable housing and ugly developments. The past experience of Waikato Master Builders Federation, the Institute of Architects, Waikato Property Council and the general public is that consultation has been undermined by council planners' predetermined agendas. As a result, the council has been missing an understanding of real project delivery with the economic and practical realities of developing and building. This has led to poor results. The government's reform package, the new Natural and Built Environments Act, will replace the nation's 100 plus current resource management plans with 14 regional ones. We recommend an independent local expert advisory group to work with this council on the development of the proposed new regional plans with an emphasis on livable communities, practical application and economic sensitivity. By ensuring those with hands-on knowledge and experience are at the policy drafting table, testing the rules and the application of those rules, better outcomes will be achieved. This time, consultation needs to include collaboration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have Bob on affordable housing. We'll go to that.
Your Worship, just a procedural matter. I'm just concerned about the time.
Yes, as we all are.
And I'm really concerned how this unsettles the entire day. And
So, Mike.
So can we have your leadership here in terms of how you will manage it?
Thank you. I'm aware of that, and that's why I'm be speaking to the group. They came as a group, so they got assigned to the group group amount of time had they come as 5 sets of individuals, they'd have had 20 minutes, which you've nearly had now. I'm happy to forego a little bit of our 30-minute break to catch up, but they've got 3 short spots left, and you really need to get through those in the next allotted amount of time, and then we're going to move on, because we do have only one of the speakers in the next block is here. Gemma, I don't see Timothy from the Youth Council or Paul Knox. And I don't know, Ross, are you here for Momentum? No, so at the moment, the next block of speakers. Who is? You're speaking for? Okay, so, but he's not here now, is what I mean. So we've got a little bit of latitude, but really I can't give you more than another, what have we got, how many, 1, 2, 3, another 7 minutes or a couple of minutes each, because we have read these as well. Okay, thank you. Affordable housing.
Madam Mayor, I will be very short because I'm hoping that councillors have read the background information.
Yes, we did.
We're in the midst of a housing crisis. There's enough evidence and there has been enough kōrero. Now we want initiative, innovation and action, collaborative and cooperative here in Hamilton. Even with urgency, we know many months will pass before we see the affordable houses so widely discussed and needed. So we're recommending Hamilton City Council, supported by an expert advisory group, skilled in negotiations, invite the small group of local greenfield landowners to meet collectively with them to agree and finalise priorities and a timetable for infrastructure development to ensure the rapid freeing up of significant areas of land for residential development through partnership entity. That partnership in this initiative be sought from the Prime Minister and the relevant Cabinet Ministers with the assistance of local members of Parliament in accord with their new housing policies. And that in the event that the agreement with the landowners cannot be reached, the Council invoke the provisions of the Public Works Act to acquire the land for essential public works, as it is doing in the Peacock's growth area, in this case for affordable housing. And that a collaborative public property development corporate be established to manage, provide essential infrastructure and develop available greenfield land and affordable housing in accordance with the 4 well-beings and models for sustainable human settlements, based on the PPP model of public, private and philanthropic sectors working together for the public good. I think there's enough in that for you to have an understanding of where we're coming from.
Thank you.
And at this stage, I'll withdraw and be prepared to answer questions.
Thank you, Margaret. Do you want to quickly speak to Founders Theatre and Heritage?
And I have an apology from Mike Angelo, who is the architect that we've been working with from Peddlethorpe, who's out of town this week. Our submission simply reconfirms our call to give us time to rejuvenate the founders. The new information is that we can confirm that we could open the doors and meet all health safety requirements for $5 million. We say that's not enough. The rejuvenation we anticipate would change the purpose of the founders and turn it into a community facility. We've had good community feedback. The 2 examples to keep this brief that I will bring your attention to today is the concept of kai kōrero, which is an adaptation of the term whai kōrero, which means food through conversation. And the suggestion is, bearing in mind what you've been through in recent times, this is an ideal opportunity to have town talks, to air issues that are so important to our community, but do not always get a healthy and broad public outing. The other element, which again I think has been referred to in these submissions, is the concept of developing even more with the library digital archives and research. It's called a local Wikipedia, and if you recall Charles Biddle, who used to do the obits for the Waikato Times, he has a whole collection of these biographies that are designed to just disappear forever. And we say they should be the core of an additional facility that tell the stories of the people of this place and this place. We're essentially saying, just give us another year to ensure that we can raise the money that we know is waiting for us to raise.
Thank you. This is the remaining time for the final two speakers, and we'll take a very short point questions afterwards.
Good morning. You probably know I'm passionate about democracy, and I've cut this down to the bone, basically. We've tailored an integrated set of recommendations as an attempt to restore confidence and foster accountability in local government, and to strengthen the relationship between the community and the changing role of council prior to the 2022 elections and the likely event of government removal of functions. Our community view sits within the well-documented climate of disinterest and despondency concerning local government, and the withdrawal of the majority from the democratic participation in recent years. We also tackled a widely held community view that officials run the show, not our elected representatives, and whether there's a better way for councillors to govern rather than the weekly schedules stuffed with briefings and meetings and unaccountable pages and the late delivery of information. We're also concerned that standing orders, the model of standing orders, needs an independent refresh to better fit them for the council governing role, to keep management accountable and on track, and remove bureaucratic shackles and free up opportunities for residents to engage. An independent refresh would assist the Mayor and councillors on the merits of other options for better outcomes, and that would include the business of governance training programs, including university and LGNZ recommendations. Sorry, that was a bit of a garble, but...
No, your submission is quite full, so we can come back to it.
Yeah, we've got a very limited time, so I'm not going to go through everything. Councillors have read through the documentation. What we're really saying is that we'd like to see a real thrust in engagement between council and the electorate out there. We need to dovetail what we do as a council and what we do in communities. Democracy may seem like a failed system. How about interaction instead of consultation? And I think that is going to be the future of productive engagement with our communities, and it needs a whole revamp, but I leave it with the councillors to have a look at our full submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And look, I do acknowledge that the submission is so well set out and very detailed, so it does give us that opportunity. I'm going to take 3 short questions, and then any other discussion can occur offline.
From us or in general?
From the councillors to your group.
Oh, right, the whole...
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I'll really truncate it because I'll take some offline with these guys if you like. But while I've got you two there, yes. Rudy, interaction, Māori wards, your opinion?
I believe that we need to engage with everybody in the public, whether they're Maori. One of the things that is interesting that I thought of the other day is what is our interaction with Indian community? What is our interaction with Chinese community? We cannot put anybody outside of it. You've taken the decision to institute the Maori wards.
No, we haven't yet.
And I think you have to, in our whole submission, you'll see that we have interacted with Maori, have brought Maori on board, because what is important is to understand exactly...
Yeah, sorry, yes or no would be cool.
Yes.
Could I add a little bit to that, if I may? I have a lot of Māori friends, and most of them aren't Tainui. And, yes.
Yeah, I'll take that offline. Sorry, I didn't mean to...
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay. We need to be cognizant of that they don't speak.
Sorry about that can of worms that went everywhere. But there's one question I'd like to ask Margaret, if that's all right. And that was regards, and Jackie, great to see you again, that river swimming plan you're talking about. Now, in your time as mayor, there must have been reports and stuff done At the end of each day, we have a bit of a round the room to get staff to investigate. Are you aware of any previous reports and stuff, work that's been done, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel on that we could go and find easily?
No, I'm not, but I am aware that as we talked with people about this and built the idea, people have talked about Pine Beach. There used to be a safe area down there. It was very popular. There used to be the shark, we've used the term shark nets because people understand what that is.
Yeah.
At Wellington Street Beach, which was essentially a rope type thing with buoys, and a friend of mine who used to live on the riverbank, her own family down by the Fairfield Bridge, they had their own private one on the riverbank. So there are plenty of illustrations
Of roped off areas.
of ropes, but not necessarily
Thank you.
any written stuff, apart from the Dio one.
Yes.
It's to Ray, actually. Ray, thanks. Your comments about water, understood the problems, deciding exactly what to do, but wouldn't you say it was wise to plan for infrastructure that you know whoever's in control is going to be needed in the near future?
No issue with that, Dave. You know, planning does prepare.
And that
What we're
includes
talking about
the costs of design and land.
I wouldn't go design, I'd go to the concept stage at this stage.
And what about land purchase?
No, wouldn't do that either.
You wouldn't do it, okay, thanks.
Right.
Yep.
Different methods.
My question is to former Mayor Margaret Evans with regard to the Heritage Founders. Just if in the highlighted bullet points, you're calling for council support Todi's rejuvenation project, retain the proposed funding for the site, with, and this is interesting, with options for demolition or retention, and obviously review this in 1 year's time. Can you just expand on that a little in terms of where you talk about the options?
In the original concept that we presented to council, we made the point that all of the major funders have calendars where applications are called for, then they have to consider them. All the major funding will fall into the next financial year, but we will not be able to have sign-off of that until early in the next calendar year, which will fit in with your plans for reviewing year one of this 10-year plan. So that's why we're saying, hey, can you just do nothing, give us another year, and we will come back to you probably round about March, April next year.
Okay.
But we need to know that you would allow us to have the founders, because no funder is going to give us any support if there is no theatre to give it to.
Commitment. Thank you.
That's clear. Thank you very much. Thank you to the group. And may I say that, that it would have served you better to be in smaller groups because we're giving every group the same amount of time. So,
Sorry to interrupt me, Roy, but we were not a group. We made that very clear from the beginning. It was 11 individual submissions, but we have done our best to constitute those to fit in with your requests.
yeah. No, and I appreciate that. It's very well set out in a written form, so we have that to rely on as well. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be some conversations potentially in our break to clarify some things. So next up, we haven't got Timothy, he hasn't arrived, but Gemma is here. And I think we should take Gemma because she has the little one with her and who's being very good and waiting so well. Hi, Gemma.
Good morning.
He'll be fine. He's used to what you do, Gemma.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'd like to acknowledge Mana Whenua as the original owners of this land. Today I actually wanted to start with a celebration. We are the youngest, most culturally diverse city in the country. I want to acknowledge Hamilton City Council for recognising this. You can sit with me with this.
I agree, Holly.
I want to acknowledge Hamilton City Council for recognising this and the potential of our diverse youth sector and young people to change their world with City Council's investment in the youth sector. Specifically, I'd like to acknowledge Dujon Cullingford and Dana Eraipa for their mahi and leadership engaging so far and wide across the youth community. I'd also like to acknowledge the community development team. Thank you to Andy, Sandra and Ma for supporting Seed Waikato since the start of our community-led responses. I'd like to acknowledge Tracy Wood and her energy behind the Civic Awards and Mayor Paula, which celebrated several young people. If you can see it, you can be it. Thank you to Mayor Paula for your active efforts to engage with Seed Waikato and young people to understand how you can find ways to make sure our voices are heard. I don't speak for all young people today, I just want to mention that. I speak from my lived experience co-creating a youth-led movement from the last 4 years with our community. We've just come off a retreat with the youth sector this weekend, and I actually wanted to celebrate City Council for their contribution to this. We had 100 youth leaders from our Pacifica, Māori, queer, ethnic and disabled communities come together for the very first time to let go of our labels, make space to recharge and connect across communities. I wanted to share a quote of someone who came along. I came home from the retreat feeling like I had been born again. As dramatic as that may sound, that's how I explain it. My mind has been exposed to new things I had never allowed my mind to explore. My heart was exposed to feelings I'd never felt before. My soul was exposed to people I never knew I would be able to relate to in any way. I felt safe, I felt warm, I felt loved, and I felt present, which does not usually happen to me. I wish there were more opportunities like this in the year for me and my community to participate in. I loved learning from other people, different cultural backgrounds and beliefs. When we look after the young leaders and youth workers, youth mentors who are serving in our marginalised communities, the impact ripples far greater than we can imagine. When you can serve from a space of abundance and nourishment rather than burnout and scarcity, your youth development practice changes. Let's keep building on what's working well, where our communities can utilise their strengths and where we can be collaborative for stronger outcomes. How can we work together to build from this place to grow our youth community and be active contributors to the city? In order to drive youth engagement across the city in areas of economic growth, environmental change and social development, we need to understand both the fundamental challenges and dreams young people have, and specifically the inequities that exist for our queer, ethnic, disabled, Māori and Pacifica whānau. We urge Hamilton City Council to increase their co-investment in this space in partnership with the youth sector. We need to transform our thinking around meaningful youth engagement and what this looks like and sounds like so that we can meet young people where they're at, empathise with their lived experiences, discover what the right questions are to be asking and create reciprocity in their lives. This requires us to move away from an extractive model of engagement towards participation and partnership. This requires a long-term view and quality relationships. We need to look after our youth workers so they don't burn out and that they stay in the sector. We're in the midst of a mental health crisis and our community is isolated, struggling to be seen and heard. Safety and belonging alongside accessibility to relevant stories and education is key. We need to empower our young people to take action on the causes they care about and to be partners to the City Council's long-term plan. We need your continued support in this, and I want to invite Hamilton City Council to consider working more closely with Seed Waikato in an advisory capacity. We care about the same things and want to share our knowledge to inform strategy for stronger outcomes. When we work together to address the inequities that young people face, young people become great partners in activating the City Council's 10-year plan. Shaping a city that's easy to live in, where our people thrive, where people love to be, that's a fun place to be, and that's a green city, becomes a lot more achievable when the largest population of the city is supported and empowered to connect, grow and contribute. Young people are purpose-driven and deeply care about social and environmental change. The top 5 issues that matter most to young people were identified in our 2018 research from just under 300 young people were: number 1, mental health; number 2, education; number 3, climate change; number 4, housing; number 5, employment. So the question becomes, how might we address the inequities so that young people can make a meaningful contribution to our city, playing an active role to shape and influence the long-term priorities? The answer to this question lies in the youth community, and to see that realised, we need a sector that's resourced for impact. We urge Hamilton City Council to find partners to continue and increase the investment into the youth sector. Today I want to acknowledge the efforts this council has done in that, and that we must continue working across generations in a creative and empathetic way. We must focus on what's working well and develop from there. We must harness our unique strengths as individuals and organisations for collective impact. Seed Waikato believes in the potential of young people to change their world and be active partners on the City Council's long-term plans. We are here to build their capacity and capability to drive change and want to continue working with the City Council to make that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. Thank you very much. We're so pleased that you come, and you know you have the challenges of family as well. But we do want all people to feel welcome here. So we're really delighted to have you and Malachi here today. Just one question from me in terms of the job that you do in the other youth groups, and those are your top 5 issues. What would be the top 2 or 3 actions that council could do to go from the improved youth platform that we've got now, but to a better, even better engagement with shaping the city? What would you see as the...
I think to sit down with the youth leaders from the different youth organisations and work together for a strategy and action plan. I don't want to speak to specific actions. I think we should actually sit down as a collective and come up with that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt Paul.
He was very creative with paper cups. I was expecting a pyramid, though, I have to say, Gemma.
Next year.
Next year, yeah. Calvin, you're up next. And at the moment, the only person here between us and our morning tea. No.
I take the hint.
No, there's no hint there.
Not today. Yeah, that's right. I'm surprised you're asking.
Thank you, Calvin and Ross, for being here.
Kia ora koutou katoa, everybody. Calvin Eglinton from Momentum Waikato and Ross Hargood. We won't speak too long. Our submission is pretty simple. I guess the key points, and it leverages quite nicely off Gemma's presentation around partnering differently to deliver outcomes for the city. And the point we make there around endowment funds. We know the endowment fund in the City Council, but also within Waikato Regional Council and others, where we believe we could combine to do something quite spectacular in terms of partnering to deliver, whether that be in those areas of affordable housing, development pathways for young people, civic infrastructure, such as the theatre, and actually enabling those endowment funds to be grouped together in some form to then deliver on projects that are required by communities and also to enhance communities. And even after this morning's announcements from the DHBs that they will be disbanded over time, we think that there is even a greater opportunity to utilise that impact investment methodology at local community level with iwi in partnership with Whānau Ora and the like. So up front, we've made that comment about endowment funds. It's a very brief comment, but you know how we operate and that the opportunity is there to look and explore those opportunities, and we've certainly done that by investing with Steve Gow, who's our recent project director, to actually further those opportunities. And we are seeing a number of those come to the table already. In terms of your key projects, Momentum certainly is an organisation that's there to develop endowment fund to create transformation. We support the walking, biking, scooting and skating mobility projects. We think that the increase that we are seeing in inner city living, which ironically we discussed some 4 years ago when I was sitting on that side of the table, is now happening in earnest in this city, and the ability to get our infrastructure ahead of that game will only increase. We know that 70% of the population will live within the Golden Triangle in the next 40 years, and the ability for the city to be ahead of that and looking at transformative ways to deliver those is important, and I congratulate you that you are trying to do that in advance. We agree with the increased funding for creative industries, given your investment into the theatre, into the sport of Meteor. It's great to have the facilities, but if we're not also investing and seeing that the creative industry is also a form of economic development and creativity for our community, then we're kind of missing the boat in terms of having facilities but not supporting the content generation that exists within them. We would also support the walking and cycling bridge, clearly the development of the inner city and the CBD and what's happening. And we firmly believe at Momentum that it's a form of the public investment and private partnerships coming together, and that is the role of public investment. So just as you've done on Victoria on the River, just as you've invested as you have into the theatre alongside ourselves, that will promote and stimulate further commercial investment. And I think that's what we're starting to see in the city as a result of thinking around that as a partnering. And finally, on other points, we certainly support and thank you for your partnership with the Waikato Regional Theatre, and we thank you for, and we would support the investment into Embassy Park and the surrounds of the theatre, and ensuring that we have a fantastic facility within the city, but also the surrounds also match that. That's all I'm going to say. If we have any questions, happy to take those questions.
We do have a couple of quick
And then we'll go from
questions.
there.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Calvin and Ross, for your presentation. Just in regards to, you mentioned Community Lands Trust, affordable housing, without trying to put you on a spot or bind you, they're trying to get some runs on the board, council seeded them with $2 million. Are you guys in a position to support them with cash or land, or I think, because they're a real key enabler in terms of true affordable housing, taking the land cost away?
Yeah, look, I think there's two answers to that, actually. Community Lands Trust is a mechanism, and alongside the Regional Housing Initiative through the Waikato Plan, what we saw is that everyone has parts of the picture. Lands Trust land being part of it, community finance, the housing bond, and what we didn't see is the capability from any one of these organisations to actually have the skill sets to go and stitch these deals together. And we saw that quite clearly, particularly you see that in more regional towns where the land is available and serviced, the community housing providers are there and available. There is some finance, but people are looking for a partner, but no one was funding the personnel and the capability to deliver and stitch this stuff together, which is what we've done with Steve's role, to the point where our board have said, if this is successful, we'll roll out another one, in terms of a role and a heartbeat and a person with the right skill sets. So Community Lands Trust model, we think, is a really important part of that. And again, the block in Hamilton City is different to regional small towns, is land and the cost of land and the access to that land. And partnering will be the way that Community Lands Trust will get ahead and utilise that $2 million to then invest into, alongside others, into the developments. So to answer your question, yes, it's part of the picture. It's not all the picture. It's a pretty good mechanism. But it probably needs greater levels of resourcing if you really want it to do something now.
Hence my question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, thanks for everything you're doing. Yesterday we were talking about the creative funding that you're supportive of, and Nancy brought up the idea of an endowment fund, creative endowment fund. Then I was talking with Jeremy afterwards, and he said there have been some conversations that have happened already. Whereabouts are you guys in that, and how far along are you, and what would we need to do?
Yeah, very preliminary. It's I think it's this year has been where Jeremy and Nancy and the creative sector have got together to rally for more support into that space. On the same basis that I've presented, that we believe there is having the facilities, and uniquely when we did the theatre, when we started thinking about the opportunities beyond the theatre with Creative Waikato, when you think about the opportunity to support large stadium events, the events that happen at Claudelands, like 660 on the grass, the smaller black box theatres that happen at the Meteor, and then the theatre itself, and you've actually got an ability to provide a whole ecosystem for content delivery, where people can trial things, can actually learn skills in the technical space as well, because we've got the performance classes both at Wintec and at the university, and there is space and need for a technical learning ability, and Hamilton is uniquely placed because it is relatively affordable to the other metros. It's close to Auckland where the professional sector operates, but there is, and I'm sure Sean can confirm this, there is a growing number of professional acts that are coming through Hamilton even post-COVID that are still here, whether it be Bill Bailey or 660 or homegrown festivals. So our ability to support that, I think we believe, it needs more work, but we believe there is something to look at. So very preliminarily, have we talked about an endowment fund? Obviously we need someone to support that and set that up, but that's the basis by which we've talked. Yep.
Okay, we'll talk to you further about that.
Thanks, and thanks for the presentation this morning. Thank you. Just following on from Councillor Hamilton's question, am I able to draw the conclusion from what your response to his question was, is that there's no one organisation that could bring together the social housing sector, including the Lands Trust, to actually do something meaningful and reasonably quickly?
I think if I recall back to when I used to sit over there, and the debate back then was always about supply of land. And this is slightly out of Momentum's view, but my view is that supply is only one part of the issue. You can supply all the land you want, but the market will still dictate a price for that land. And we know that the council has challenges in providing infrastructure for that land. So therefore it's about what's the initiative in that sector where the market has failed to penetrate. And it's the reason that there is no one organisation that can do all of this on its own is because you've got the emergency housing at one end and the social housing provision and the transitional housing provision, and then the truly affordable market for those who are the missing middle, who are earning but just can't get into the market. And then you've got because the market itself, for those who can afford it, is working fine. So when you think about that and split it up that way, there is no one housing. And I think what the Regional Housing Initiative done to provide a very good audit of what is required across the region for all of those sectors, and to identify solutions like the Community Lands Trust is a step forward. But that's why we've stepped in and said, look, we can't fix the problem, but we can provide a level of capability to start moving that progression forward, because outside of the government, no one was really trying to build more houses, and that's the gap.
So the speed and the speed at which it can be achieved is so slow that potentially all these little groups are doomed to failure. Or it'll be 10 years before we actually see.
Yeah, I think that's more it.
Some sort of tangible outcomes.
Yeah, look, I don't think
help solve the problem.
It is a pace issue and it's a capability issue. The capability to actually put together a housing deal, you know, they're reasonable. They do have a higher risk, and we've seen some of them where they haven't had the right skill sets come together and they've fallen over. So that's why we've employed a capability to try and move some of these forward. And we know that the Kāinga Ora focus is, you know, Cambridge North, which makes sense. But we also know that a housing development of $5 to $6 million of land with land provided in regional towns, where we can build for that number 8 to 15 homes, small typology homes, we're impacting about 33 to 40% of the demand in that town. So the impact in that town is less diluted than it would be by doing something of a similar scale in Hamilton. So it's very relative. Yep.
Thank you.
Just one quick question from me. Oh, my screen's gone blank now. You mentioned increasing the funding to the southern end precinct, potential to further develop the museum. We suggest the fund is doubled to $200. But you probably mean 200,000.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I thought so. Given
Big thumbs.
so was that attached to the museum? Was that the $100,000 improvement to the museum, or was it? I wasn't quite sure. I think you're saying put more investment into refurbing the museum, so it's an additional value to the theatre.
No, well, across that whole creative sectors, of which the museum might be a part of,
yeah,
for that southern end, because it's a similar debate, I think, that's had around this table around the events sizing. If we've got the facilities, what are we then doing to support the event market that comes to utilise those facilities? And are we doing the same thing in the creative sector? If we've got the facilities and the talent, what are we doing to provide and support that? So it's across that whole sector, not just the museum.
Okay, yep. So it's the creative sector funding doubled to enable more to go on in that southern end precinct.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. And councillors, we are going to take a break, and then we're going to see Kat after the break. Is that okay? We will come back at 11:15. That will give us a little bit more time to catch up. Is that okay? And that enables you to ask any questions of Margaret if you should wish.
goals set by Hamilton City Council states: a community infrastructure program to enhance what we have and provide new community spaces and facilities for a growing city. But exactly which local communities are being enhanced and which communities are being ignored? A Hamilton City Council video on YouTube dated from 2017 is titled "Hamilton, City of Growth, Opportunity and Innovation," saying Hamilton is one of New Zealand's fastest growing cities and the opportunities are virtually limitless. Limitless, but for which industries? Or does this only apply for outsiders coming in? Considering that Hamilton is a regional student hub and churns out thousands of young graduates every year, why don't these young people choose to stay here in Hamilton? Why do our talented youth keep moving away or moving back home? It's because Hamilton City Council doesn't do enough to help retain talented youth. But I'm here today to talk specifically about our local creative talent on behalf of those who have been living and working here in Kirikiriroa for a long time. Ko Kat Waswo tōku ingoa. My name is Kat Waswo and I speak on behalf of our local creative talent. I grew up in Hamilton from my late teens and have spent most of my adulthood here. The music scene here in Hamilton inspired me to pursue a career in the creative arts. I'm a 34-year-old solo mum, a cricket coach, a newly graduated Bachelor of Communication from Wintec and hold the New Zealand Diploma in Journalism. And I'm now one of the lead organisers of the newly created Girl Fest Kirikiriroa, which seeks to celebrate local creative talent, and I'm a founding member of the Girl Fund Arts Trust. But most recently, I have become an active member of FARK, F-A-R-K, which stands for Arts Rising in Kirikiriroa. FARK is a new independent group of passionate locals who are tired of waiting for the council to notice the value that we add to the city and would like the council to recognise our community's needs. I'm here to advocate for my local creative peers and we've had enough of not being heard. We've heard enough about new dog parks and sports grounds, our newest, richest suburbs getting more and more dedicated funding each long-term plan round. We can see that our newest commercial residents get treated with first-class service when they move into town, while our fresh, passionate and up-and-coming pools of young talent continue to get under-recognised, under-supported or just completely dismissed. Hamilton seems to be the only major city in this country with a local government that does not commit to a bold arts strategy. Our neighbours over in Tauranga have a creative hub that was started up with the assistance of council called The Incubator, which sits within their historical village and has become a tourist hotspot and event destination. Our so-called sister city, Palmerston North, has a council-supported community music venue and recording space called The Stomach, which assists and nurtures creative youth. Not to mention the countless arts events and community spaces in Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch and Dunedin. Nearly every single large city in New Zealand currently has an arts development plan or strategy that sits alongside the economic and commercial or strategic growth plans and long-term goals. Hamilton just won New Zealand's most beautiful large city, and according to the images used in the media stories that followed, seems to be piggybacking off the work of artists and creatives. All of the beautiful street art, the Hamilton Gardens designs, riverside landscaping and urban sculptures, the festivals and public events which make our city so beautiful are all made possible by local creatives. Yet there's an entire grassroots generation of young local creatives that have to try and scrape the funding barrel each year and struggle to get access to practice their work or recognition from the council for their work in the community. Each proposal in the 10-year plan this round had a minimum projection of $3 million per project, yet the arts couldn't even receive $300,000 over 3 years without private funding having to be matched in order to access this. Yes, it's nice to be mentioned as a priority for once, but this is only a trial funding scheme and will only service those who have the ability to access that private funding. Simply put, this is not good enough. We are tired of our creative industries not being visible. We are tired of our work not being valued. The hub of the new National Polytechnic will be sitting across the road from the council building very soon at Wintec. The council is literally sitting right next to some of New Zealand's most talented, most enthusiastic, most innovatively fresh thinkers, but chooses to ignore harnessing their potential by turning their backs on the local creative talent living in the city. So after making my submission to the long-term plan and reflecting on those previous goals, I'm left wondering, does the council value our local creative talent, or does the word community only apply when it's a sport or a card game, or if the members are above a certain age? We propose that Hamilton City Council commits to providing more funding towards community spaces and youth events for the creative arts community in Hamilton, rather than just a trial of inaccessible and insufficient funding. If we can't grow our creative industries ourselves, then we will continue to lose our creative talent to other cities who choose to nourish the opportunities and choose to look after them better. The creative community in Hamilton has pride. We are proud of the work that we do. We are proud of what we create, and we're proud of what we contribute towards the city. All we are asking for is for the council to have some pride in us too, to value our community, to value our work. We want the council to value our artists, our performers, our musicians, our creative thinkers who all make Kirikiriroa such a beautiful place to live. We all know the arts are an invaluable aspect for Hamilton's urban culture. So for my final sentence, I ask the councillors, do you value our local creative talent?
Thank you so much for your submission. It was very well set out. Now, you are aware it's $100,000 a year for 3 years?
Yeah.
Not 30. I think your submission said 33.
Yeah, I must read that.
Oh, cool. But even in that respect, you're saying 100,000 should continue out into 10 years and...
Yeah, well, I guess my main concern is how are our local creatives going to access that funding? Like, obviously it has to be matched by private funding, but is the council going to help support the local creatives to access that private funding, or vouch or pitch their ideas? And also, you know, what's to stop big, powerful corporates just taking hold of that funding and taking it away from our creative communities?
Okay, so it's the devil is in the detail around how that 100,000 is managed.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a good idea, but only for those people who have established, you know, portfolios of work or recognition in the industry. I guess my concern is that it's not going to help the grassroots level of creatives in Hamilton, which make up a huge part of the community.
Thank you, that's good. Councillor McPherson.
Yes, look, thanks. In your submission, written submission, you had, just looking for it, on Borman Road, you had said you didn't want either option because you didn't see why the rich/new areas were funded for development. Would it help your peace of mind if you knew that the first part of the plan was actually to build cycling and walking connections through there some time, a couple of years at least, before any road for cars was built? I mean, are you in favour of that sort of development in new areas?
Yes, but I mean, every long-term submission, it seems like all of the new, I say new areas that have already been built and planned decades ago, and it just seems like it's a matter of poor town planning. If it's, you know, it's a matter of just making the intersection safer. There are so many intersections in the central city and in the older suburbs of Hamilton that are incredibly unsafe for pedestrians and cyclists, and they probably should take priority because they're more accessible to the city anyway.
Would you agree that perhaps some of those older areas don't have as many advocates as some of the new areas, advocates to organisations like council, be as well organised to advocate something?
Yeah, probably because they are often, you know, younger people living in those areas. They're students, and as I said, you know, the students don't stay here in Hamilton, so they just keep, you know, there's a high turnover of people.
Rather than homeowners and things like that.
Yeah, but they're probably the kind of demographic that would use cycle lanes and walk around town a lot more.
Yep, thank you, thanks.
Thing.
Thank you, just about your organisation, what was it called, FARC, is that right?
Yeah, it's an unofficial advocacy group.
Okay, so I'm asking for FARC's sake, where, you know, I appreciate that no amount of money could be the right amount of money to put into the creative sector, but the tension we're going to find over the next couple of weeks is that money is limited. So where would you suggest it comes from to go into the creative sector instead of?
Well, the thing is, if the council was to commit to a community space that's for a multitude of creative disciplines, it has the potential to be self-sustainable, depending on what the business plan is. But also, I saw that there is a funding round at the moment from Creative Communities NZ, which can only be accessed by government bodies, and it's open until the mid-May, I believe, and you can receive up to $50,000. So that's something that the council can access or apply to access right now. And it would be cool to see, I know that it's a very tight turnaround, it's only a few weeks away before it closes, but it would be cool to see whether the council could try and get some pitches or submissions for ideas of how a community space or, you know, ongoing community event plan would continue.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is a reasonably simple one, is what do we not do so that we can do this? Because there's only a limited pool of money coming in. All right, I get that, you know, we can apply for a 50 grand grant here or whatever, but what do we not do in our existing LTP to redirect it over?
I don't know. I'm not the accountant, but there's ongoing. Well, now's a good time, I guess, because the government's rolling out all of this COVID recovery funding specifically for the arts. So, I mean, the council could work with other entities to try and access that funding and get stuff started, but it's not necessarily financial support as well. It's just, that recognition and supporting the grassroots community rather than the rich corporates who can just start a business up like that.
Okay, thanks, Kat.
I found the Tauranga one is interesting, given that I understood vetoed a proposed art gallery there, but that's interesting. You know, I've never associated stuff with Tauranga. I get your point. Look, on the issue of the space for music venues, rehearsal spaces, obviously we don't have the Heritage Founders in action at this point, but we have all the other places like the Meteor and Clarence Street. Are you saying that that's still not inadequate? You just give us a feel about the need.
I've been basically trying to look into the viability of starting it up on my own, and it's not possible for me as a solo mum with a very low income, but there are barriers with live music. The Meteor has a blanket ban on bands rehearsing there, and I imagine all of the other theatres do. It's a noise pollution issue. And also, when I have looked into commercial leases and have pitched the idea of having a rehearsal space to landlords, they immediately don't want any interest in my business idea because there's this negative association with musicians or creatives in Hamilton that, you know, I have no idea why that reputation would be there, maybe from the 80s. But Hamilton was once a creative epicentre, like, and a huge student hub. People would come here for gigs from all around the North Island. And now we've literally been written off the touring maps. Bands don't want to play here anymore because there aren't any venues, unless they're a massive band like 660 who can afford to pack out Claudelands Event Centre. For the actual up-and-coming artists that are trying to reach a larger audience around New Zealand, there's just nowhere to play in Hamilton. If Navara Lounge is booked, then they can't go anywhere. So there's a real gap in the market there for...
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Kat, thanks for your presentation. Are you aware of the amount of funds this council currently provides towards the arts?
I don't know a figure off the top of my head.
Okay, because the reason I asked, you were pretty harsh on your criticism of us, and I just wonder if I just give you a couple of figures, whether or not you would like to reflect on your comments. Currently, in our multi-year community grants, we allocate 1.1 million. Creative Waikato receives 90,000 per annum. Clarence Street Theatre receives 50,000 per annum. The One Victoria Trust receives 50,000. My question is, and I've laid the question out quite easily. I've asked for her comment once she's heard these facts. Riverlea Theatre Arts Centre, 10,000. We allocate 120,000 per annum for Hamilton Gardens Arts Festival. We allocate 25,000 per annum for Iburn Hamilton Street Arts Festival. And not quite in the arts area, but 6 million a year in the museum. So I'm just wondering, on reflection of hearing the actual facts, whether or not you still believe we're being unfair and sending a message to young people in Hamilton, we don't support the arts.
Yeah, I still stand by what I said, because all of those entities that you mentioned have been established for decades, and they're run by older people who are not in touch with the youth crowd. Also, it's not just about theatres and museums. Like, we've got the Waikato Regional Theatre coming up, that's done and dusted. But for the young people who are coming in, there's no youth spaces, there's no safe spaces for them to create and express and develop their careers. There's no industry is the problem. There's all of these, 50-year-old established community spaces, but they're for big budget productions. They're not for young people who might only have $500 to put on a show. So, yeah, there's still a gap.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking your time and setting out such a clear submission. We appreciate it. Thank you. We now have Blair is here with us from the Aranui User Group. Welcome, Blair.
Having me here today, I think I'm fortunate enough I've presented a lot of the content from today previously to a Central City transformational team, which I see a few faces that are repeated. So I've obviously delivered a lot of content through in both, I think there's about a 15 page set of documents as well as my covering letter. But just to very quickly summarise for those that haven't met me before, I'm Blair Curry. My day job is the Managing Director of BCD Group, but I also get co-opted into a lot of community groups throughout the city and beyond to assist them with some of their goals and aspirations and help them navigate obviously the landscape that exists out there for them now. This particular group came together in June 2019. It's made up of Hamilton Rowing Club, Waikato Rowing Club, the 3 separate Wakarama and Dragon Boating clubs, Hamilton Hawks, Waikato Sports Fishing Club, and Kerr and Ladbroke Catering were also present at the kick-off. At the conclusion of that, 4 representatives were selected to move forward with, I guess, preparing a proposal on the Rose Commerce and Ferrybank Landing precincts. Those 4 people were myself, Rob Waddell, Pat Peoples from Schick Civil, and originally it was Mike Puyo, who unfortunately had to move down south for a new job, and has about a year ago was replaced by Norm Hill, who I believe is familiar to you all. So we've got representation there from both Wakarama and rowing clubs in particular. Aranui was settled upon as a name about 6 months ago. We've been ongoing with consultation amongst both iwi and the Hamilton City Council and different departments and different members, and to date it's been extremely well received. Like anything like this, it's a very difficult project to navigate, and we're under no illusions that we've got a lot of work to do still. So over the last couple of years, we've co-opted and also Jonathan Brown in a planning sense, and also Brian White from an architectural sense, who has helped prepare a lot of the imagery that you see today. So, you know, the goals here for us, actually, we set them out with a view of creating a facility that would be we'd all be really proud of collectively. That we would create a facility that was self-prophesizing in terms of enabling people to have access to our river through sporting, recreational, and cultural space. And ironically, that was sort of something that we sat down with a couple of years ago, but it was pleasing as I got to get alongside the Hamilton City Council team to sort of note that your own key pillars that you've set, we felt we were really well aligned with in terms of the community benefit, a place to call home, being Kirikiriroa, financial sustainability, connection to the Awa, and home for diversity, place to have fun in a blue-green city. So I guess I won't continue with too much more content, because I believe most of you should be aware of it, and I'd probably sort of give an opportunity here to just allow a little bit more time for questions. But essentially, if I just finish with on the financial side of things, we were looking, we've got between a couple of the individuals involved in the group, we've obviously got quite a significant amount of private sector backing. We're trying to make this thing not a burden on the city eventually in terms of the actual bricks and mortar cost. We're looking to navigate ways and means of making this using, I guess, my commercial development background and knowledge to help complement the exit strategy for the user group, so that they effectively aren't coming to the council in 3, 5 and 6 years time asking for 10, 20, 30, 40 million dollars, say like other projects that you've seen before you. That said, there's just looking for an element of seed funding, which I think would be matched by the private sector easily, probably if not more, but about 100,000 a year for the next 3 years, which we would then take through to having a clear game plan and a way forward for the next time we come back to an LTP process in 3 years' time. So that's me for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the background information. It's very clear, and a number of us did see the presentation too. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Blair, for the submission and what looks like a very exciting project. In terms of that 100K that you've sort of earmarked, what would you sort of see that covering or contributing to?
So essentially, it's going towards specialist services around, from a design point of view. There will be specialist services involved from a quantity surveying through to on-site geotechnical testing. We've tried our best to use a lot of the information that was commissioned by the city in the old River Plan document, and the document itself follows a lot of the building sort of plan area layouts and bits and pieces from the River Plan as well. However, that said, in terms of getting cost assurity, obviously geotechnically, culturally, and also connections down through to working our way through how the built form will come up through it, and getting all that measured and valued so that we can have a clear staged process.
Just a question, and I'm just I'm speculating, but if council could give you an indication of support and meet those costs within existing budgets rather than having to separate it, is that something that also could be done to sort of work with the requirements you'd need?
Sorry, you mean the cost of the 100,000?
Yeah, so say we'll work to support you and we'll meet costs within existing budgets rather than trying to earmark separate funds. Because some of those costs council might be able to recover internally, or are they external consultant costs?
I hadn't given it too much consideration around internal. I'm off the cuff just trying to think about what sort of costs would be
Just another way we might be able to package it.
Yeah.
That gets it over the line for you.
Yeah, look, open to all suggestions. I'm just in terms of the cost that I foresee, it is around having a clear game plan around what this package will look like. So I definitely would like to hope there's an element of offset here. That perhaps this is a great idea from the point of view that, because your team here have been extremely good to deal with in terms of working our way through, and I guess as we unpack some of those internal costs internally, absolutely, that'd be a really good idea to help offset that number.
Cool. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Blair. It looks like a real exciting and visionary concept to me. So there's a whole number of organisations and clubs involved. You've managed to get them all together on this to create basically a number of facilities along that area.
Yeah.
Are they all behind it? Is everybody? You've got a unified group there?
Yep. I mean, the devil's in the detail, as with any of these community projects. But they are supportive of a one master plan approach, and we'll be unpacking that detail between the different user groups, and that'll be another one of the key aspects over the next 3 years, is to make sure everyone feels like they've come along for the journey and feel like it's well understood what. So basically, rules at a high level is that no one obviously goes backwards. Everyone has a net improvement, and obviously the outcome is that it's creating a sustainability around their functionalities. I'm not sure if people are aware, but say something like a high school rower, unless you've had one yourself as one of your children, they could be spending as much as $3,000 to $3,500 a year just to compete in the sport. So this is definitely about creating access to this for all, and for all of the different sports, as well as attributing extras around the cycleway and others that we can really create a node here in the city that all will benefit from.
Great. And just very quickly, it looks like a hell of a lot of work has gone on behind the scenes, unpaid work.
Correct.
Have you reached a point where you actually, you just need some help?
There is some specialist stuff that we'll need some help with, from cultural specialists through to geotechnical testing, through to quantity surveying services. Those who know me know that I'll definitely be leaning on anyone and everyone to give us assistance and help. There's a number of people out there who we are fortunate enough as a city, if you don't need to go too many degrees of separation, that people have either done wakarama or rowing in particular, and they're always pretty supportive of giving back. That said, not everything can be done for free. So I'm certainly giving up my time for free, and along with Brian and Jonathan and anyone else we've used to date, and I'm comfortable continuing in that avenue for me personally. So
great stuff. Thank you.
And Pat.
Two more quick questions, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Southgate. Look, it's exciting to see a potential community partnership here. Are you aware of an earlier draft plan around 2015 on this whole precinct, which covered things like changing water levels and all of the other parts, apart from how buildings might look?
Yeah, absolutely. So the shape and form of the previous river plan has been fairly closely followed by the architect, and obviously I'm very familiar with things like water levels and what have you. All the work that was invested by the city back then hasn't gone to waste. It's certainly informed a lot of the fabric of what's been presented in this submission.
So do you think once you kind of get further down the track with the plan, you might be looking at that whole precinct and not just the buildings along the river? Because I recall there were apartments and so forth suggested up on the top of Victoria Street and so forth, which would go a long way to offsetting the potential ratepayer cost. And your community cost, I guess, in terms of attaining the whole development.
This submission hasn't taken into account the Victoria Street bordering part of your old river plan, because there's sort of a direct segregation, I guess, away from the user groups that have come on board with it. So the other user groups, the age concern and whatnot along that road frontage, we haven't spoken with about this. So yeah, we've steered clear of the whole concept of apartments, just due to the obviously recreational parks and gardens reserve section that we have down here.
Yep.
And so that's sort of where we've landed today.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Another question's popped up, and I blinked. Councillor Gallagher and then Councillor Bunting, very quickly, because we need to move on to the other speakers.
Yeah, look, I appreciate you've done the presentation. Have you, at this point, engaged with the immediate neighbouring community in terms of the concept? Obviously, we've picked up age concern as a user group, but I'm just thinking of the residences down along that part of the riverbank.
No, not at this point in time.
Would that be intention?
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Hey, so what's Tainui's financial commitment at this point?
To this?
Yeah.
0.
Okay, have they given you an indication they'll be?
I haven't asked them for any money.
Okay.
Or probably is the better answer to that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Thanks,
so.
Billy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the leadership that all of those people behind us are doing for the city, because they're passionate about the city, and we really do appreciate that.
No worries.
Together we get a lot further, so thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, everyone.
Next submitter, councillors, is Don. Welcome, Don.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
No stranger to this room.
That's my second submission.
Only?
Only.
Right.
So I do a précis of a fairly lengthy submission we wrote. So thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to make this submission. We note that Hamilton is a growth city. I'm not telling you anything new. It's experiencing growing pains. In the past 4 years, we've seen the results of a degradation in the investment in core local government services across New Zealand, with a large negative effect on citizens' well-beings. Several local councils throughout New Zealand have been caught with their fundamental infrastructure failing. We only need to look at Auckland with its water woes, port investments and traffic congestion, Wellington with its burst wastewater pipes, traffic congestion and dysfunctional governance, and Tauranga very similar. The list does go on. So what the Chamber is asking is that you prioritise the need to have. The basis of our submission is that Hamilton must invest in need to have projects, not nice to have pet projects. We all want to pay less, but we accept we do have to pay. But high quality infrastructure should have precedence over nice to have expenditure. We also ask that the Council listens to the business community, as economic well-being and the ensuing economic prosperity underpins and pays for other well-beings. Business can walk, as has been seen by APL and articulated to you recently by Gallagher's. Asset stewardship. Local councils throughout New Zealand have a poor record of asset stewardship. They have not spent wisely on keeping its assets up to scratch. And in Hamilton's case, the Founders Theatre, the Inner City Pool and the expense of Waterworld's regeneration are sad stories of previous Hamilton councils reducing R&M spend, and point to poor governance and asset steward over a long period of time. You are trustees of assets for future generations. You must ensure they are looked after, not fall into disrepair. Budget. We note that Audit New Zealand has tagged the HCC LTP with a note questioning Council's ability to achieve its cost savings target of $106 million in BAU expenses over the 10 years. And we will be interested in how you guys expect to do so. And we ask whether or not you are embracing strategic or collaborative budgeting to keep costs under control and stay agile and lean. Procurement. Our members note that the Council is using firms from out of the Waikato for some of its work. We see that our local firms are missing out even the shortlist for some Council projects. Our members would contend that buy local should be at the core of the Council's procurement criteria and have a much higher weighting in its assessment matrix. The rates model, just increasing rates is unfair. Councils have not acknowledged that personal and business incomes have been hard hit by COVID-19 and the yo-yoing lockdowns and adaptation to new ways of operating. So there are alternative tools to fund growth, and we suggest that there are 5 tools that would give council the means to efficiently fund the cost of growth and necessary upgrades to ease the pressure on ratepayers. Borrowing more at a time of interest rates for councils that are well under 2%, using the emergency provisions of the Local Government Borrowing Act in these post-COVID days. Also using the new 2020 IFF Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act lending regime that is off balance sheet and in collaboration with private investment. We note you can collaborate now with Kāinga Ora, who have significant funds available for infrastructure projects for their particular types of developments. We also see that working with central government to fund national asset infrastructure is a good way of funding projects, and equally we would promote user pays charging. So I can go into the detail on the new borrowing mechanisms that are available to you, but I'm sure that you know those in greater detail, so I'll skip through that. We would suggest that there is, in user pays, a huge amount of value to its citizens and others you give free or at a significant discount to cost recovery. We wonder whether or not this needs to change to more equitably share the cost of the value that users enjoy, and we would float the idea of sacred cows such as the Hamilton Gardens being returned to a surplus rather than a cost to council. We would also suggest to the council that it should investigate congestion charging on urban routes. The monies collected should be ring-fenced to go back and improving those urban routes. The role of government is critical to offsetting ratepayers' burdens, and bringing central government inside the tent as a full partner to develop national infrastructure assets like Southern Links is critical. Cooperation is possible, and both council and central government have indicated the desire to work better together, but we won a share of shovel-ready infrastructure projects, but Chamber asks, why haven't those shovels started working? Have we not the strength of voice to get those projects funded and started by central government? From Chamber's perspective, the Waikato Expressway demonstrates what can be done with central government funding to get the Waikato moving and more productive by improving key transport assets. That project has done more to attract business to Hamilton and the Waikato than any other major initiative. The private sector has money to invest and expertise to be drawn on. Council and partners across government must get alongside the local private sector to identify what to do differently, who could do it better, and what ownership and operating models should be employed to deliver superb results. The Council has an asset portfolio that could be attractive to private sector investors and operators. Owner-operator is not the only model Council should consider. There are funding, financing and operating models to investigate. From infrastructure funding and finance borrowing to special purpose bonds, a project-specific levy or PPPs, it's having the will to find a way. Development contributions are causing a great deal of distrust between business and council. They appear to be more trouble than they are worth, and they seem to financially favour some developers in particular locations over others. Any developer must add a significant margin onto their selling price in recompense for their costs and time and money to fund development contributions. We contend that development contributions jack up the price of the land with undesirable results. Excessive DCs are causing Hamilton's land to become uncompetitive with surrounding territorial authorities such as Waipa and Waikato District, and indeed the Bay of Plenty. They could be replaced with long-term development levy on the property specific to the infrastructure built that repays council borrowing at today's historically low rates. Given that there's a judicial review of DCs at present, we'll not comment any further, other than to reiterate that DCs are a blunt and archaic method of financing infrastructure. And
Thank you.
Amalgamation, probably the elephant in the room, and without dismissing the difficulty to act, the Chamber questions whether Council has pursued amalgamation with robust energy, if at all. There's nothing in your plans, no discussion in your meetings, no leadership in your presentations to central government on amalgamating the 12 councils in the Waikato into one. Historically, the Waikato has always been riven by petty patch protection, but business is finding your boundaries artificial and arbitrary, costly to work with, time-consuming, illogical and unproductive. The Chamber has raised this issue most recently in 2014, in 2018 and now in 2021. There are 12 territorial authorities governing 500,000 people, 12 replications, 12 governance bodies, 12 bureaucracies, 12 large cost centres, 12 voices singing off quite separate song sheets, 12 entities with different rules for business to deal with. Hamilton businesses work, play and live across those boundaries. They are unnecessary hurdles, they create unnecessary complexity, they create competition rather than collaboration, and they have no natural logic. The lines that define those territories bear no resemblance to reality. They are archaic and holding the city and Waikato back from achieving a prosperous future. We make our suggestions and recommendations in a positive and constructive spirit to support the livability and viability of our city and its governance. We look forward to our input being included in the final long-term plan document. And as an aside, we'd like to also say very much a thanks to Jen Beard. We know she's heading on to RNZ. We wish her well and we thank her for all the support that she's given business over the last years here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You finished on a very positive point actually there.
On Jen?
Be pretty hard-hitting with some of the others, other
understand
issues,
that,
but that's fine. Just a couple of questions from me and then some others. You talk about user pays, but you're not specific about any examples of user pays that jump out at you.
Well, I would look, for example, at Hamilton Gardens. Wonderful attraction to the city, been built on the back of ratepayers' money. But then I look across to Hobbiton, where they would earn, when they were at full speed, something in the order of $200 per visitor. I'm not saying that you go to that particular model, but if you could earn between $10 and $20 per visitor, offering products other than just a walk round, I would suggest to you that it would go some way to ameliorating the cost on the ratepayer.
Thank you. That's one example. We'd be absolutely open to hearing your other ideas. In terms of, you categorise nice to have and need to have, but on the nice to have, you haven't actually given us any examples of that, but I'll just leave that with you for feedback.
Can do after this, yes.
The question I have around amalgamation is, have you spoken to the Minister as an organisation? Have you spoken to the Minister for Local Government on this issue?
There has been a meeting with Minister Nanaia Mahuta, and we are planning to have the Minister speak to us in late May on the subject.
And have you spoken to the National Council of Local Government New Zealand?
No, we have not.
Might suggest that'd be a good one.
Yep.
And just in respect, you're aware of two views in New Zealand, one focused on localism within the local government sector that's been adopted by Local Government New Zealand. You're aware of that, right?
I am, and I've had conversations both with Stephen Town, who led the Auckland amalgamation, and understand the pros and cons, the benefits, and certainly some of the issues they have up there as well. Yep. And that's been now a 10-year example for us to have a good look at.
So I would assume off the back of your comments around amalgamation that the Three Waters reform into 6 entities is something that the Chamber highly supports?
Yes, we do, and we see that that would probably be a catalyst for some form of amalgamation.
Excellent. Well, there's a lot in your submission. I'd love to talk to you some more about that. Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, and thanks, Don, for your submission. Just a question around the maintenance of our existing assets.
Yep.
Are you taking some of the offerings from what is in our agreement and what we've done since the last long-term plan with our renewals and maintenance policies to address the likelihood of events like the Founders Theatre and Waterworld not occurring in future?
Absolutely do. We just want to make sure it doesn't backslide.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
if you could send us some examples of historic nice to haves, would you say the destination playground at the lake is a nice to have or an essential item?
Don't know it's sufficient to be able to comment. If I can come back to you after I've investigated it, I'll give you a reply.
Yeah, velodrome, same thing.
Velodrome, it certainly attracted a large amount of interest and fund and revenue to Waipā. I think it was a very smart move.
Okay. Look, just a final question. I don't want to duplicate what the Mayor said. Around the amalgamation and more refined boundaries. You don't get much argument from me, particularly on Tamahiri, as you well know. But you've come to us. You've used the word "your" in action. I can assure you that it's not for want of trying from this council, but around the region, because you're Waikato Chamber of Commerce, where else are you going? Sort of a roadshow around the other region just to talk through those issues, or? We had a meeting of what's known as the Northern Hub of Chambers, which includes chambers from Hawke's Bay, Taranaki, Manawatu, north to Northland, and one of the subjects has been amalgamation. Yes. All I'm just saying is, you've come here, thank you, thought-provoking, comprehensive submission, presumably going to the Waikato District, Waipā and the other TAs with a similar message. I was over in Matamata yesterday discussing some of the issues they've got there, whereby they have truck and trailer units going down their main street. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Kia ora, Don. Thanks for your presentation. I was interested in your comment in your submission around congestion charging. Can you elaborate on that?
I've worked up in Asia, certainly in Singapore and Malaysia, where they do work congestion charging particularly well, and it changes the behaviour of certainly commuters, and I see no issue with that whatsoever if it is brought in.
Are you aware that there's submissions open at the moment? There's a congestion inquiry at the moment and submissions open?
No, I was not.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your frank and well set out submission.
Thank you very much, Paul.
We have Amy from Sport Waikato here. Matthew as well, of course. I'm just going from my list, Matthew, sorry. Welcome to you both.
Kia ora koutou, Amir Paula, councillors. It's lovely to be here, so thanks for the opportunity. Just on a personal note, I love being a Hamiltonian. I just want now, in terms of my submission, introduce you to Amy Marfell, my General Manager for Sport and Community at Sport Waikato. Thank you to Hamilton City Council for the opportunity to speak, but more for the support you have given Sport Waikato with the recent Regional Connectivity Coordinator role and our partnership through the recently endorsed and adopted Waikato Regional Active Spaces Plan. Congratulations also to Hamilton City Council on the significant proposed investment in play, active recreation and sport across the city. The Council's attention to movement is a key aspect of wellbeing is to be commended. In our verbal submission, we would like to voice our support for many of the proposed capital projects, but also to express our views specifically on the proposed developments in the aquatic space. As lead agency for the nationally endorsed Waikato Regional Active Spaces Plan, we feel it important to highlight our support for the proposed developments at Waterworld, the covering of the Lido and the proposal to establish an additional aquatic provision in the North Hamilton Rototuna, which is a priority in the plan, the Waikato Active Recreation Plan. I qualify. Indoor and therefore year-round aquatic space is limited in the region. A recent independent needs analysis study states Hamilton and the Waikato have identified as requiring a network approach to facilities, not one big facility, to support access, meaning placement is key consideration, particularly for high deprivation communities. Spreading facilities and looking carefully at where there are gaps. An example, the north is a gap and it's important. Indoor aquatic provision allows access to swimming opportunities for larger demographic and for longer. Waterworld is a site of aquatic significance in the region and here as well in our city. Therefore, it makes the most sense to maximise opportunities and efficiencies as this site where possible. The plan identifies both Waterworld and the North as ideal locations for aquatic provision. What this means is that Sport Waikato do support the demolishing of the municipal pool in favour of the Waterworld and the Northern provision opportunities. We would also encourage Council to consider opportunities to fund additional infrastructure at Waterworld to further maximise the site where possible. We also feel it is important to note that we do see the Te Awa Lakes project would be additional to any of the above projects, not in replace of it. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. So questions now? I've got a question. So you were quite clear about the covered opportunities north and in Te Rapa, so
Yep.
that's very clear. In terms of still having that gap of covered places for aquatics, what's your view on some of the things you'll be aware of around the partner schools projects? Girls High might be one, Boys High, others, and the University of Waikato covering their pool. What's your view on what they might offer in the context of what you said, spreading across the city?
Well, I think the first thing I'd state, Mayor Paula, is and I think it was brought up by Councillor Taylor around the importance for collaboration and the importance of partnerships. And so from a point of view of the community facility or community sport provision, we're seeing this in other councils around and that comes through in our the Active Spaces plan, that we need to refer back to the evidence. And the evidence tells us that partnership is the way to go in terms of getting the capital, but also the operating model. So we're certainly in favour of those opportunities.
So as they arise, we should favourably enter into discussions about what the partnership looks like. You haven't got... Do you have a view on a central city? Just because it came up this morning with Single Swim, do you have a view on...
Yeah, I've just covered that. I think my view is that you base it on the plans, and the aquatic plan, the Waikato Regional Aquatic Plan, and the Waikato Regional Active Spaces Plan, which is a nationally endorsed document, is saying that the provision in terms of increasing the scope at Waterworld, and also we have a gap in the northeast of Hamilton.
Right, cool. So those are, I was clear about your priority.
Yeah.
I just wondered if, if you felt there should also be something that's centralised to the city, but that's fine. Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Cool, thank you. And I think you've just answered it, and obviously I'm delighted with your submission. So the research you've based this on is the national, what was it, National Aquatics Plan?
There's the Waikato Aquatics Plan and there's the Waikato Regional Active Spaces Plan. It started off, Mark, Councillor, in 2014. It's now taken a wider provision, and actually you've been a key catalyst for that because of the evolution of play.
Right.
So it's now called the Active Spaces Plan, and that has been endorsed by the Waikato Mayoral Forum.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you for your excellent, really good submission. The indoor space and recognised schools, but we, how we've had the university-based concept versus South Hamilton, Melville High Schools. Do you have any sort of update or feel on that? Because obviously that's one of with the growth in peacocks and acknowledging, the Tiamu, the region, obviously there's still a need.
We're a big fan of community school partnerships, Councillor. Yeah. And I think that to me is an area where I look at the southwest of Hamilton City and understanding that council are investigating, we would encourage, we've had some big wins over the last 4 or 5 years around community school partnership. So from a point of view, and then also knowing the exciting development across at Peacocks, we think that probably has a lot of merit in terms of, and also hearing that there may be some indication that the ministry are looking at this area as well. So I think it's exciting. Amy, I don't know if you've got anything to add there.
Yeah, just in addition, one of the things that the new version of the plan really outlines is facility optimisation. And what we're seeing is those school community partnerships actually allow us to keep our facilities full most of the time, rather than having a standalone community facility, which is absolutely bombarded at peak times, but for example, during the day can sit quite empty. So in terms of OPEX, those partnerships and relationships make the most sense.
All right, no, that's good. Thank you.
Oh, more's popped up. Councillor Thompson.
I was just interested, there were two unfunded projects you commented on. One was the Parks Connection Programme. What was your reason for kind of pulling that one out?
So again, the plan, because it's an active spaces plan now, one of the priorities in there is around connectivity and actually making sure that our assets are connected so that we can promote more movement between. So that was one of the reasons that we endorsed that approach.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether you were here, Matthew and Amy, when Blair presented about what was happening down the ferry bank. But is there a role for Sport Waikato to be playing in amongst that community / potential council partnership, particularly around funding opportunities and steering everybody in the right direction?
Well, absolutely. I mean, as you know, Councillor Rob, we've gone through significant change to reset our organisation to be one that is focused on influencing system change and influencing the decision makers. And so the new Sport Waikato has wrapped a new team around that. It's a leaner team, and I would say, and that's where I picked up on Councillor Taylor's question. I think that was a really good one around. We need to ensure now we talk about optimisation, we talk about hubbing, the importance for us to cut out inefficiencies. And so I think that we are very keen, would be very keen to look at that and support.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, I was sort of going to ask the same thing. I was interested in your impressions of what Blair Curry presented in terms of that whole ferry bank community hub.
Well, I've always been a fan of what we're trying to do to swing our city around, and also I know that if ever there was a sport that's synonymous to Hamilton City, to Waikato, was rowing, and I've always seen a couple of clubs on either side of our bridge. So I'm certainly very keen to see how we can actually work smarter. We can do that alongside Sport New Zealand. They're a big supporter of ours as well. So if it needs some feasibility, Councillor, Deputy Mayor, we can help influence that.
Thank you. Just one quick one, Ryan. Thank you.
Matthew, not in your submission, but I'd be interested in your view. We had another submission about it, East Link.
Yes.
And just making sure that they're talking to you, and because there's obviously a massive hub opportunity there.
Cool.
So we do have involvement with Async in terms of where they've got to this point with their governance structure. We have been guiding them in that sense. Our recommendation was, rather than it being a facilities-based project, that it started at the governance level first, where we had different organisations actually working together before we even started to talk about what facilities might look like. So we are still involved in supporting them along that journey. Absolutely a priority for us in terms of having sporting organisations working together, again, to minimise inefficiencies. So that's something we're very involved with.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all that you do to walk alongside us with recreation in the city and play and everything else.
Cool. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We now have Te Awa Lakes. Been a long time.
It has been a while. We're back.
Welcome.
Thank you. Kia ora and hello everyone. So yes, thanks for the opportunity for Lali and I to present today. So my new role is CEO of Te Awa Lakes. It's a big one for Perry, so I've moved into that role, and Lali's, who's actually our partner in Te Awa Lakes as well. Lali wears many hats around the city, but today he's here presenting our Te Awa Lakes submission as well. So in general, Te Awa Lakes is supportive and complementary, or a lot of the projects that Te Awa Lakes and Brian Perry Charitable Trust, in fact the group, undertaking are complementary to the long-term plan. But our submission here today is focused more on the Hamilton North and investment in further infrastructure in that northern zone, which will open up employment and housing opportunities. We've got you can see our presentation up there. So just a bit of an overview, or just the first slide, sorry, just a bit of an overview for those that aren't as familiar with Te Awa Lakes. So it is the first master plan mixed-use community development in Hamilton or in the Waikato, and it's very similar to Hobsonville in Auckland. So it is a new way of living, and Lali's going to show a few slides shortly of a bit more detail of that development. It has been developer-led and financed since the BP service station was opened in 2015. So Perry's have invested in the Three Waters around about. BPCT's helped enable the Te Ao River Ride and the Perry Bridge, and also we built a little bike pump track out there back in 2015 as well. And those have been around a while. We went through a bit of a planning, but obscure pathway. We started off with a private plan change, and then we jumped on the SHA track and thought that might be a quicker process. And Hamilton City Council were great. They supported our application. Unfortunately, timing wasn't right, and it declined in Wellington. So we jumped back on the private plan change track. And here we are today. We've finally got our plan change over the line, but we've still got a little bit more, and you can see on that bottom right-hand side, that's Perry's land holding out in Horotū there. So we've got the purple patch on the left. That's what we call the buffer zone in between Fonterra and where the residential development will be. So now we've reached an agreement with Fonterra. What we're looking to do is transfer the old major facility zone, which is in the blue block, across to that purple block, and that's more conducive, I guess, with sitting in a buffer zone in between the dairy factory and the residential zone. So we need some support around that, but also on the northern side in the I'm actually colourblind. That top one looks red to me, but Lali tells me it's green. So in the green zone, that's Horotū West, which is Waikato District Council. So we're looking for some support across the boundary there as well. So Te Awa Lakes is also part of the North Hamilton growth node, combining Rotokauri and Rototuna. It's also part of the Future-Proof Northern Corridor growth strategy. And also we're looking to create a new recreational precinct and a new gateway for Hamilton City rather than an old sand quarry. It'll be a spectacular master plan community. But that recreational precinct will also have the effect of linking Te Awa Lakes through to Ngāwahia, the Hakaramatas and Hopu Hopu, all connected by the River Ride, road and rail. So Lali's just going to take you through a few more slides, which gets into the detail of what we're planning.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou, malo lava. So creating communities has been a key theme behind setting up Te Awa Lake. So in this slide, just a reminder about the level of mixed use that's being proposed in order to create that community. So lots of talk about houses right now, but the opportunity for employment, living areas, for mixed typologies in that area and mixed tenure. So there's lots of talk going on with regard to trying to deliver housing and a community for the housing spectrum. If I can flick to the next slide, please. So with the housing products specifically and creating those communities, the opportunity to have river products next door to affordable housing type products, and then all the typologies in between within the one area is part and parcel of creating intergenerational space so that families could move across housing products within the one region without having to uproot their families completely from that location. The other key thing about this product offering is that it will rely on utilising the same community amenities whether you live in a high value property or an affordable property in that space. Thank you. Sorry, next slide. As part of the overall development, we've got an area on the site that's called the Major Facilities Zone. You've heard one of our partners in that space speak to, and common shareholder in Simon, talk about Crystal Lagoons. So Crystal Lagoons is one of the offerings that the site potentially provides, and as Matt has mentioned, one of the aquatic focused opportunities in the region. And this major facilities zone is part of creating an opportunity for visitors, not just local, but across New Zealand, to have the opportunity to spend time within the region. So rather than a Rotorua Taupo base, we have a new opportunity which is a North Hamilton base for visitors. Next slide, please. So the recreational precinct is what Te Awa will hope to contribute to the Hamilton to Auckland corridor, the cross-boundary discussion with Hamilton City District Regional, and also supported by Waka Kotahi. That recreational precinct focus is leveraging the opportunities that already exist with significant visitors to the Hakurumata and being able to move back south to Te Awa Lakes, which anchors that northern end, and then to connect it back up to Hopu Hopu and then through into Huntly. So our visitors get to leverage the river as the backbone for that recreational precinct. So if high performance is connected to Cambridge in the south, all connected to the river, then the north of Hamilton will offer a leisure and a recreation precinct that we're looking to encourage and develop. So Te Awa Lakes is the seed to that. You'll see just in the middle there next to where the Perry Bridge is located, we had some initial discussions about the opportunity to redevelop with the city and a potential extension to that adventure park by including the landfill that's located in that space. So Perry's used to operate a landfill on the other side of the river opposite AFCO. It is an opportunity for us to extend that and use some of the Christchurch red zone ideas in order to extend undevelopable land and thereby be able to create further adventure opportunities to that total space. Next slide, please. So here's just a quick connection and a reminder to having time to plan has had time to connect with the regional strategies. So the first one being connected to the housing initiative, understanding what total housing requirement we do need and that the spectrum is across all products, not just at one end. The corridor in Hamilton to Auckland corridor, the North Hamilton node is centrally located in terms of Hamilton and that corridor space which leverages the existing transport hubs. And then the Metro Spatial Plan, the opportunity for Hamilton to become 2 or 3 times the size that it is today, is also connected as part of the Northern Corridor node. And then the fourth slide there is opportunity for Te Awa in respect to creating a connection between Rotokauri, Rototuna and the northern development of the city. And that would complement Ruakura and Peacocks to the east and the south. So I think the next click there is a few ticks which says, yes, we connect to RHI, yes, we connect to the corridor, yes, we connect to Metro Spatial, and yes, we are part of the northern node of the city growth. Next slide, please. So quick picture, Golden Triangle, you guys know the story, so it's a growing north approach which we are part of and looking to contribute to with our live, work and play strategy. And I think final slide. So just in quick closing, we've got a master plan which includes 3 blocks of land which could yield almost 2,000 houses in the future. New employment opportunities, we connect with our local strategies and we want livable, playable, workable communities in that space. And we're looking to help to create this new destination for the region and a new way of living. So what we would look for your help on, and I think our submissions put that forward, we're just looking for some help to accelerate the opportunity to grow that northern hub together with you. The developer and Perry's and Te Awa Lakes generally will continue to push forward with that area. More coordinated council support would be opportune. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor and councillors.
Thank you very much. One quick question on this, because it's pretty comprehensive. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, guys, for your presentation. Just for clarity, when you talk about Te Rapa North, are you talking about HT1 or separate from or integrating with?
Integrating with. Right. HT1's still a long way down the track, I think. But the opportunity to continue to push development in a complementary way from the west of the town before we connect back into the other side of River Road is important.
Okay, Okay, and you talk about in your submission targeted rates. Are you fairly agnostic about how that might look, or are you sort of alluding towards the IFF type model?
No, pretty agnostic at this stage. I think the opportunity to have a little bit better understanding of who might contribute what to where, what we might vest going forward, and who's better to hold and manage that amenity going forward would have an impact on that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to do question, only the one, but quickly, Martin. And
I won't talk about HT1, which is a significant issue, should be for us. But I think the quick question about the collaboration with the Waikato District Council, and just give us a quick summary of the kind of interactions, because obviously in this case they are very much the partner council.
Yeah, so we've got some 400 odd products that we're thinking of putting on that side, complementary to what we're already doing in the other two land blocks. The sooner that they can move forward with their district plan in that space, the faster we can accelerate product on that side as well. There is an opportunity to connect infrastructure in that top end, and I think that's part of the Three Waters discussion that has been going on as well. Martin.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for the comprehensive submission.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Lynn from 2000. Welcome, Lynn.
I'll introduce Betty Collins, who's also a very active member of Tui 2000. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Tui 2000 Incorporated, taku upu. Ko Lynn Garnham, aho, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Thank you, everyone. And I think you're all doing amazingly well. 5 days of hearings, and you're still all standing. There's 3 main points from our submission, which I handed in last week. Firstly, Waiwhakareke, our favourite baby. Hamilton Zoo now is responsible for Waiwhakareke and its continuing development as an internationally recognised restoration project. The director of the zoo, Dr. Baird Fleming, is very well equipped to meet this responsibility by virtue of his qualifications and experience in Albuquerque. But to do so, he and the zoo need to be adequately resourced. Specifically, budgeting for the zoo needs to include funding for staffing of the park. Staff to manage sourcing, purchasing of plants, overseeing planting, supervising volunteers, releasing weed and pest control, rather than depending on volunteers like Betty here, who has spent many hours out there. The current 20-hour short-term contract and a full-time gardener role just advertised is totally inadequate. The short-term contract has to be renewed in October, as it is now. So we're hoping that or something better can proceed with later in the year. This funding needs urgent addressing for the zoo to take over with the management of the park. We fully support the work to create the new entrance for the zoo in Waiwhakareke and the budget commitments there. We would prefer to see all the stages completed within the next few years and not leave stage 3, which is an education centre, which we're passionate about, until the 27, 28 and 29 years, as you've got in the long-term plan. One positive thing in there, which we agree to, is the $1 to the zoo entry charges to assist with funding the park. In passing, I would note that Tui 2000's role under its Memorandum of Understanding is undetermined at this point, but we remain strongly committed to the future of the park, though we cannot and should not carry out the range of functions we have over the past 13 years or so. The park needs professionalism and continuity of management. The second point that we raised in our submission was the nature in the city strategy. It's been approved, as has the Strategic Implementation Plan 21-24. The National Biodiversity Strategy and Global Warming policies have been developed. Subsequently, Hamilton City is required to work towards the 10% natural biodiversity. The gullies and the riverbank are the key for this city. The impetus is there. The volunteers are active. Last year's contribution, $100,000 to the Kirikiri Roa Restoration Forum, has been shared out and well used by the 6 groups. The collective input of the volunteer leaders and the regular input and sharing information and planning with the council staff has been very productive. Council staff come to our forum meetings once every 2 months. Massive progress is being made with communication and understanding of the mutual goals. We must keep the ball rolling and continue to fund and staff now. Gully restoration is our third key concern. We've supported the restoration of the gullies since 1989, when TUI 2000 was first formed. We still continue to contribute in any way we can, and are delighted to see that the draft budget allocates money to gully restoration. We're an active participant in the Kirikiri Roa Restoration Forum, and we support the work of the volunteer gully leaders and the coordination of the regular meetings and workshops led by GoEco. Not only restoration of council land is required to reach the 10%, but also commitments from private and industrial landowners. The council is able to work and resource public land or work with existing gully groups. For land holdings other than council, institutional and private partnerships need to be established to enhance the gullies. The past Plants for Gullies initiative that the council operated, and a republishing of and updating of the Gully Restoration Guide booklet is necessary. And we think that the establishment of an advisory service for homeowners would be very helpful to help them restore their gullies. As for the continuing subdivision and development of gully land, the issue of what the district plan allows, as the cliche goes, local authorities are creatures of statute. If the district plan allows it, the council has to approve it under the required conditions. We feel that changing the district plan, and particularly the planning maps that identify the areas to be preserved and enhanced, that is significant natural areas, is required of the council. Work to identify the SNAs in Hamilton City and their addition to the planning maps would indicate some progress towards the 10%. Progress would also require education of the landowners as to the collective positive effects of the biodiversity of the city and the mental and physical health on the community, recognising that there could be opposition from landowners whose property rights are affected. We have discussed at our meetings, maybe people may want compensation, but that is an issue that may face the council in the future. As an example of our concerns, we've seen an advertisement for the sale of a section at 50 Te Aroha Street, where we understand consent has been given for a house to be built over the stream on that property. And the stream runs into a gully. Then we have to question the council's commitment to biodiversity. The Environment Court orders from 2015 need to be recognised. There's lots of work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you made your concerns known to council already about that, or has this just come to?
Not about the house, no.
No, so I wasn't aware of it.
Yeah, just that, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, and I'm certainly not being mischievous because this will be a question that will come up eventually, but paid entry to Waiwhakariki. So I just want to see your face for a start, but
No way.
You don't think that would ever be a consideration? Or?
I mean, look, all the years we fought to get the toilet there. And Lynn Blue is there now, and no, it's just being so well used, and so many people are enjoying it. I can't see.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely not.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All your points are clearly set out in the submission. Thank you for the good work, hours upon hours of work that you've done in that across our
park,
city.
yes,
So we
yes.
appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you both.
Okay, thank you very much.
I believe Tom is here. Hi.
Could be fluoride in the water, you know.
So you're speaking separately though, Michelle?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Well,
I
actually,
I'll go first.
she's taken the floor first, you see.
Well, we'll just,
'Cause she's
in that
much
respect
better
then, we'll just bring you both together over the associated time. You've got 5 minutes each. Off you go.
She may, can she take a little bit of my time if she needs to?
Well, you've only got the 5
Yeah,
minutes
let's
each.
go.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like this council to hear my serious concerns and others who have spoken in regards to our dire financial position with the amount of city debt. Just under 43 million in interest alone per year, as one presenter quoted, is nothing to be proud of. It only takes a small effort to research about the global Great Reset away from mainstream media to know we have little experience of what lies ahead financially. Some say it will be worse than the Great Depression, as quoted by the Australian economist John Adams with his videos titled In the Interest of the People. He gives good information relevant to the Australasian situation regarding housing loans and so on. We need to remember 4 of our largest banks are Australian owned, so our fates in regards to those who have mortgages to these banks are at their mercy. All loans that are signed up to by council are using our homes as collateral. No one needs another mortgage on top of their existing loans. I would say the majority of ratepayers are not aware of this fact. An additional risk is that the loans council have channelled through the local government funding agency at supposedly lower interest rates make our council, as a member council, subject to other member councils' liabilities. One case or example is that Auckland Council's current debt is $10 billion, so our Hamilton ratepayers are joint and severally liable for their debt too, plus other member councils and the debts in the country. The point is that we are all being placed in a position of losing the roof over our heads en masse throughout the country should these loans be called in. The bigger picture was presented to you by the late John Eastoe, then President of the Hamilton Residents and Ratepayers Association, Rowena Calliope, and myself around the 2011 and 12 to Waikato Regional Council and yourselves, being United Nations Agenda 21-2030 Sustainable Development, a program to extinguish our rights to own property, to have all resources controlled and personal freedoms lost. Examples being 1, overtaxation of properties, 2, being forced off the land without choice, 3, fines by council for non-code compliance. 4, the UN believes land ownership contributes to social injustice. Note that the rights of the individuals to own property is the very vehicle in which private wealth is created. Note that Jacinda Ardern, in her 2019 speech at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Goalkeepers Conference, stated she had included Agenda 30 into domestic policy for New Zealand. I can't help think of the people's champion, the late Penny Bright, would say Agenda 21 on steroids. Why are we paying rates to a council to spend on global policies of the UN? So why is the UN not paying your exorbitant salaries, and this includes your planners? Why are ratepayers and core services being shoved aside? Of particular interest, Waste Management is the company that Bill Gates has major investments in, as the logo is very similar to the one in the USA. We requested those present councillors back in 2011 and 12 to dismantle and withdraw from this program, as this is not the Kiwi way of life and it is controlled by unelected overseas officials from the UN. Our money's been wasted on non-essential infrastructure and nice-to-have projects when our water and sewage pipes need renewing. Our beloved Founders Theatre and municipal pools discarded for no logical reason. They can be fixed at a far cheaper rate than building new. I find it appalling to know that more of Hamilton's historic buildings and the pool are to be gone. Our forebears lovingly created these facilities for all to enjoy, and this is trampling on their memory. The remedy for council was to stop the overspending, postpone the worthy projects, rethink the Peacocks development, this is the elephant in the room, or Debt Mountain, and let the Shores Bird Park stand, move the road in question 6 metres to the south. How simple is that? This also avoids bridges having to be built at our expense on unstable land. Withdraw from the local government funding agency. As I have been informed, it does not work out cheaper because the loans are rolled over as they are unable to be repaid. Instead, use the Local Government Finance Act, where this allows a line of credit for infrastructure from our own Reserve Bank of New Zealand at a low or nil interest rate. Reduce debt, reduce rates so our people can thrive. I have to say that we left Hamilton 4 years ago and met other Hamiltonians, about a dozen couples, who have left in our area to the south. There appears to be a slow exodus happening because of the traffic congestion, stack and pack housing, squashed and transforming the suburbs. It just does not feel right. Of special note is that your large team of town planners are all indoctrinated at the universities and they think sustainable development, smart growth, alias Agenda 21, is all there is. Mr Bill Wasley, also known as Mr Smart Growth, an instigator of this UN program, is making a lot of money from ratepayers and taxpayers by chairing many of the committees as a so-called independent chair to implement this anti-human doctrine. So to sum up, it comes down to your moral duty to care for those you represent, to ensure rates are kept to a minimum, debt reduced, so Hamiltonians can live with the peace of mind and they can afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom, do you want to add to that in the time that's left to you?
No. I'll start
Just
now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep, it's
Okay.
up there.
Hi all. I'm here today to talk about 2 points: upper management restructure and public workshops. Council needs an upper management restructure, but not the general staff. As we have found, there is a missing information link between the general community and councillors. We all saw this with our last president, Residents and Ratepayers President, who tried to open up communications with the present mayor and his emails were directed to the delete bin. There is still management here that was involved in the V8's mess, and that's 15 years ago. Founders Theatre misinformation and mistruths presented to council regarding the fly system, earthquake strengthening and costings are very misleading. Another reason for management restructure. Also, the Victoria Gate building mess. A good illustration how to turn $6.5 million into $4 million. Another loss to ratepayers and again to council's pet developers. The Shores Bird Park fiasco. These fantastic people have been bullied. Why you still have the same management involved in this is shocking. Councillors will come and go like 10-year plans, but if you want real change in a city that thrives, you need to look at the layers of misinformation and mismanagement and bullying of staff and the public/ratepayers. Right, number 2, workshops, public workshops. Staff get to workshop councillors on important community projects, which is otherwise known as consensus building, without fair public input, and I don't mean the present imbalance we see before us today, where we can be questioned and we can't question councillors in return. The democratic solution is public workshops to inform councillors of what the ratepayers and public actually want. This could be easily organised by very qualified people within our community, ensuring cost-benefit analysis. Because you are being fed misinformation, you can't make clear, informed decisions, which puts you in a poor light with the public. This also creates division between us, putting us in an adversarial
relationship of instead of working together for the best outcome. Council have more serious issues to deal with than what's in your questionnaire forms, such as poor management.
Excuse me. That is starting to err on defaming staff in the organisation. Let's stick to key
I'm sorry,
examples, please.
point of order, such as poor management and poor public input that is genuinely listened to and implying if it is truly beneficial, and implementing if it is truly beneficial to our city. Thank you. But wait, there's more. I learnt last night that we are paying $117,400 per day in interest. Wow, that's $43 million per year to the banksters. Now, that's financial mismanagement. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. There was a few incorrect statements in there, but I'm going to let them ride at this point in time. And never has your invitation for me to come and speak to you been put in any delete bin, so I take exception to that comment.
We have proof. Yeah.
Oh, please supply me the proof, because I'm always will come and talk. I couldn't at the LTP because the LTP I was at a different event, but you were sent another councillor, right? So so just take exception to some of the incorrect statements about staff and councillors in your submission.
Well, look at where we are.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Look at where we are. It's a mess.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. So you mentioned at the outset about a gap between the council and public, and you also referred to poor public input.
Yeah.
But how do you account for the fact that we've got 5,600 submissions to the long-term plan, which is the most we've ever got?
But it's not true input. There's an imbalance. You know, this is all set up like a court. People get nervous when they come in here. They get 3 to 5 minutes. You cannot go into detail in 3 to 5 minutes why things are wrong or right.
No, you certainly haven't gone into detail. Where do you get most of your information from? Where do you get your information
Well, where everyone else gets from it.
Can I suggest that
you... I read.
What do you read to get your information?
Well, what do you read?
Well,
books, internet?
Well, I'd stay away from the internet if I was you.
Okay.
Can I suggest you change the sources where you get your information from?
So
you don't
we're getting
use
off
the internet
track here, councillors.
Do you not use the internet?
We're out of time for
I'm
questions
careful the way
now.
I use the internet.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, we're out of time. We're out of time, thank you, because there are some other people who would like to be heard before we have a short break. Thank you for coming. And we now invite Tony Armstrong, who's also speaking on behalf of the Hamilton Residents and Ratepayers Association. You have 5 minutes. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, everyone. Hope your ears aren't burnt enough. Let's see if I can burn a few more ears. That's cool. My name's Tony Armstrong. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Hamilton Ratepayers, Residents and Ratepayers Association as their president. So I've been there for about a year. My career experience, and I think one of the most important things that I hear in my lifetime is that everyone should back up what they're talking with a little bit of experience. So I'm hoping that my experience will help cement some of the thoughts that I have in your mind. So I've been 35 years as a primary school teacher within Hamilton, 40 years as a dry stock farmer, so I've got 250 acres, which I run myself. I've been 50 years as a landlord with houses in Hamilton and also out on the farm. Just to add to some clarity on that no one seems to have mentioned, is that included in my rates, which are horrendous, the fact that every landlord has to have their house insured as well. So instead of just saying, oh, just the rates, it's rates plus insurance, which adds a huge amount each year. And the rates, the insurance has been increased quite markedly since Christchurch, which is horrendous. I've been married for 47 years and I've been 6 years as a regional councillor. So I kind of know a little bit about what has happened. My presentation is more political and economic, so bear with me for that. Each member of our group has either submitted their concerns to council or made their view known at our meetings. So that was an answer to Martin, who said last time I was here that I need some backup in that respect. All were critical of this is the 10-year plan, all were critical of the option of either or, which in essence gave people no choice. If they believe in other priorities, and Tony Dixon, who's already spoken to you people from our group, talked about bicyclist infrastructure, spend of 401 million over time, is totally out of proportion to the amount of cyclists. The anti-car agenda will never prevail over the necessity for a family's need for a car. A bike will always be recognised as recreational. And I don't care whether you want to reduce the CO2 or whatever you want to do in terms of your views, but the bicyclists will only sit in that spot forever. We have 1.5 metres of rain every year in the winters, and I mean, it's just unreasonable to expect people to use the bike for anything other than recreation. The other priorities are really only nice to have and surely unnecessary. I don't, on the farm, just go off and frivolously spend stuff. I don't even take any drawings, even though the farm is worth a lot of money, because I feel that you've got to be very careful about your money coming forward. Their other priorities are really only nice to have and surely unnecessary. With many central businesses relying, now this is talking about maybe closing down Ward Street or putting walkways in cities. With many central businesses relying on foot traffic and sales more often than not involve a car in the plethora of a purchase. It makes no sense to reduce parking. If you deny the ability of a shop to function or exist, then there is no reason for anyone to be there. Most shops are selling something and you have to carry it away. And it's not that you just do one shop, you're probably doing a lot of shopping, a lot of heavy things too. So what are the distinct changes in our view that need to be understood and identified in the long-term plan? City Council debt burden will be unmanageable when interest rates eventually rise. Council has no capability of paying down its debt other than inflating it away. All councils seem fiscally imprudent and all of the society is responsible for that debt. I sincerely doubt that society has the money to bail councils out. What then? Councils' rates rise are inevitable, but insolvency is then also inevitable. The rapid increase in infill housing would also suggest that more effort go into redirecting rates revenue into infrastructure. Addressing the failing decision-making process are paramount. There are and have been costly mistakes which are continually being borne by the hard-pressed ratepayer. An ongoing dark cloud of losses include the V8s right through to going to be the railway.
So Tony, you need to wrap up so we can ask you a couple of questions.
I had 10 minutes.
No, you have one. 5, you've had that.
No, I was 10. 10, sorry.
No, but you've already had a number of people from your same association speak.
No.
Speak as individuals. Okay, carry on then.
Thank you. So I can just...
There may be no time for questions, but carry on.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we have the losses that include the V8s, Claudelands Event Centre, and I'm going to put in there the commuter train and the theatre as well. And the suburban parking changes and many shovel-ready schemes that the central government embark on. And the reason I say central government as well, I added in that you are part of government and should be pushing back on some of the ideas that they might have. In summary, there is a swing towards more government and local government involvement in our daily lives, but this must be strongly pushed back on by all and sundry, because our future freedoms will be curtailed with draconian results. And let me quote the inevitability. This is from Anne Ryan from her book Atlas Shrugged, and you will realise the inevitability of what we are seeing right around the globe. We will not be immune. And it talks about hard times create capitalists from the 1930s. So I've just put the dates in myself just for fun. Hard time creates capitalists. Capitalists create good times from, I call it from 55 to 2000. Good times create socialists, and we're in that spot from 2000 to 220, and socialists will create hard times. from 2000 on to 2032. So we're going into a very tough period going forward, and it's inevitable. So how are we prepared for the next 20 years of lockdowns, vaccine passports and subsequent subjugation? How will this affect local decision makers? And that's the question that you obviously need to answer to yourself. To put it in another way, democracy cannot exist permanently. It can only exist until voters know they can vote themselves largesse from the public purse. The voters will then always vote for candidates promising the most. Consequently, and eventually, democracy fails. Loose fiscal policy is always followed by dictatorship. And this is again showing history is part of life. So back in 1400, there was a guy called Alexander Fraser Tyler, and he said the same sort of stuff. From bondage to spiritual awakeness, from spiritual awakeness to courage, from courage to liberty, from liberty to abundance, from abundance to selfish and apathy, from apathy to dependence, from dependence back to bondage. So we have a circle which is inevitable. So it doesn't really matter what everyone thinks about life. We're going into a period where it's not great. And it all plays out century after century. That's the speed that we're heading towards these concerns I have, which is alarming. And there's another person that I think is very important to follow is a guy called Martin Armstrong, no relation, a visionary thinker. And he talks about it in the same sort of way. When you see that trading finishes not by consent but by compulsion, and farming I can see that happening quite a lot at the moment. When you see that in order to produce you need permission from men who produce nothing, and you understand that one, and that annoys me a great deal. When you see that money is flowing to those who deal not in goods but in favours, when you see men get rich by graft than by work, and laws protect them against you, when you see corruption being rewarded and honesty and self-sacrifice maligned, you know that society is doomed. Martin Armstrong also goes on, I like quoting these people because they're pretty awesome. He goes on to say interest rates dropped from 6% to 1% during the Great Depression, and I've got a lot of writing at home on that, as they collapsed during the 2007 to 2009 financial crash. They dropped not because of central banks, but because nobody wants to invest where there is no confidence in the future. From
Do you
here,
want to leave time for some questions?
Yeah, well, one sentence, please. From here to 2032, we should witness the disintegration of government from all socialist programs will become unsustainable. What happens when the people who counted on their promises realise it's a lie? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's a bit macro, but, you know, why not?
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your submission.
Yep.
I was interested in the Hamilton Residents and Ratepayers Association's stance on the cycling.
Yep.
It's a potential solution to congestion, you know, when people are driving to buy the products, etc. If not that, what from you guys? Because I would like to see some ideas.
I think the point that we're making is that bicycles have only got a limited amount of use.
Right.
And most people will have to have a car as well. I'm also concerned about the parking area that you've got too. That's going to only make it more difficult for people to...
Yeah, it's going to get worse. Yeah.
To get worse. So, I mean, I've written a whole lot about Garden Place just for the hell of it.
Yeah.
From 1930s, and every few years they tried to put in a new way of earning some money.
Yeah.
And it never really worked.
I guess what I'm trying to find out is what's your solution to congestion if not that?
We still... People are not going to catch buses. They are not going to use the bike. It's just impractical. So cars will always be there. You just have to solve... I'm in favour of having all your roads. I mean, that's cool. But you can't reduce congestion by hoping that everyone's going to jump on a bike.
Okay, thank you. One more quick question, because we do have someone waiting in the wings. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, sorry. Now, obviously, I accept that your submission is the total reflects the
Thank you,
residents and ratepayers.
Yep.
I get that, including this submission.
Yep.
And I won't go with rates and insurance, which for landlords, as you know, are deductible from tax and before you make the profit, but that's
it's still a lot of money to find. Yep.
Just the question is, could you just give me an idea of give us a historical example? You've cited Claudelands and the regional theatre, which we wouldn't have, what would be the other, and I get the thing about the infrastructure, totally understand where you're coming.
Yep.
What would be the other examples of nice to haves that we have that you wouldn't, in hindsight, have now?
Okay, so there was a question before, although you aren't really too involved in the velodrome, I don't think that the councillors at the time who made that decision listened to the people, because we did have a phone and ballot and also a written ballot. So what I'm going to say to you is that I really want, where private enterprise and community finding it impossible, then maybe you're involved. But I don't believe that you should be involved in too many of the things. If you looked at the out of Te Rapa, the swimming pool there, how many people helped pay for the invalids pool?
I think you've answered the question.
Have I? Sorry.
Yep.
Have I, mate?
No, you've given me, I'm just, I'm
so
just trying to seek sort of the
I would really
role
like
of local
more
government in
community
future.
involvement in some of the public goods, like if you want to put a bridge in for people to walk over, fine, but don't you pay for it, let the community pay for it, in a sense that they raise funds for it themselves, right?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Cool. Councillors, we just have one person on Zoom, Charm Skinner, who we welcome to Zoom. And thank you so much for your patience in waiting. We're running a little late, so I apologise about that.
Just checking you can all hear me clearly.
We can, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Tēnā tātou katoa, ko Taupiri te Maunga, ko Waikato te Awa, ko Tainui te Waka, ko Tainui te Iwi. Ko Ngāti Wairere te Hapu, ko Hukanui te Marae, he uria hau o Hakuta te Waharoa. Ko Pōwhitau te Whiro te Tangata, ko Charm Katarina Skinner ahau, ngā mihi nui ki ngā rangatira, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Firstly, thank you councillors and everybody for today for giving me the opportunity to speak. This is a very important kaupapa that is affecting everybody in Kirikiriroa, so I really give my sentiments for being able to be given the opportunity today. I opened with my pepeha because it's integral to the larger discussions before us today. I am the 5th great grand mokopuna of Hakupa Te Waharoa. And I say Hakupa Te Waharoa's name because he was our last chief of Ngāti Wairere who looked after Kirikiriroa Park, which is off Victoria Street. Now, the very buildings that you're sitting in today and the whole of Hamilton City was once where my people thrived and roamed. So the history that has been passed down to me was that Kirikiriroa was a bountiful and prosperous place. We had, people living along the river, as well as the many parks and gullies that the citizens of Kirikiriroa use and exercise today. Each park and gully had its own unique whakapapa, and it's important that it had to my people. If we were to go down each section of the river, there are beautiful narratives that are associated with those places, and today these histories are not well documented and articulated, and the voices of my ancestors are not honoured. I worry that the future generations, not only of Ngāti Wairere rangatahi, but other rangatahi of all different ethnicities and cultures, aren't getting to hear that rich dialogue that is so important to the fabric of our city. I've obviously written a lot in my submission, and I can't remember every single point that I've written, but when we think about planning ahead into the future, I think it's very integral that we have Ngāti Wairere representatives, not just our Pākehē, but that's older people, but our rangatahi part of helping to drive and articulate this kōrero, because it's important kōrero. I have had many discussions with different people who aren't, who didn't know the rich history of Ngāti Wairere, and as part of honouring Te Tiriti, it's very integral that we have consultation with mana whenua. Te hā o te whenua o Kirikiriroa is not the mana whenua of Kirikiriroa, and as I just said, I worry that as this plan progresses, I don't want our stories to be lost in that fabric, because I think that the Hamilton City Council has a real opportunity to be leaders in this area. I know that when it comes to local government issues around the country, often hapu are constantly fighting iwi, and iwi don't often, speak for hapu. It's hapu mana whenua, and I know that I might be going off tangent right now, but what I really want to emphasise to you today is this is a huge, huge plan, and I think it's important that rangatahi are included in this. I don't want to take up too much time because I know that I've only got 5 minutes, so I open the floor to you if you have any questions for me. And I hope that I articulated that in a way that you understand where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Charm. You did indeed, and your submission is really quite clear. I don't think I have any questions at this end, but I just want to, and that's testimony to the fact that you have made yourself very clear. So we thank you for your offer of being involved in the work the council does, and we'll keep in touch on that one. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, council. We are now adjourned until we're supposed to come back at 10:02. I've got to give staff time as well. We might be a few minutes late, but we'll aim to come back into the room for so it's got to give 40 minutes at 2 o'clock.
over a little bit on time this morning with some big submissions, so we do appreciate your patience. And first up on this afternoon, we have Kevin. Welcome.
Right. Well, it's good to see everyone here, to our Mayor, Chief Executive, councillors and all enthusiastic staff.
And I'll just point out to everyone that there are some councillors on Zoom as well, so there's...
Fantastic. Good to have them zooming in. Now, I did email through an attachment to be displayed. I'm not sure if that's available to everyone or if that can be put up on the screen.
It's just coming. Cool.
Excellent. Right. Well, as that appears, I'll just give a general overview of what I'll be presenting. The concept is that we're aware the council is looking at a bridge across the Waikato to facilitate cycle and pedestrian movements. At this stage, my understanding is that would be a new bridge. We already have a bridge that can be modified to suit precisely what we're looking at, and that's the rail bridge, which we tend to ignore. It sits to one side and below the existing Claudelands road bridge, which we're all aware is very congested for cyclists and pedestrians. What I'm proposing is at this stage an investigation initially into, and as you'll see on the screen there, in red, the rail bridge, putting a platform approximately 6 metres wide across that bridge from each side. This side of the river, the footpath approaching that bridge is 6 metres wide. It ends at a small concrete wall. You look at the other side of the concrete wall, and below you is the rail line. Now, where that rail line crosses is sufficiently below that there's good clearance for a platform across the top. That would link central Victoria Street across to the car park on the opposite side of the river, through to Claudelands, and it will become a central link in the city. It fully achieves what is proposed for the new bridge. At a fraction of the price, I would estimate less than a quarter the price of a new bridge. It can be achieved planning and construction in less than a quarter of the time, and the bonus is the inconvenience to the city is negligible. So that can be achieved. It moves cyclists and pedestrians off the existing road bridge, which everyone's aware is quite congested. It's going to be a win for everyone. Low cost, easy to implement, and if you want to compare to a similar system, Melbourne had a rail bridge which they decommissioned some decades ago, coming from Flinders Station across to the South Bank. They didn't know what to do with it. It was about to be demolished. They put a competition out. What can we do with this bridge? And it was suggested, why not have it open for cyclists and pedestrians? That was an award-winning idea. I don't think necessarily it deserved an award. It was just plain logical. It cost very little, and that entire city uses it. So my proposal is initially for the council to investigate, because obviously you don't want to commit at this stage. There needs to be an investigation to look at the engineering costs, the feasibility, and to see how the citizens of Hamilton would embrace the concept. So I'm open to questions.
Councillor Bunting.
Love ideas. So if I've got this right, this would be a platform above the railway line, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So do we know much about the weight bearing of the rail bridge and whether it could handle any more?
Translating it into non-engineering speak, if you simply look at the trains that run across that,
they're heavy.
They are in excess of the weight of cars.
Yeah.
Now, that bridge is well beyond the capacity required to add approximately, I would say, 80 to 100 tonne maximum across the entire platform.
Okay.
So, in answer to your question, it
No
will
problem.
easily handle what's required.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Why would you put it above the train and not alongside, given that the levels would be the same to actually allow you to go, to remain at the height of coming out on the other side, perhaps at road level?
Yeah, very good question. Both ends, if you see it, it's only 2 minutes walk away. Both ends are actually, as you can see here, it's probably not quite so clear if I step back a little and capture those photos. both ends are actually at road height, and you'd have the platform at road height each end. Where it transitions across to the car park on the far side of the river, there's presently it's just a pedestrian overpass, and it would simply link straight into that. And as people come to the other side of the river, they drop either into the car park or continue straight ahead. So to have that raised, it would be the same level as the Clauden's Road Bridge, which from a safety perspective is great. If there are any emergencies, you need to get, say an ambulance needs to attend to someone there, same level, easy access.
Okay, and one last question. Would you advocate then returning the Claudelands Bridge to a motor car bridge
Yes,
and take out the concrete?
I would, because then it keeps it simple.
Divides.
And as we've all noticed with the transition to more cycling, if cycling and pedestrians are kept separate from vehicles, if you mix the two, you create problems.
Yep.
As we've seen on that bridge, separate them entirely, it's simple.
Thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Where are Kiwi Rail at with this?
Kiwi Rail, I haven't engaged with them.
Right.
Because I'll be sort of anticipating acceptance by the council, but I would expect the council would start the ball rolling with them. That bridge, as it exists, is ideally positioned, and I'm sure in the past Kiwi Rail have come to the party with working with the council.
It's, to be fair, not been the easiest of experiences. You'd suggest when the Western Rail Trail went in, what would they like to deal with then?
It's their land, you have to get
Their, yeah. Okay. All right, thank you. Right.
Just a quick question from me, if I may, Kevin. In your submission, I can't see it now, just you mentioned something around when the rail is undergrounded to the university. What's that reference to?
Yes. Now, this is a follow-up to that pedestrian overpass or pedestrian bridge. And worthy of mention, rather than simply saying, here's one modification, what would that lead to if the rail is undergrounded through to the university? There are a number of advantages there. You reduce the noise, and we've got increased rail traffic through to Tauranga, which is a benefit to the city. You have approximately a 20 to 25 metre corridor, which would then result clearly through from the central city to the university. That can be a combined cycle and pedestrian way with plantings. So if you imagine 25 metres wide, 6 metres in the middle, concreted, the rest in trees, lighting, it is incredibly enticing. And long term, with more rail traffic going through to Tauranga, there will be complaints from citizens. You've got in particular the Peachgrove Road crossing. That's becoming more and more problematic. That would be eliminated, that issue. The road would go straight across. So it does solve a lot of issues. I realise that is a much more expensive aspect and something to be considered further down the track. But if it becomes an objective, that is a win for the city.
Thank you very much. There are no further questions.
Right, thank you.
Appreciate your fresh thinking. Councillors, that now brings us on to Kim. Kim? Hi. Oh, sorry.
Hi, how are you?
Thanks.
I'm Kim and I work as a support worker with people with disabilities. This is my friend Bonnie.
It's really hard to hear you. Do you mind sitting down speaking?
Sorry. I work with people with disabilities and this is one of my ladies, Bonnie. We go swimming for exercise and health at the Water World in Te Rapa all the time. And we approached them about getting a disability concession card for us to swim. And we use the hydrotherapy pool because it has a hoist and because the other pool is too deep for some of us height challenged people to be able to walk in it. It's over our heads. And we found that the concession card for disability does not cover the hydrotherapy pool, which is the only one with a hoist and the only access for disabled people to get into. And we sort of thought maybe that was something that had been overlooked by people, that a pool that's designed for people to use with disabilities is unable to access a concession for disability. So we thought maybe you guys would like to look at that.
Thank you. Quick question from me. The big 25-metre pool has a seat that...
Yes, but it's quite deep. It's like for us, we struggle with they've made it deeper when they revamped it, so it's over a lot of people's heads.
Okay.
And
Cool.
also, if you're in a wheelchair or you're working with someone in a wheelchair, you need to be able to ramp down with a lot of them. They can't be lowered in and out because you've got to be able to lower them and be there at the same time.
All right. Thank you very much. Useful. Thank you.
So I'm clear, and I'll inquire about this for you, the concession cards
Yes.
don't apply to the hydrotherapy pool?
No,
so-
the disability concession cards do not apply to the hydrotherapy pool. Yes.
Okay,
That's kind of the look I had.
okay. I'll follow that up. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a clear question. So we appreciate that. You don't know what you don't know, so thank you very much for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You have a lovely day.
You too. Lloyd, please.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to address you all. I just picked on one because the time is quite short and maybe my favourite topic, and that's the development of that you're doing with the gullies. I think is very nice and it's very good. We enjoy that sort of environment. We bring visitors over and we take them on these walks. But I'd like to suggest that whole topic is extended to include the extent of the Waikato River Walk, because it is actually quite a mess. We go down with dirt bags about once a month and we pick up the mess, but it's not just that, it's all the weeds. So they're getting a hold on all of that. So if, as part of that development strategy on the gullies, it could just include the Waikato River, even if it doesn't have to go all the way out, but at least that first extent where visitors go. And we find it a favourite walk to take visitors along the Waikato River and from there then to Hamilton Gardens. It's a beautiful long walk, and it goes all over the world, that sort of stuff, their photographs. So it's quite a mess if you want to take a walk and have a look. But then there's a further aspect to that, and it's quite an interesting bit of statistics, and that's the trees in Hamilton itself, in Hamilton Central City. And I came up with this topic because I researched it after being in Berlin a number of years ago, and I saw the extent at which they put trees into the central city and developed parks. And I spoke to a few people when I was there, and they followed through with stats, and I've picked up off their websites as well. And they've got typically for every 10% increase in the tree canopy in the central city, there's about a 14 to 15% decrease in violent crime in that area. And there's a psychological impact on the people. So I thought, okay, we won't just believe Berlin. So I did some more research. So here we've got, in America, we've got in Chicago, Baltimore, Maryland, and Philadelphia, have replicated and got the same sort of stats. So what they're doing is they're putting trees back into the central city. Berlin has put in 400,000 trees since they did their study, and they're putting in 10,000 over every 5 years to extend this whole project. So there's a huge benefit, and I'm not a psychologist, but evidently it's got that impact of being peaceful and whatever. So I took a walk about just in our area, and what I do see is trees disappearing. So if there's a crack in the concrete, the tree goes. And probably the worst example is next to New World down in Te Rapa. There's cracks in the concrete in the walkway next to the road. But it's a very old walkway. It's got to be fixed anyway. So they decided they'll take out 14 trees. So 14 trees which are 30 years old are gone, so that they can fix a crack in the concrete and put it in a new walkway. Now I think they did a study, and they saw that if you can work with your crime preventive or your police or whatever, there's actually a payback from the crime statistics, because the violent crime is very expensive to prosecution, the whole lot. So there's actually a payback. And in Berlin, they actually subsidized the whole project, theoretically, from the payback in the crime costs. So this is what I'm taking on the table. If you would like to have a look at that while you're about it, I'm not an expert, I don't know much about trees. I presume if you put stuff in with tap roots, it's not going to damage the pavement or whatever. But I think it should be a very serious consideration before removing a tree and not replacing it. And I've heard that if a bird, I don't know if it's true, if a bird poos in the car, then and somebody complains, the tree comes down. So that there's a sort of a blasé approach to it. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. What I do know is that a lovely old neighbour of ours, just across the road, complained to the council that there was leaves falling on the ground, and the council came and took the tree down, a beautiful mature tree. There's a whole avenue of them going down the road, and they took the one down because he complained about the leaves. I walked across, I spoke to her, I said to her, what's going on? She said, the tree is wasting leaves on my garden. So I phoned the council, it's gone. So what I'm appealing as well, other than a suggestion, is let's just do some respect for our trees. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sarah on Zoom has a question for you.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Lloyd. Thanks for your submission. In regard to the issue around trees and us cutting down mature trees for the reasons that you mentioned, there's other cities have something called a tree strategy or urban tree strategy where they actually outline the value of trees and what they provide to the city. They have also policies around maintenance of trees and when you would be ever cutting them down and that kind of thing, so that we've got some clear guidelines. Do you think something like that would be helpful?
Absolutely. For example, the Berlin, what they do is, sorry, I didn't submit these, but I can hand them in. So the Berlin, so to say, government or whatever, the governing body, have programs that work with children to get their interest on whatever, and it's a full-blown strategy. It's got all the councillors involved in it as well. So it's reviewed. So they come out with about basically a 5-year plan, which they renew from time to time. So it's involving the community as well, and creating an awareness in the community of greenery in general. So I think there should definitely be a strategy, just like we've got the rest. I presume there's a strategy around Hamilton Gardens, etc., and it should just go that bit further, and that's what I'm trying to do today, is to get that whole thing going a bit further.
Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any more questions, but thank you very much.
I can drop off this paperwork if somebody
Yes,
wants it.
that would be really good. If you give it to Raywin at the back there, she will take it, give it to us to follow through. Thank you, Lloyd. We've had a request for David to go next. Thank you, Catherine, for swapping.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is David Mankus. I'm a medical academic based at Waikato Hospital, and I wanted to speak briefly about the LTP with regard to the municipal pools. This issue, I know, has been debated extensively and for years, but I note that the budget for demolishing the muni pools is well within the LTP. I think $1 million has been allocated to do that, and I am hopeful that that decision to demolish can be revisited or at least reconsidered, that if demolition does go ahead, that another outdoor swimming facility be established on the site or nearby. There are a number of reasons for this view, and I should declare a conflict of interest because I'm a previous user of the municipal pools back in 2011, 2012, and they were lovely and accessible and a real benefit to the city. The reason why I'm specifically focusing on outdoor swimming is...
Maybe if you can, yeah, do sit down. Just only I know you may be comfortable standing, but just from the volume, it's a little bit easier.
Oh, lovely. Okay. Happy to do that.
Thank you so much.
I think we know that swimming is healthy exercise and it is to be encouraged. It's good for all of us. But I would, I guess, emphasize the fact that the benefits of outdoor swimming are even greater than generic swimming for a couple of reasons. Number one, we have the the benefit of sunlight, and we've also got the extraordinary advantage with that site of ease of access, where people can reach it without driving cars. It's, you know, it's quite handy for public transport, bikes and walking. The other thing about swimming that is perhaps less well recognized is that there are definite risks associated with swimming. I mean, apart from the drowning risk, which of course needs to be remembered, there are a number of risks that are specific to indoor swimming that are avoided with outdoor swimming, and I think it's really important that those be highlighted, especially with an important decision like this. So I'll just touch on a couple of those. When you swim outdoors, you don't have the problem of chlorinated organic compounds, which are abundant in the air above indoor swimming pools. There's some nasty compounds. Most of them are in the family called trihalomethanes, or THMs. These are nasty things. You don't want to breathe them. In fact, breathing them is even worse than swimming in them, because they provoke things like allergies and asthma, and they've also been linked to an increased risk of cancer. So I think really avoiding THMs is a great idea, and one good way of doing that is to swim outdoors wherever possible, in preference to indoors. There's a huge amount of literature around this. Some of it's referred to in my submission, so I won't go on it now. Crucial thing to remember is that ventilation is crucial, and obviously ventilation is part of the package with outdoor swimming. So a lot of reasons to, I would hope, for the council to reconsider the demolition of the munis, or at least ensure that another outdoor swimming facility is constructed at or near that site. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? It's probably because you were so clear, and we've had a range of submissions on the same topic. So thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time. Catherine's next. Yes, Catherine's next. Hi, Catherine.
Hello. Kia ora tātou, and thank you for hearing Swim in the City. We are dedicated to promoting outdoor swimming for all the year round, for all the community in the heart of Kirikiriroa for generations to come. And we oppose, next slide please, spending $1 million to demolish the municipal pools, primarily for the following reasons, although there are many more. It is an important heritage site in the South Victoria Street Ferrybank precinct. It's close to schools, inner city workers and high density living. Hamilton is desperately short of swimming lane space, and Hamilton lacks a year-round heated outdoor public swimming pool. Next slide, please. The demolition goes against RMA Part 2 and council policies with respect to historic heritage. It's against the Waikato River Vision and Strategy. It's against the district plan, in particular heritage, and it is against numerous Hamilton City strategies, policies and plans, particularly relating to amenity. Next slide, please. In terms of heritage, it's part of the Lower Victoria Street Heritage Precinct, and there are numerous scheduled historic places within 300 metres, and on that map you can see them. They are the red dots and they're listed there. So it's quite a historic little area there. Next slide, please. With regards to swimming space, there are successive reports that agree that Hamilton needs more lane space. In 2013, the Oricon report for Hamilton said it was short of a pool. In 2014, the Aquatic Facilities Review said it was short of 14 lanes, essentially 2 pools. And the 2017 Aquatic Facilities Plan identified that Hamilton City does not meet the national baseline. It's deficient in 7 priority actions and it needs 20 lanes. Next slide, please. So over the years, since the pools were mooted to be closed in 2012, right through to the present day, through successive LTPs and the demolition consent application process, the public have been overwhelmingly in favour of retaining and renewing the municipal pools, and I won't go through those steps there. Next slide, please. Now, you might want to bring up the question of partner pools. The trouble with partner pools is that they have extremely limited public availability. They're great for the clubs, okay? But for the public, they're generally only open a few hours per week. For example, the Fairfield pool, the public can only get in there during summertime for a few hours on Saturday, and then only for water play, not for lane swimming, and only in summer. The partner pools are used by schools during school time, by clubs before and after school, so there's no time for the public to use them. And it's difficult to know when they're available because there's no advertising or notification, because it doesn't benefit the school to let people know that you can swim there or to have the pool open. And most are not heated, most don't have hot showers or changing, some don't even have any changing facilities. So they're not public pools. Next slide, please. So other options are the fast lane pool, but that's not a public pool. It's a great pool, but it's not public. Waterworld outdoor pool, it's not heated, it's too shallow for adult swimmers and it's got a curved end. It's only there for water play. The Waterworld and Gallagher's are just too busy apart from during work hours because you've got squads before and after school. And so, next slide please. You wanted 500 million for a 20-minute city. Now, this map here shows a 2-kilometre radius around each of the pools. Waterworld in the north, municipal pools in the middle, and the Gallagher pool in the south. And as you can see, the municipal pool fills the gap where there are the most people living, working and going to school. And I'll have to stop there.
No,
Thank you very much.
Have you finished?
I've got 2 more.
Yeah, just make those points.
Okay, so for funding the municipal pools, and you can use the, next slide please, you can use the 1 million for demolishing it. There's 26 million for a new pool at Waterworld, 6 million for the dome over the outdoor pool, 5 million for Embassy Park, 13 million for a pedestrian bridge, and 3 million for an additional jetty. Those things are all nice to have, but they're not essential in the same way as having an outdoor swimming pool in the centre of the city for the people is. I'm not saying you need the whole 53 million, but you could use a part of that 53 million that those projects take up. So, next slide please. Our vision for the municipal pools is 2 25-metre pools, one of which suitable for learn to swim, a dive pool, a spa pool, a street-side cafe, retain the outdoor barbecue area and the grandstand, and modern changing facilities, club rooms, etc., and disabled parking and access off Grantham Street. And the next slide is what I'll leave you with. You've seen it before. It's one architect's vision of what the municipal pools redeveloped could be. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. There aren't any questions, but that's because you were quite clear in your... Actually, I do have one. In terms of the partner schools, you've referred to what's already present, but if there were to be a developed partnership such as we have at the Peak, where actually the community get the majority use and the school get some use, it's negotiated at the beginning, would that not work? If it was part of an agreement with a partner school that a fair amount of time was open to the public?
Well, yes, it could potentially work, but because there is such a shortage of lane space, there are some squads who are going out to Matamata, carpooling out to Matamata, and so probably any more partner pools are going to be used up by the squads before and after school. And the clubs have waiting lists for learn to swim and squads. So that is the level of service that we're not getting. And I can't see a new partner pool ending up being there for the public. It's just going to be taken over by the clubs.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. Now we're on to, Libby's not here, we're going to Gail.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Gail Johnson aho, ko Taupirika Monga, te Waikato, te Awa, te Pakeha, te Iwi, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I'd actually like to start with thanking the ladies that organised this. 270 plus submissions must have been extremely a handful. And I can say now that I got several phone calls and I was followed up very nicely and I really appreciated it.
Thank you.
Every day is a great day for an outdoor swim. I swim 4 to 5 times weekly, and I'm not alone. I always swim with a friend. With 2 of those swims, I am forced to travel to Matamata to enjoy the outdoor atmosphere. The other swims I swim at Fastlane, which is a private pool in the city. Matamata is a 40-minute drive from my workplace. The municipal pools is a 2-minute walk. I swam there as a child. I was the 3rd generation to do so. My children swam there in competitions and also just playing. And I'd really like my grandson, who was born 9 months ago, to be the 5th generation of Johnsons there. Swimming outdoors is just much more enjoyable. It's healthier, as the nice doctor has previously said, and I'm sure other medical professionals would promote. You're connected to the sky, the clouds, the air, the fresh air. Since the last LTP, as I said, I've become a grandmother, and I would really like Mitchell to enjoy the great facility that the municipal pools was and very well could be again. Towns grow into cities, and in its time, it's historic events that put it on the map. When I've watched the Future of Hamilton presentation by Madam Mayor Hardacre, I was very interested that it was filmed right next to the amazing Waikato River. We used to be called Fountain City, but most of the fountains are now gone. The river is and always will be a draw card for many visitors and locals alike, so the proposal is to promote it as a watercourter. Build on it. We have a reputation for breeding water-based athletes. It could provide more in a central city area for an outdoor pool where the Munis is. Waka-ama, rowing, kayaking, motorboats, paddleboarding, water slides, splash pads, cruise ships. There's so much potential in that river and around it and in the central city. It would be a world first and it would put us on the map. No longer Fountain City, but the city where the watercourter is. With many apartments being built in the inner city, with hardly any parking for those who live there, having an outdoor pool within walking distance of them is a huge asset. And as I mentioned, I work at the south end of Victoria Street, and I've got hundreds of colleagues that would also enjoy a walk across the road rather than a 40-minute drive. Approximately 100 people drown annually. 80 of those are preventable. And if people had more access to learn to swim and more access to play in water safely, there would be simply less drownings. As I said, every day is a great day for an outdoor swim. Thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, and thanks for your comments about staff. I think it's long overdue. I noticed, I'm just looking at your submission here, you've said no to either of the cycling options. Could you maybe extrapolate on that a wee bit, please?
No to either of the cycling options?
Yeah, hang on, I might be looking at the wrong one. I'm pretty sure I'm looking at yours. There were 2 options here about cycling, safer cycling routes and the speed at which we should put $55 million into it, and you said don't agree to either.
Oh, it's just the money. There are a lot of cycle paths already. There's Sharrows, or whatever you call them. I personally don't see the point of putting all that money into that.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be the reason for that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Oh, sorry, Maxine. Go.
Thank you. Thanks, Gail, and others from your
Swimming City.
associations. Neil McGuinness was in this morning from Water Safety. He talked about Hamilton having one of the highest percentages of schools with pools in the country, and and from my knowledge, many of those will be outdoor swimming pools. How would you respond to that as being possible options for outdoor swimming if we could have an agreement with those other schools?
Yeah, as Catherine said, partner pools don't work. They just don't work. Not for the public. They're great for the schools. 100% behind having an outdoor pool at a school. Not a problem. And you get people in to teach properly. That's fine. But it just doesn't work for the public. The public need an outdoor pool. Public and visitors to the city and everybody else. They don't have access to those school pools. They won't know where they are for a start. The public do. I mean, the people that live here, rather, may well do. But it's just not. It's a time thing. And like Catherine said, the clubs swallow them up. As soon as an outdoor pool is open or available to them, they've swallowed it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Gail. And now we're on to Amanda. Hello.
I have somebody here with me. I have the hearing impairment and I can't talk clearly to everybody. Hi everybody, Amanda. I am here to talk about Wellington Street, Ham 8, both ends, and Grey Street. They have bad intersection and there is from both ends of Wellington Street. I'm not sure if it's about a roundabout for that, and also there is about the buses, the bus shelters around Hamilton. There's hardly any on both sides. Like for example, I was saturated in that pouring down rain and thunder one time here.
I think you've done a great job. We heard everything you had to say there. So your main concern is making the Grey Street, Wellington Street intersection a bit safer and providing the shelters on both sides of the road so that you can be sheltered on your journey. Is that right? Yeah. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, and well done on your submission. Thank you. There is a bus shelter along from KFC? Is that right?
Yeah, not just for that one.
Right, the other side is.
And that is for I'm talking about for the whole Waikato, all the bus shelters. There's hardly on. There's some on one side, there's some on that, or there's none on that for heaps of people want to wait in the
rain.
Pouring down rain, and there's no seat to sit on, and some people say some can't take the seating away for people to sit on.
Okay.
On. And some places can have those save time, the digital table see when the buses are coming.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. One more question from
Yeah.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Amanda. Do you have any solutions for how we might improve that particular intersection? Because I'm well aware of it, and I know that there are some very, very large trees that sit on the footpaths on both sides of Wellington Street and Grey Street. But do you have any solutions that we could look at to improve that intersection?
May cut down that tree, or may get, if that tree comes down, replace that and the other tree to put the traffic lights in if that tree comes down, so people can look both ways.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to write and especially for
He
coming
didn't write anything, I have that in that little booklet there, and I said, paper.
Well, look, we really appreciate the time that you have taken. We know that it would have been a challenge for you, and so we're especially delighted that you came and spoke for yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you for having opportunity.
Yep. I'd love to see you another time. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Thank you. So we're now, I don't know where I am. Hang on a minute. Charlotte. Is she here? No. Yes, you are. You're hiding behind the chair, Charlotte. Didn't see you. Hello, both of you. Nice to see you.
Hi. Rightio, so I'm Charlotte Muggeridge. I am a board member now for the YWCA Hamilton, past president though. President couldn't be here today. And I also sit on the World YWCA board that's based in Geneva. So an interesting perspective there with Hamilton on the global platform. And we've got Rika Anderson here, who is our GM. He's been in the role for about 6 months now and is doing a wonderful job. So our submission was really based around housing and looking at it from an affordable accommodation point of view. So moving a bit past that social housing element to more of affordable accommodation. And I guess it was really to highlight the lack of affordable accommodation in Hamilton. And we wanted to draw to your attention some of the stats from our hostel here in Hamilton. So we have a 70-room hostel here. We've got 6 residents who have stayed with us for over a decade, and another quarter of these residents have been living in the hostel for over 5 years. This is a hostel. It's a little room. It's got shared facilities, shared bathroom, shared kitchen space, internet's provided and things like that. But I think it really draws to the attention that it is a home for some people, whether rightly or wrongly. And I think it also highlights the need for affordable accommodation because it's not expensive to stay at our hostel. And we have 90% of our residents are either working or on full-time study. And I think many who come to the hostel here in Hamilton, it is their first time in New Zealand working. So it's sort of that gateway accommodation in a sense as well. So we looked closely at the housing strategy that's been put together and we completely agree with it. In particular, we really encourage the council to take early action in developing its financial tools to streamline the planning and consenting processes. And I guess popping my RMA hat on as well, that change is going to come anyway, so I urge you all to be movers and shakers in that area. And focusing a bit more on affordable accommodation. I mean, why is it that it's going to need, various consents to get this sort of up on the ground? We're only just on the outskirts of Hamilton City, on the corner of Pembroke and Clarence Street there, and the rules are just horrendous, so to say, to get anything off the ground. And we've just started to rebuild our proposal to build a new 36-bedroom hostel, 3 or 4 stories high. And that will be for accommodation. We currently have men and women in our hostel, so it's not just purely women-based, but we might look at making a shift towards that, and that's a strategy that we're currently undertaking, because women can be more vulnerable members of our community, and housing plays a huge role on that. And affordable housing plays probably a more significant role with the likes of pay and equality in that area. So linking those all together, the Y has a huge interest in housing affordability, and council, council dabbles in well-being of the community. Well, we need to dabble a lot more, I think, in that area. And we did also just want to touch on inclusionary zoning as well. That has been an absolute hot topic in the last year, probably in Hamilton City. And I know it's been brought up in previous submissions during this process as well, but we just want to note that we're extremely supportive of it and see it, again, as a bit of a gateway to opening up options for creating affordable housing. So I think, to sum it up, we are supportive of the long-term plan. We think that there is a highlighted need there for housing. We think the LT plan supports that, but we urge that it's at the forefront of thinking, and it becomes a well-being that is not just dabbled in, but committed to.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I was aware of your hostel plans for a while. In terms of council's ability to help with consenting, are you experiencing some delays or concerns in that process, or are you getting good support through the council?
Yeah, we haven't got to that point yet, but I'm well aware of the planning rules and what that means, and challenges in my professional space of what that can highlight. So it's almost like I feel the hurricane coming, and it probably shouldn't be like that. Yeah.
Okay. And so if there were, oh no, there's other questions, I'll let that flush out. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you.
Because I'm sure you're going to ask my questions.
No, not at all. No, maybe. Just been thinking about double dabble.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's been a long day.
Buzzwords.
Thanks. I notice here 4.3, you welcome the introduction of paid commuter parking in the neighbourhood, except for you. Is that right?
No, for any resident.
For any resident,
yeah.
okay.
So
okay.
It's harder because we have 70-room resident, and
Yes.
although we have car parking on site, especially when there is a lot of our venue hired people around, it makes it really hard if they come from work and might not find car park in the street, and then by the morning, if it's payable, then it's harder for them.
It's Pembroke Street, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Not just our residents, but any resident on those areas, I would hope that it's free for them.
So you'd support a resident parking scheme?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, thank you. Was that the question you were going to ask?
Yes, it's along the lines. Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Sorry, can you just clarify, you're talking about an extra accommodation facility, just repeat where that's, I mean, I get obviously potentially woman focused because of the issues you've raised. Where's the location again?
So it's going to be right in the front of where the grass area is, facing between the current Bishop Court, the older building, and the Pembroke Street.
Okay, on the corner of...
Yeah, where that big tree is. We hope to keep the tree, and then on there.
And on the parking, you obviously want some sort of, like you have in other cities, some sort of resident permit scheme.
Yeah. There is, in the new hostel, there's going to be underground parking, so we will increase our parking on site as well, but it won't take away, especially during the building project, there will be less car parks available for our residents and our venue users. So if you go ahead with the parking, shortly, it will be affecting our residents.
Being made, Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the good work you do, and we do want to be as helpful as possible with the development of your hostel, because I have been through your hostel and I know what you're talking about there.
Yeah, thanks, Paula.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you'll host any councillor who wants to come and have a good look at that level of accommodation, should they wish.
Oh, absolutely. Come along.
Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks so much. Give me half a second. We've got Richard from Bike Waikato. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone for the chance to talk to you personally on the long-term plan. So we think Hamilton has this significant opportunity ahead of itself with the transport. We've even heard housing and climate pressures that are mounting around the city in our cities across the country. We've got the chance to give the community the type of transport network and environment that they've been asking for. So Bike Waikato has a vision where Hamilton is the best city in the cycling, it's the best city in the country for cycling and riding a bike. And it's encouraging to see the spending that's been put forward on the long-term plan to start us on that journey to a multimodal transport network. So that really can help us become one of the very best places in the world to live. So realistically, council has spent some decades developing a transport network that primarily focuses on cars and doesn't really make it easy to get around or make you feel very safe if you choose to ride a bike, even if you choose to walk or use public transport. So recently there have been some really well received projects delivered, and they help people on bikes a lot, and there have been key staff employed which are dedicated to making more of those improvements and increasing the experience for people on bikes. But we definitely need more than just that. We need more ambition. We need some more leadership to keep it going, and just more of these places that get people out and make them want to get on a bike. So if we think about it, if we think about getting across our railway lines, getting across our river, getting through the central city, these activities are not easy to do if you're interested in riding a bike, but you're concerned about your safety or even the safety of other people with you. So we need these facilities to provide access for all ages and abilities whenever we're doing this. So in reality, biking's not a new thing. We all can remember that it was normal to ride a bike to school and to get around. And for some other people, this is the only way that they have to get around for transport. For others, it's their own transport choice. It makes sense to them to leave the car at home and take a bike, whether that's a cost thing, the state of the climate, and they want to help in that way, or just themselves in a healthier way of living. So when we're thinking about maintaining and developing our city and our transport network, the needs of those people on bikes and micromobility and walking around needs to be at the top of our list. So our intersection upgrades, our capacity improvements, even just down to our curb and channel and footpath replacements. Having those people at the tops of our thoughts, the top of our list, is where we need to be. And it's something that hasn't always been done, but it's something that we can change in order to develop a better network. And it comes down to build it and they will come. We've got 80% of our consultation respondents on biking and micromobility saying that they want facilities that are protected from vehicles. This is pretty consistent with international research on people who are interested but concerned about using bikes. The biking and micromobility program, the Eastern Pathways programs, these are high priorities for us to help deliver for these people. There's obviously a lot of work involved in these programs. And so extra opportunities that jump up to allow us to deliver these benefits and these changes earlier on are opportunities that we should really be taking and running with. Getting the benefits of less congestion, being able to implement changes earlier so costs don't increase on us later. And these are the things that we can be doing in our everyday business at council, all the everyday changes that we're making. Also, in the quick, innovative changes that we've currently been laying out, we can increase the expansion of those. There's some big projects on the list, some big projects that Bike Waikato really encourages us to continue with. Some of them being safe ways across the river and new and existing bridges, thinking about connections from places like Western Rail Trail through to Claudelands Bridge and on to Wairere Drive, making sure we don't have any of these gaps. And then also improving the neighbourhoods. We've got programs for safer traffic speeds and minor improvements as well that will definitely help people, will help us create that 20-minute city where in 20 minutes somebody can walk, ride to those amenities, to those outdoor pools, to those housing areas that they have that they're in need of, and to the shopping areas that they don't have to have a motor vehicle for as well. So let's take advantage of things like our low cost, low risk and intersection programs. Let's use those to set up the city for a city that has good infrastructure for people on bikes, for people that need to use the footpaths, for people that are taking public transport. Let's get some of the temporary changes in now so we can start showing the public, people in vehicles, that there is going to be some change coming. And then let's follow that up with the change that 80% of the community are asking for currently. So realistically, I prefer not to be here in 3 years' time having the same conversation with you or anyone else. So let's, this is a great time for us to get started now. We can get some infrastructure that our younger generations are currently asking for. This consultation process is showing that. And we can help make some of those changes and those effects on the problems that we're currently facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question for me. You put the 15% trips by biking target. I'll just find that again. Do we know what the base level of trips at the moment is? Is that data exist?
Percentage-wise, I think we're sitting at below 1%, are we?
Below 1%. So what was the time date on 15% by some? I saw it here.
I think we're saying 2050.
By 2050.
2050.
Okay. And
let's create ourselves a target that we can actually aim for and make some really good change. I think government is talking about doubling the national walking and cycling by 2050 or something, and we consider where we're at. If we're going to double it in that amount of time, we're not going very far. So let's aim even higher. We may not make it, but let's make some really good change.
I do like targets.
Yeah.
Just in terms of to get there, do you think, is that supported by the bigger spend that you're talking about, the 270 million of additional opportunities, or do you think that we'll get to the 15% within a reasonable program of?
Ideally, we'd like to see more than reasonable, so we can encourage more than a reasonable number of people onto bikes.
Thank you. Just one last question for me. I'm always interested in the role that separated bike lanes play in increasing public confidence to get on the bike to go somewhere.
I think, well, historically, I think we've had, and it's improving now, but we've had that time where there's been a lot of animosity towards riders on the road from people in cars. And so a lot of people's choice in order to jump onto a bike is to have their own space. And so where we have places that have a lot of that conflict, having that separation will encourage more of those riders, interested but concerned, out onto a bike. Some areas we will have to make the decision that they're going to have to share, but we're in the way of developing roads and environments that it is much easier for them to share as well.
Thank you. There's a lot of questions, including one online. Councillor Bunting, we're going to, councillors, just bring your top question to the table.
Like you did before.
Yeah. Yeah, well. Yeah, but...
okay, last time you were here, you were talking about Ungap the map, and that had a fair bit of traction, and I noticed in your in your submission here about the connection, for example, Western Rail Trail, Claudelands Bridge through to Wairere. How high is that in your priorities, or is that dropped off the priorities, or where is it with
Ungap the map? Or the
Ungap the map.
Ungap the map's still high in our priorities. It's our way of connecting with the community and our members on what issues they have as well, so we can consolidate them and promote them. So it's still high on our list. It effectively helps us supplement the things that we're talking about here and promoting for. Plus also we already have conversations with staff, which is great, and we're able to bring those things on. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor Paul.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks. Thanks, Richard. Look, you mentioned build it and they will come. You know, we've built in recent years the Western Rail Trail and the Claudelands Bridge, and yet we're not really seeing significant numbers, particularly on the Claudelands Bridge. What are we doing wrong?
Well, pretty much just as I said, and as Mark asked there, how do you get to it safely on a bicycle to the bridge? It is difficult.
Can't you walk though between the two?
Walk your bicycle.
Yep.
You could, but that would sort of defeat the purpose of using a bicycle. Yep. So I think it's one of those things where, I mean, it's great. Like, don't doubt that it's great to have these facilities, but we don't do the same. We do sometimes. We don't do the same in a large context for roads and vehicles, do we? So let's provide some of that continuity. So we have really good separated facility on Western Rail Trail, some separation, and the bridge on Claudelands Bridge, and the rest of it we're asking people to mix where they don't feel comfortable doing that and they don't feel safe. So we're providing that consistent level to people all the way across the network.
And second question, which I might sneak in while the Mayor's getting a definition around safety, and I was at the function the other night with Eastlink, and there were varying degrees from parents as to what they regard as a safe bike trail. And are there protocols that we and you would find acceptable around building a cycle trail which was safe? Given that we can't eliminate all risks.
No, we can't, but we can definitely take cues from other cities, at least in New Zealand, on what they have done and the benefits that they've gained out of those. And there's plenty of other cases around the world as well. I mean, yes, Hamilton does have some of its own issues and problems, but we are very similar to everybody else. We are people.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Van Houston.
Thank you. Thanks, Richard, for coming along and presenting today and sharing your ideas from your network. Whenever we're proposing change or looking to prioritise any one road user over another, there are tensions, and especially around treatments for particular intersections or taking away parking or any other number of barriers that we might face. What's your advice to council about how we might be able to manage that kind of tension to advance the kinds of change that you want to see and that we're proposing?
I think similar to Councillor Pascoe's answer I gave him is like, we're not the first people to be doing this. So there are other cities, other towns that have come across similar problems and they've worked their way around it. It's about telling a story, and not just telling a story to pull the wool over people's eyes, but talking about the benefits. Yes, there is going to be drawbacks for primarily people in cars and what they've currently got and what they're used to, but there are plenty of benefits, and we're in this, I hope that we're all in this for the long game, not just for some changes immediately to people's behaviours. So I think that's a big part of it. And yes, I mean, it looks like there's been quite a bit of an uproar around changes just very recently, and I believe we're still in those early stages. We've still got to have those conversations with those people, with ourselves, about what might be only achievable now that more and more people are aware, whether or not they were aware of the consultation previously. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's about keeping those people informed and engaged along the way, rather than just telling them this is what we've decided to do, is making them aware that there are benefits, and we're admitting that there are disbenefits to those actions.
Okay, thank you. We are going to have to move a little bit. I know nobody likes to be last in the queue. We've got 3 people to ask questions. We're going to have to move a little swiftly to allow for the other submitters. Councillor Gallagher.
Extremely swift. I think Maxine's highlighted it, and I acknowledge, around the share with care, and I acknowledge the great work you and Wakakahi people are doing. Obviously good staff, but it's the tension, we've got the scooters, we've got the cycles, we've got the pedestrians, and I realise that's an evolving scene, and we're encouraging the 20-minute city, we're encouraging people to walk and scooter. And do you have any views around whether it's education or whether the city needs to to relook at the sort of, I mean, the river walkway is a classic, which is a share with care, but one foresees some potential tensions, because of course we want to encourage more people cycling on the river, but then you want more pedestrians.
I think it's a bit of both, isn't it? It's a holistic approach, really. We can't focus too much on one of those things. And I think we do have to up our game in that education, and whether it's disguised or whether it purely is just communication about those things. But yes, definitely. And I think you're right about the river path. It is the facility that most people are drawn to right now because it gives them that perception of safety. And but we end up with the problems of so many people wanting to use it because of that perception, and then their perception changes as well because of the real world experiences. So yeah, it's one of those things where we need more of them for more of those people, and how and where and how we implement those into the existing network we've got is going to be the challenge.
No, that's good. And I stress as a pedestrian walker,
exactly,
one has more to fear from a car, you know, but
similarly,
it's just the evolution. Thank you. That's my short question, Your Worship.
Yeah, almost debate, but it was a question-like debate, right? Thank you. Two more questions, Councillor McPherson and then Sarah.
Councillor Gallagher, because I can appear succinct then. Richard, thanks for coming in. This council, or dare I say, would have done a lot more in the cycle space over the last 4 years had it been able to secure support from NZTA, Waka Kotahi. The problem we've been alerted to is even worse. What can Bike Waikato and Bike Aotearoa, if that's the name of the national organisation, do to push the government to enlarging the pots that have almost disappeared? The water's all boiled dry.
Agreed.
Pretty much.
We alluded to this on our last conversation. It is something it's something that we all need to do, realistically. We all need to be making the government, the country, aware that there's not enough. I mean, we did the same thing in GPS for land transport submissions, and that 2% of the fund is not enough. And we've seen that 2% is definitely not enough when it gets taken away for one project. And so we are starting conversations at the moment, but we don't believe it's just up to us. This is a collective approach. If council agree, and I hope council do agree that this is what we need to be doing, then we all need to be having these conversations in the real world about needing more funding and asking where is it going to come from.
Maybe from Transmission Gully, 400 million.
Okay, let's take the last question. Thanks, Dave. Sarah, just one question, sorry.
Thank you, Paula. Thanks, Richard. Just one question around when you mentioned more temporary changes, what you envisage it to look like. I'm imagining it's something low cost, but just what that looks like. And secondly, in terms of build it and they will come, and I guess the data around the demand for cycling things, can you follow up sometime after this? Because I won't use up more time now, but with what you know around the experiences of other cities in that regard.
So the first one was temporary. So I think we've already had a submission by Phil Evans talking about cycle wands and referring to hit sticks. It's our first step of temporary. I mean, we as Bike Waikato have been passing on locations to council staff. Like I found the email a year ago to wait and see some things happen. That's the first part. Innovating streets. The second one, slightly less temporary, but trialling things. Having in our back pocket an arsenal or a toolbox of infrastructure that's quick and easy that we can put down. Sometimes we need to admit that we've done the wrong thing, and we'll think about it and come up with the right thing, but getting something down. And so at the very extreme, moving some lanes around with some green paint and some white paint through to some vertical separations, through to some concrete that we can drop onto the road and then take away later when we've decided that we're going to do something permanent. there's a variation of things, and it very much comes down to how much funding we have right now or later on.
Thank you.
And
Thank
I'll
you very
follow up
much.
with that other.
Thank you.
Thank you for your full submission. It's very
Thank you.
clear. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Jason.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Just greetings to you. I've put in a very short submission, but I want to talk about three topics in particular. I want to talk about growth, I want to talk about health, and I want to talk about cycling. So it was interesting that last speaker, maybe that's why I've been grouped in here, because the last speaker was talking about it. For some of you that don't know, I've got a background. I'm a regional manager for Waikato, BTW in the Waikato, so we're a consultancy company. I'm also a board member of the Waikato Chamber of Commerce and also a trustee at Eastlink, well not Eastlink, Waikato Tennis that occupied Eastlink. I'm not speaking directly for any of those organisations, but I will reference some of those in my opportunity today. First thing I'm going to talk about is growth, and just one thing having had involvement in the development community, I would suggest or would recommend to council that if they want CBDs to grow, they need to have a committed long-term plan and stick with it through successive councils. I know I've seen a few councils that are new ones that come in and they have all sorts of ideas, and then it doesn't really play out. A new council comes in and changes the playing field. The development community, they want certainty. And I know you've got some, the DCs is very interesting, and I know you want to encourage growth, but don't just take it away as soon as you start seeing something. Have a long-term commitment, and I think that follows into other things that happen. So just a suggestion. I think the city's done really well with the duplex development. I think you've got some challenges as we get a lot of it around the city, and I'm sure it's going to put pressure on infrastructure that you may not have seen, but I think if Hamilton didn't have that, we would have been in real trouble as we had this growth spurt. The second topic I want to get into is health, and a couple of topics. I live in Hayes Paddock, and just recently I've seen the adult playground equipment disappear overnight, or through the day actually. You're spending a lot of money, the council's spending a lot of money on playgrounds for kids, and that's fantastic. I think this is great for the city, but adults also want playground equipment, and if people go overseas, they'll see lots of it. And I think this is just, councils haven't upgraded some facilities. If I look at the swimming pools, if I look at a number of things, founders and other things, and this is just another state where the city hasn't looked after equipment. It is valuable out there. I live opposite some of this playground equipment, and I see people using it all the time. And if you go overseas, you see a lot of this stuff happening. So I would suggest that was a move that might have solved some health and safety issues, but it doesn't take away the needs from people. The second topic under health I'm going to talk about, and it is Eastlink and Waikato Tennis. Talking about that topic about maintenance, we're organisations there that have a big facility and a big footprint, and the cost to just maintain and the energy is huge. It was a facility at Waikato Tennis that was built as a regional facility, and times have changed now, and there's a lot more competition around the whole country, and we've just been keeping up the facility. We've been doing really well with grants to keep that facility going, but it takes a lot of energy and a lot of time. One thing I would say that if I'm not speaking officially for anyone here, but for your policy on reserves, I would say for organisations like ours to keep going and keep the lights on, that you need to have some commercial activity involved in that. You need to allow for us to have some commercial things that we can do. And I know going back quite a while, there was interest in the Cosy Club coming over to Eastlink, and it met all sorts of battles and never actually happened. Now, whether that was a good fit, I'm not quite sure, but definitely we need to have some commercial activities to make these things actually work and pay off. The third topic I got is cycling. So, as I said before, interesting, I had a previous speaker on cycling. I really support the bridge idea, and I know you're doing some really good things around the city, and this is a really interesting topic, but hey, I'm an average guy. I ride a bike. I rode here. I park it in the council building because it's safe to keep my bike there. But there needs to be a little bit more done. I think this is a council that has a chance to do some things. You are a balanced council and you have some opportunities, and it is difficult. I've heard your comments, and but that's part of your role, is actually getting over the difficult things. Definitely we need, I would love to have an independent cycle walk bridge over the river. I ride across on the Anzac Bridge, and really you need to be a thrill seeker to actually ride over a bridge. I tell you, I venture any one of you to ride over that bridge. It scares the hell out of you. Talking about, what can the government do, Kotahi Waka can do, I'll tell you what they can do and what they will do is if you have an accident happen, they will come and do something. And unfortunately for my uncle, he complained about down at the Manawatu River down south about that they needed to have a cycleway across the bridge there. Unfortunately, he got crushed on that bridge, and afterwards they built a cycleway, Ken Everett Way, for him. And I suggest to you councillors, and it is a tough gig, if you don't get this right, you'll have something happen on this bridge here, unfortunately. And those are some of the sad things that have to happen for things to be done. But the other thing I'd like in the cycleway is, I parked in the council building down here, is I can't trust leaving my bike outside anywhere. I don't have an electric bike, but my God, I'd be more risky with that because people got good bolt cutters here. You need to have a lot more places where we can tie bikes up to. Putting it around a signpost that goes up just because that will hold it is not good enough. It's a low-cost thing there, but that would make a lot of difference. I think that's really the last thing, but I'd say with the cycle, I've been overseas, I've seen what happens in Germany, I've cycled in places over there in Netherlands, in different places, and this city could be the best in New Zealand for cycleways, and it would make a lot of difference. It comes back to that health conversation I just had. It's a low cost. I know you've got some challenges, and it's hard to get the separation and all that, but be bold. This could be a magnificent city for cycleways and health and that. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a couple of questions. Just out of interest, if you because I haven't used it yet, my electric bike, the one with the app, the free app outside of Centre Place, where it bolts your front wheel and then you lock your back wheel. Have you tried that?
I've locked my own bike to it using my own lock because I just made it easy. I just want to get in and out. Typically, I park in the car park building because it's a lot safer there.
Okay, because I was just wondering because they've gone to quite a considerable investment to have that parking opposite Starbucks, and I have yet to find somebody who's used it. I wanted to see if you had. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Jason, for your submission. Quick question on that bike lock. I was in Wellington on the weekend and they had those stacking things where you can pull down, put your bike in and it lifts it up and stacks it. Is that the sort of thing that you've seen or would like?
No, look, I haven't seen that overseas, but I'm sure they must have all sorts of things overseas.
Well,
I went, when I was in Japan, this is going back 20 years, they had a whole building, like a car park building with bikes. That's what they have at the railway station. So.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Thank you. Just regarding Eastlink, two things. We had Sport Waikato in earlier, and I understand they're working with the governance and trying to coordinate there on some things, which is good. You asked for, or you've said it would be good if you could have more support from HCC. What would that support look like? Are you talking just financial or other?
I suppose it's the the sports have got a challenge. It's to keep going, and that's probably particularly their problem. It's not council's problem, It's but how do they keep themselves important to the community? So I suppose it's just the level of conversation and who to get in contact with in council. I was interested. I went to I think it was the chair of Eastlink, and I asked about why he hadn't put a submission. And he said, "Oh, well, the process. They didn't understand the whole process." And Badminton the same. And I see you've got 5 individual submissions for Badminton, but not from the manager or CE.
Okay, and just a last question around the commercial activity support to sort of help augment Eastlink. If council was able to help facilitate that, have you got something in mind?
Not got anything particular, but I suspect that there would be something like a cafe, like something with bikes, like maybe a gym. They need all those sort of facilities, childcare, to make something work.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Jason. Just on Eastlink, one of the things that
you said caught my attention about the commercial aspect potential there. And I want to maybe throw out a bit of a challenge back to you, ask you what you think about it, just so the chair knows I'm asking a question. When Simon Perry and others came to us with their idea about Eastlink to be based on Waikato Tennis's facility there, I asked them, have you considered having multi-sports facilities instead of a different building for each or sport? And it was a fairly lukewarm answer, and now I see, as far as I'm aware, do you only run tennis there? Because I know some indoor sports, at least two, that would jump at the chance for access to more indoor court space. And if it's not, unless yours is being used 24/7, there's opportunities there to share with other sports, which is one of the things this council's been interested in for a long time. So your thoughts on that?
Oh, look, definitely, that's occupied our time on the, and it was the predecessor Eastlink Tennis Trust as well, trying to find multi-sport to make the whole thing pay. Look, we do everything. We got some chicken, not some poultry group coming in soon. We have all sorts. We have
Chicken
chiefs.
tennis?
We have we have the chiefs have been in there. We've got so many different groups that use that place, and we have to. We need to make sure the thing pays.
So it is being used by others?
Yeah. Oh, definitely, definitely. And we look to use it with netball and futsal and the gymnastics groups and all of that. Yeah, look, it is such a big thing for us.
No, that's good, thanks.
Yeah.
Just a quick question for me, Jason. In terms of the, totally understand what you say about having commercial activity to help things tick over and, you know, be sustainable. What are the barriers at present to having any of those things? A cafe, a childcare centre, and whatever else?
Look, it's I think it's the reserves policy there has some limitations. I haven't deeply gone into it, but I suggest there'll be something in there that would get you tangled up, and it's something I'd need to go through. But it's probably one of the things, talk about what could council do. It would be one of those things to go through how they could help us and work with us. We've got a lease coming up soon too, so.
Okay, well, we can talk further about that, just
Yep.
to understand. I know it is reserve land. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for taking the time to come in today.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Everybody's getting a clap this afternoon. We must be doing well. No.
They booed a few times.
Next up is, they haven't booed. We've had lovely, polite people today. Who have I got now? You put me off my stride. I've got Alison. Thank you, Alison.
Good afternoon, councillors and mayors. My name is Alison Hamilton. I'm a doctor. I work in the CBD. I'm a has-been athlete, and with my ageing joints, I really enjoy swimming, particularly open-air swimming. And as a doctor, I'm also very aware of the importance of exercise for your physical as well as mental well-being. Have we got my slides? Oh yeah, we have. We can move on to, yep, that's me in a nutshell. Okay, really, back in 2012, before the pools were closed, Hamilton enjoyed 3 public pool complexes, and we had a population of about 145,000 then. That's been closed for 9 years now, which means we have 2 public pool complexes. And during this time, the population has also increased by about 30,000 people. It doesn't need expensive independent audits to realise we have a lane space shortage. And in this town, the council has done very little to solve that problem. They may think that partner pools is the answer. No. Partner pools have been very ineffective in making up for this lane space shortage, particularly for the public. The public gets very little access to these. It actually amounts to about a few hours on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon, on the weekends, and only in the summer months. It's otherwise used by the schools that have the pool, and in the evenings, a swim club will be in there because we've lost the pool. And In winter, of course, they don't have access to those pools, and so it's even worse in winter. So not only has the public lost a valuable pool, schools too. A lot of schools use the muni pools for their swim sports. In fact, almost an annoyance for me because I couldn't get in to have a swim because they take over the whole pool. The Ministry of Education is doing not a lot to maintain school pools and in fact are encouraging use of community pools, so therefore we do need these community pools. So all of this lane shortage problem could be rectified and most cost effectively by rebuilding the muni pools. You'll get far more bang for your buck by doing this, and it's certainly better than the proposals you've made to do at Waterworld. I don't think a $6 million dome over a cold, shallow, curved pool is going to answer our lane shortage. Also, I think it's great that you're thinking about building another pool, but I don't think you should put all your eggs in one basket by having it at that location. It's not the easiest location to get to, and we would like an outdoor pool. And outdoor pools, some people don't realise, but they can be used year-round, and people do enjoy swimming in them year-round. Regarding your idea for another pool, I meant to say, we've already gone 9 years with this lane shortage. I don't think we will be waiting another 9 years in your long-term plan, so I think the money you're earmarking there for another pool should be brought forward. Now, we could move on one more slide. So, why the muni pools still? Because it is more cost effective, not only because you're building without a roof, but also you don't have maintaining roof costs, which I'm sure you're aware about with all the tile dilemma at Waterworld. You can use a green energy source. It's in the heart of the city where people live, and there is increasing in inner city dwelling, and it's closer to the new development of Peacocks area. It answers all your previous plans you've had for the city. It revitalises the CBD. It makes Hamilton a more livable city. It makes it a 20-minute city. It complements the river plan, and it's good for the well-being of all its residences. I just wanted to point out again that with schools, I did a survey in 2015 by phone of 23 of the port schools that used it, and 22 of them said they'd come back. The only one that said no was Varden, who are near Waterworld. And that's because you can book the whole pool, and with that grandstand, they keep an eye on all their pupils, as well as the great atmosphere it makes. If you see that little photo down in the corner there, great atmosphere for school sports day. You can just skip through the next couple of slides. That was my survey. Next slide is talking about providing for older people in the community and its benefits. I think you know those. Next slide, please. It's an important life skill. If less schools are doing it, we have a problem. So another slide. Next. So I think it's important that councils listen to their residents. And here is an example in Auckland where the council has listened. And instead of demolishing the Parnell or the tepid bars, they have rebuilt them. And don't they look beautiful? The same thing is going on in the UK. Next slide, please. No more slides. They're pretty pictures. Can we have some more pictures? I'm just going to skip through them as examples. I don't get to skip through my slides?
No, we're trying.
It's just going through, it delays at the end.
Ah, oh, I was supposed to. Okay, so here's an example. You know, this is the council's attitude to paying for refurbishing old pools. They let them sit still for years until you got strong enough sway from the community, and then they finally reopen them, and they look beautiful, and people come. And you can next. Another example. Next. Another example. And I put those up because you guys would go down to the muni pools and look at it and say, oh, it's derelict. It's ugly. Oh, there's a tomo on it. But no, all these things can be overcome and you can rebuild it. And we can make a fabulous pool complex there. 2 25-metre pools, lens-pool pools, hot water tubs. You could even put a dive pool off beyond there, dive down the slope. And that could double as a water polo pool, and then you can have a nice, waterfall down back of the building, and that looked fantastic from the river. And then people can come along the cycle along the pathways and come and use our pool from the hotels and from all around the city. So I think it would be a great idea, and I hope you can see our vision and wish for the refurbishment of the mini pools. And as the cyclist said, build it and they will come.
Thank you very much. We don't have any questions, but that's because you're one of many submitters who's been very clear on what they want out of this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anuradha, did I say that correctly? Yes. Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Anuradha Fitzwalter. I'm actually a transport planner, but I'm submitting, this is a personal submission, as a resident of Flagstaff. I've got some slides, but I'll try and get through really quickly if I can. So next slide, please. I think Council's got to be commended on the vision that it's developed for the city. I think it's fantastic, but it is going to be a challenge if we're going to achieve that vision. In terms of what that vision means for me, it's about a city that's easy to live in. That means for everyone, for all people. So whether you're mobility impaired, whether you can't afford a car, a young teenager, I think it's really, really important. In terms of a city where our people thrive, I think of it two ways. A lot of people spend a large proportion of their income on having to buy a steel box that probably parks up for 90% of the time, and also then encourages people to have a very sedentary lifestyle. So I think in terms of a city where people thrive, I think we could do that differently. And in terms of a green city, it's not just about planting more trees. I think it would be great to reduce the amount of tarmac and concrete we have around the city, and also reduce CO2 emissions when almost 2/3 of that comes from transport. Next slide, please. It is going to be really difficult to change things. Hamilton is a car-focused city. So my plea to you is this is the time for you to champion some real change. And I mean a real step change in the way that we do things. Climate change has got to be top of mind for everyone. And I know there's the zero carbon by 2050. I think you'll find there are a lot of scientists and others who've submitted on the Climate Change Commission's draft guidance saying that 2030 is what we need to meet in terms of the Paris Agreement. I would really push for us to consider that, have that front of mind, and then alongside that realise that transport is a really great option for us to make a difference in terms of those climate change actions. You've got a great framework already set up. We've got the 20-minute city that's been talked about. You've got a really compact city, which is not that long and not that wide. And we've also got quite a high proportion of people that use cars for short trips, and so they could be easily converted to walking and cycling. So the biggest thing in that is to really prioritise active modes and public transport. But I think just building on some of the questions that you posed to some of the other submitters, to how to do that. I think we've got to be really clear, really open and transparent about doing things differently. And that comes from why. Why do we need to do things differently? So the big thing that's really being talked about in the transport field is about actually reducing the number of cars in our city and reducing the number of kilometres they travel. And if you take those two factors, that's how we'll make a really big difference. And the other thing that I will throw in there as well is just, again, picking up on the question about different modes and different priorities, is actually just switch the hierarchy around of all the different road users. Put our vulnerable users, the vulnerable people in our community at the top of that hierarchy, pedestrians at the top, cars at the bottom. Next slide, please. So in terms of the LTP, really what I'm promoting is your projects that are promoting walking, cycling and PT. So Eastern Pathways, the biking micromobility plan, the ferry bank bridge, and actually promoting more Personally, my view would be is actually let's have a look at our roading project. So we talked about funding. My submission to the Climate Change Commission was really about pushing to take a top slice of the funding we put into roading and put it into walking, cycling and PT and see what a difference that could make. And I'd promote the same here. And I think about doing things differently. I know there's been a petition about the Bournemouth Road extension from my neighbours around Rotatuna and Flagstaff. And my point on that one would be is why don't we just try a bus or a walking, cycling option and see how that works. So again, I would say be brave, be bold, be innovative in the way that we could do things around the city. Next slide, please. We know what works. That's Rotatuna High Schools. We know what's been done there to encourage people to walk and cycle to school. But when those kids turn 16, why are they all going off to go and want to buy a car? The table on the right-hand side is an initiative from the UK, which is Sustainable Travel Towns.
So we just got, hang on a second, we just got the Zoom faces up on
Oh,
the chart.
sorry.
Can you do?
I mean, basically what the table shows is the massive reduction in trips per person and the length of trips. And that was across 3 towns where it was really revenue funding, OPEX funding, to try and do things differently. So it was supported by capital funding by those councils, but it made a massive difference. And that was back in 2004, 2008. So we know what works. Next slide, please. And I'm pretty much at the end. It's just a picture of where I lived in the UK before I came out to New Zealand. It was a new development, and they put public transport, if you can call that public transport. It was a little, it was called the Silver Rider, a little minibus to start off with, just to encourage people to use public transport right from the beginning. So I didn't have to go and buy a car to get to work. And there was bus bollards and things like that to give it priority, which is why it was so successful. So last slide, thank you very much, is really just that plea to you, is you've got this really great opportunity ahead of you to make a real difference. I realised as I was walking here, that's the Dutch Prime Minister who's biking to work. And actually, I probably should have replaced that with Julianne Genter going to hospital when she was about to give birth to her kid. I probably should have used that one, but I only thought of that as I was walking here. The point is, a lot of these countries turned themselves around in 10 years. It didn't take them 20, 30, 40 years to do this. And if you go back to that climate change 2030 target, why don't we show the rest of New Zealand how it can be done? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then when you came forward, and I could see you, I realised our paths have crossed a number of times.
Yes.
It's lovely to see you again. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, Anurada's come over from the dark side.
Yes, I no longer work for Waka Kotahi.
Anurada, just something you said towards the end there touched a chord in me, and that's sort of getting businesses on board / involved in alternate modes of travel as potentially being successful. It's been dabbled in here with the uni and Wintec giving half-price bus fares to their kids, but not much beyond that. How would you get what sort of levers would you pull in say a big organisation like Hamilton City Council that doesn't yet, after all these years, have a travel plan for its staff?
Yeah. So I think the big thing is it's actually not just HCC that doesn't have a travel plan.
No, I know.
When I first started at the agency, I tried to get a travel plan done for us being based at the Deloitte building, and it's the same thing. And to be honest with you, it was hard. It was hard. I gave up. And what this comes back down to is that those travel town, sustainable travel town initiatives, that was about putting staff in, dedicated staff in, to work on all this non-capital stuff, right? So staff who can go and work with businesses, workplace travel planning, but actually took it a step further to personalised travel planning. So many of my friends that I know, they won't even dream of using a bus. They wouldn't know how to use a bus, and the number of comments you see on the residents page, and it's because they don't know. So to be able to go to somebody and work with somebody and to help them inform them so they can make some decisions about how they want to travel. There's a whole load of demand management measures you can use, and they've been used across the world for 20, 20 odd years, been doing this for 20 years. The problem we have in Hamilton is we don't have the congestion that's bad enough to make people think about doing things differently. And the issue we've got is climate change is basically dictating things for us now, and we don't have that luxury of waiting for congestion to get bad enough. So actually we've got to be proactive in doing things differently.
And would it help making congestion a bit worse by not doing it at the intersections?
Well, one of my things was about doing things innovatively. So the one thing I would go out there and do is all my traffic signals, if a pedestrian presses the button, put the green man on straight away.
Yeah.
We've got it on Victoria Street, you've got it by the transport centre. You see kids, parents running across with their kids. Now, that's not what you want to teach kids what to do. And, I've had almost a disagreement with my husband when the kids were younger because I refused. I was like, no, we've got to wait. We honestly stood there for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Just to move more quickly through the questions, Councillor Angela has a question for you from Zoom.
Yes, thank you. Thanks so much for your submission. You're clearly very well informed. Right at the last, and I did recognise that gentleman on a bike. I thought, oh, I know him from somewhere. Just before that slide, you talked about the time frame. Now, our biking and micromobility plan is a 30-year plan, and that's sort of $700 to $900 million worth of funding to achieve that in 30 years. But you're saying other cities did this in 10 years. So do you think we're going too slow? And do you have any ideas on how we would fund it if we did it in a much shorter time frame?
I do think we are going too slow. But that I think is across the country. The only way we can go faster is, as was discussed earlier, is about getting more funding in. I would, at a local level, I would encourage you to see what you could top slice off some of the roading type projects to put into walking, cycling and public transport. That would be my thing. I think even if you took a small proportion of that, it's amazing what you can do for walking, cycling and PT. There are things in the biking plan and all the rest of it that are heavily infrastructure, and I think what we've learned over the last 10 years or so is that is needed, so that is going to cost money. There's no silver bullet. I'd say top slice roading.
Yeah, I liked that idea. One last question. In our biking and micromobility plan, we talk about that currently in Hamilton, all of the trips that we take, only 3.8%, so under 4% are other modes other than the car, and we are the city with the highest dependency on car trips in the country. Probably not something we should be happy about. Over the 30 years, we're looking, the outcome of that plan is to triple it, so say to achieve 12%, that our final target is 12% mode shift. If we continue just with the 30-year program, do you think that's enough, or should we be going for a higher shift in what you've looked at with other sort of comparable cities and what they've achieved in a decade? Sorry, that was a long question.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Look, I think the work that's been done has been, I haven't been involved in that, so I wouldn't want to comment, but I know it's followed a good business case process, and those are the decisions that come up in terms of they look at the options. Going for higher targets probably would have cost a lot more. What I would say is I think if you start putting the right infrastructure in, I think you'll probably be pleasantly surprised in terms of actually probably surpassing those targets. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. You'll get more than your value for money investment back.
So while I would like to be indulgent and take 3 more questions, it'll have to be 1 each because we're already over time. We've got other people waiting, and I know that councillors, you want to wrap up business today. So, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you for your submission. You focused on the Darlington, Peterborough examples, and I don't know those towns particularly very well, apart from going past them in a train and stopping briefly at the station. Just repeat what the ingredients are then. I mean, I get the fact that they're accessible to places like London and other, because of, regular rail services, but you talked about the reduction of cars. What are the ingredients? I mean, apart from higher density settlements, I don't know.
So they, it was basically an initiative started by the UK government, and it was £10 million, so $20 million across 3 cities. And they all did slightly different things. So one was highly focused on promoting public transport. And when I say promoting, I mean things like advertising, giving out freebies, things like that. One really heavily focused on travel planning, so that personalised travel planning. Another focused very much on cycling. And again, some of it would be infrastructure, but some of it was about that advertising. The council supported it with their capital programme, which was going alongside it. So it was a number of different things that all collectively...
Okay, sorry, that does answer the question. We do need to move forward. Perhaps if you take this offline and catch up in more detail. Just going to take 2 quick questions, Deputy Mayor Taylor, and then one of Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. I'll be quick. Anurata, thanks for your submission. You've gone very hard on the public transport side of things. The climate change draft report that I read had a comment where it said, quote, the best opportunity to address climate change in the next 15 years is EVs in New Zealand. You haven't talked about EVs at all.
No.
You've really focused on buses.
So my submission to the Climate Change Commission was that they've actually not been clear enough with their draft guidance. If you go further into the document, you will see it talks about reducing the need to travel. It talks about land use, getting that right, and then it talks about EVs. But when you look at the exec summary, it's completely the other way around. EVs are not the answer.
Why is that?
Because certainly, well, all it's going to do is it's going to still deal with your other issues, which is about equity.
If you put congestion aside...
So if you take congestion aside, it's equity, so people accessing, being able to purchase those vehicles.
Well, that's a sort of social argument
and
you're
health.
bringing into it.
The big thing is active modes is a really big part of it. So I'd hope that it's not just about PT, what I've said, it's about active modes.
It sounds more like a political argument that you're pushing.
You asked
you're talking about equity and things like that.
You asked a question, you got an answer. You don't have to like the answer, but you asked a question, you got an answer. So, have you any other questions, Deputy Mayor Taylor?
No, none needed.
Sarah, and you are the last on this one.
Yeah. Thank you, Anurata. My question was just around the school travel plan coordinators. Very quickly, my understanding is we've only got one travel coordinator for the whole of Hamilton and 60-something schools. What kind of difference could we make with that having more investment in travel planning for schools?
I think, I don't know the figures, but a massive, it'd make a massive improvement. When I was in the UK, government funded school travel planners, and it was for a period of time, and they made a huge difference in the county that I lived in. So the work that they do in the background is huge. A lot of this work is time intensive. If we dig out do the research and the evidence, you'll probably find the stuff that supports it.
Okay, so you'd be happy to share that information with Sarah and others?
Yes, yeah,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'd appreciate that, thanks.
You can see how passionate people are at the various forms of transport change in the city, so thank you. Good to see you again too. Councillors, with your leave, we were supposed to have a break, but what I proposed to... Okay, let me just finish. I just want to say we're going to have 3 more, which is 15 minutes worth of... Yeah, but we've only got 3 more all the same. Oh, we've got 4 more. And then what I will do, because Jane didn't see her email for this morning, so she's turned up to this afternoon, we'll take those 4 on the bounce with minimal questions, but to the point questions. So speakers, please leave some time if you would like the questions. And then we will take a break, and then we will carry on with our business so that potentially we can be done today, which is your preference. So how's that sound? Okay, excellent. Let's plough on. We now have George. Good afternoon, George. Thank you for waiting. We appreciate it.
I ngā mana I ngā reo tēnā koutou, ko George Rusty tōku ingoa. I'm the coordinator of the Friends of the Mangaonua Esplanade Forest Restoration Group in Silverdale. So that gully, I'm talking about gullies today, and that is that one arm of that one gully is 1 kilometre long, and it's an area about 41 hectares. Okay, that's one gully of Hamilton City. In total, the gullies are 8% of the land area. Now, it is concern to me that although the Hamilton City has been very good in forest restoration projects, really the bulk of the gullies are unprotected. So what happened a few years ago, the Environmental Protection Overlay was removed, and that triggered, of course, the Environmental Court decisions of 2015, saying that the gullies need to be protected. Since that time, I think the only significant natural area that's been put in is at Amberfield, and that's still with the courts at the moment. So I think really in those 6 years, I think the council could have protected those gullies more strictly. So that's what I'm talking about. I think there's a lot of subdivision and development into the gullies. One was, I think, about a hectare in Silverdale. A whole hectare of natural area was lost to a subdivision. Now, the gullies themselves, geologically speaking, are formed by it's a steep erosion into the landscape caused by streams of water. Okay, so they're active. Yeah, if we can just stop there on the slides. Or can we go back one slide, please? So really they are an active geological or hydrological system. So this one in Hillcrest had a spring at the bottom of it, and it's actively eroding. But what's happened is the waterway was undergrounded, and so then the development took place. Can I have the next slide, please? So if you look very hard on the slide, you can see about the third terrace down, there's a wet area. That's where the spring used to be. Now that area there has got surface water, but I think it's debatable about the whole thing about allowing this project to go ahead. First of all, it's a natural area. Second, so now it's lost. Okay. Secondly, there's an infill of streams, which the Environment Court said we're not supposed to fill in waterways. Thirdly, you can see there's the wooden retaining walls, infill, and then the houses are to be built on there. So the thing to me, the issue is this has all been consented by the council. So I was very surprised at that. Some people are saying that this is what we call the death of 1,000 cuts. So in other words, that 8% of the city has been infilled, and infilled. And to my knowledge, just about every gully has got an infill or a potential infill. So can we have the next slide, please? This is another area. This is the Mangaiti, which is a major stream. There's a lot of work by council and others to restore this back to natural forest. It's brilliant work. So I was surprised at the top end of the gully there was a subdivision planned, and I assumed it would be planned for the flat land. However, it's also been consented to build into the gullies. And again, I thought the gullies were protected, but they're not. Okay, so there's some parts of gullies that are significant natural areas, they're strictly protected, but the bulk of the gullies are not. So can I see the next slide, please? So this is the kind of work that's been done. Again, wooden retaining walls. It's been infilled, and you can just see on top of that wall a roof line. So it's very close to that wall. So that's Mangaiti. Next slide, please. Okay, I was surprised at this. This is very close to a restoration area, and this is the kind of landfill that's going in, all being consented. You can see infrastructure in there. I thought that was very scary, to be quite honest. Look how steep it is, and it's on top of an actual gully. Next one.
So where's that? Which gully?
Oh, that's Mangaiti, up by Oderings Street, or whatever it's called. This one here is a more debatable one. This is called Te Waiho Tahiki, including Ranfurly Park. This is not as steep, but is the head of a gully system, so you could see it'd be very temptatious to develop in there. You can see there's some development already taking place into the top of that area. So that to me is the kind of area people may want to build into, which should be protected. Next one, please. Okay, this is where I'm working in the Mangaonua. Again, it's about 1 kilometre long. You can see some wriggly yellow and green lines up the top. Those are significant natural areas designated by the council, and what's happened is they're strictly protected. So there's no way people can build in there. You can see down the bottom of the slide another little squiggly yellow line, another little significant natural area. So what's happening is these fragments, those are numbers 41 and 42, but they're not connected. Now they should be connected because they're pathways for kereru, long-finned eels, peka peka or the long-tailed bat. Also there's glowworms in there. There's lots of animals in there, and they're supposed to be protected because that's their corridor that they connect to the rest of the city. So really, strictly speaking, that should be all protected. Now, the only way to really do it is to have significant natural areas put in. And so that needs to, what we're saying, us restoration people, all of the gullies, including the Waikato River banks, should be one significant natural area, migrating areas for all sorts of species. So I think to sum up on that slide there, these significant natural areas are not comprehensive enough. The gullies need to be urgently protected because there's infill going on all the time. And what we're suggesting, I've consulted with other people, the environmental protection overlay is much easier to put in. It's mitigating risks, so you can say it's risky to build in there. So the EPO could be reinstated over all of the gullies, and also we really need a designated staff, like a full-time staff member, they've got to measure the biosignificant areas and push for them to be registered as significant natural areas. But this is urgent because there's infill going on all the time. I've seen some more today. So, yeah, that's my speech.
Thank you. We are just out of time, but can I just ask you, who decides on the SNAs?
I think what it's got to be done is it's got to be so-called ground truthing. So I think, I'm not sure how that works, but there's got to be a scientist or someone like that will measure the natural flora and fauna, put a case up for corridors and so on like that. Like in that gully there's bats, eels and that contributes to why they should be designated SNAs. On my document I've got some, definitions, but I'm not sure the process, but I think there needs to be
I'll
somebody.
find out from staff too. So thank you very much. Thank you. And some of that was also private land, wasn't it? Like the certainly the St.
And it
John's.
can be private or public land. It's
Perfect.
like a covenant over the land.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for
Thank
the
you
clarity
everybody
of
for
your
listening
submission.
to my story. Thank you very much.
It was a good story.
Yeah, get on with it and do it urgently.
Thank you. Now we have Hayley here. Oh, she's on Zoom. Hi, Hayley.
Hello.
When you're ready.
Oh, cool. Okay, hi. So, I'm just here to verbally talk to you all about one of my long-term proposal recommendations, I suppose, which is improving safety at the Discovery Drive pedestrian crossing in Flagstaff. For those of you that have read my request, it's just, I suppose it's just the positive I want to come out of a horrible accident which happened when my son just was crossing and a driver went straight through. So I suppose our solution to that, and after discussions with neighbours and other people in the community, is that perhaps we can improve it by having some speed bumps or some more asking the police for recommendations and just getting more data recorded, because it is all our observations, I suppose, that it is getting really busy with lots of young families, lots of stuff going on there. I just hate for what happened to us to happen to anyone else, basically.
Thank you, Hayley. And look, we consider you very brave to bring this forward when it's been a personal trauma and concern to your family too. So we appreciate your effort in doing so. There is a question from Councillor Bunting.
Hi, Hayley. Thank you for coming on today. I read your story in the Herald just this morning, actually, I think. Was that you? Yeah. Are you aware we will be, or this subject will be coming up in next week's infrastructure and operations meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Will you be coming along? Or?
Yeah, if I'm allowed to. I don't know the time or the details or what, but if I'm allowed to, I'd love to, yeah.
Okay, we'll follow that up later.
Yeah, we'll follow you up with that.
Okay.
That should make sure
Thank
you
you.
know. Those meetings are always public, so, and we'll get you involved in that. Thank you again. It's a very clear submission, but I also appreciate, as I say, you verbally joining us to say how very important it is, and we have taken this seriously, so thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Are you all like familiar with the area? Do you sort of know?
A number of us are, because I used to live just down from there in Harrowfield, so I used to walk through that, and a number of the Easties are very familiar, along with some of the others as well who go there to play in the area, general area. Huh? Eastwards, Easties. EWs, yeah, Eastern Ward candidates. But we have read your story, and our thoughts go out to you and your family at this time, and we'll be working on this, as Mark says, next week.
Thank you. What I'll just quickly add was, it's quite funny when not funny, but it was when the article came out, like when he came down to the crossing, there was a courier driver who blatantly slammed on the brakes while we were right there, like he was going to run the light, and they kept that out. So yeah, it's just proves the case. Like people on the daily are like, and peak times are really bad, which is school times, going to work times, and then and I suppose the other scary time is when people think no one is watching, and they just do it because they don't see anyone, and But, okay. If that's all you need from me, that's
Yeah, we'll be in touch, and we'll thank you very much again. Darren, please.
Hello, Mayoress Paula and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. I'm this year's president of the Hamilton Rotary Club, and we have our champion is Don Law. He is our champion for the new bridge, which we'd very much like to see to proceed and to a high standard. We've made a submission, and thank you for the opportunity to address you and talk about it. One of the things I've noticed through various speakers and people I've engaged with in my work and through Rotary is people often come to me and say Hamilton seems to be a town where people choose to drive through, or they might stop for an hour or two at a highlight perhaps. And one of the great challenges for Hamilton is becoming a city where people will choose to visit Hamilton and stay the night and spend maybe 2 nights and two full days with us. With the cycle trails that have been developed, we see the pedestrian and cycle bridge being a really great addition to that. And I feel personally like Hamilton is a town that's constantly trying to redefine or re-identify itself, position itself perhaps, and we're looking for maybe some architecture or something that we can show the rest of New Zealand. This is a reason why to come visit Hamilton, come and stay, come and visit. And having lived here really all my life, I can remember Fountain City, Hamilton, and we had some fountains, and we became the Fountain City, which seems to be, perhaps we've changed it more recently, please advise me, but it doesn't really capture the essence of our town, our bridges, our river, our people. So I think a new bridge, a pedestrian bridge, a cycle bridge, connecting both sides of a river would be a wonderful thing. And I brought Don with me because Don's put really more time into this than I have, so I'd like Don to speak in his own behalf, please.
Thank you. Yes, following on from Darren, yes, Auckland's got the Sky Tower, the Harbour Bridge, and we want something in Hamilton that defines Hamilton. It's got the river, the beautiful river, which we all basically ignore almost. And even somewhere like New Plymouth, it's getting known for a bridge now. Now, we've got our chance. We've had the chance several times before, and unfortunately we've missed it each time. I think there's about 6 different bridges that have been suggested over the years. And because Rotary has got its centennial coming up in 2024, we saw this as an ideal opportunity to really put Hamilton on the map, get the Hamilton known for what it is, the river and a beautiful river bridge, which would really attract people. There are 3 things that I would like to draw to the attention, and we've mentioned that in the letter as well. One is safety, and just in our discussions over the past years, a number of people have raised the safety in terms of cycling and pedestrian. Someone said, I wouldn't like to see 2 wheelchairs going across one bridge. Someone's going to have to back up, with a pedestrian. A decent pedestrian bridge gives access for both pedestrians and cycle. So that is really important. And cycling on the Cobham Drive, which is a Te Awa cycle trail, I'm a cyclist and I don't want to go over that bridge on a bike. It just isn't right. The other things are, of course, the fact that we need university access into the city. And to me, that is vital. I know there's designs on the table at the moment for getting students from the university into the city, and that's tremendous. And a pedestrian bridge there, linking Hamilton East and the central city, fantastic. Government also is looking at, or wanting people to live in the centre. We don't want to expand into the rural area, we want people in the city. So how are we going to do it? We've got to have people, and we heard just earlier about cutting down on vehicles and so forth, and that's a must. Have people coming through on bikes, walking, and provide the accommodation. We see Hamilton East now with more apartments, accommodation units, tremendous. Get that moving. Now we've done the basic work along with Momentum and presented the report from Becker's, and that has shown where we believe the bridge should be. Incidentally, very, very close to where the Millennium Bridge is going to be. So there's not much difference there. And if you go back over the years, a lot of that information has been gathered for council over the years, and we can actually, use that to put forward the right bridge. But I agree with what Darren has said, that it's got to be something spectacular. We want Hamilton to be known, and what better way? Pedestrian cycleway bridge. And really, I think the rest of it you've probably seen in the Becker report and also in our submission, and would certainly welcome any questions that anyone's got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for both of you speaking to that, and also just our gratitude to the Rotary clubs for the amount of interest they've taken on supporting the city. So appreciate that. We've got a question from Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Darren and Don, and I do appreciate Rotary's involvement in this. In the long-term plan, we have we've currently agreed to contribute $11 million maximum to the bridge. Do you think that's sufficient to get the turnkey bridge and the specs that you want, given that ultimately the real cost of the real delivery of the bridge will be dependent on external funding?
I did see that there was either 11 or 13 million. Naturally, we would prefer the 13.
It's been going up all the time, but it was 11 million, yeah.
And I don't know, we don't know what the final cost is going to be. I believe when we first looked at it, we were looking at 18 million in total, and suddenly it's risen.
It's 34 million now, I think, to get the kind of bridge I think that you've been talking about.
Yes, quite true. And that's where, I believe we've got to look at a lot of people around Hamilton to try and come together. And
do you think then, with with Rotary's involvement, that will help?
We'd like to think so.
Yeah, okay.
No pun intended.
Thank you.
Bridge the gap. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. And of course, just following on from Councillor Pascoe, NZTA hopefully will play a big part in that funding all going well. I know you've been getting around Rotary clubs, lots of them around Hamilton. What sort of response are you getting? Are they on board?
I believe they're all on board. They want something. It's a matter of seeing what is there. Mm-hmm. And, Rotary in itself cannot contribute much at all. It is a matter of getting out, as I mentioned, to the businesses around the place, and hopefully there are enough businesses around that will actually come to the party. All we can do is help council by pushing and perhaps in some way getting further support. But I think that if council can come up with a maximum and then New Zealand Transit, that'll be a very good start. And the next thing, of course, is to look for a design that is going to fit the bill.
Okay. Thanks, Darren and Don.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, and thank you, gentlemen, for your enthusiasm and positivity. It seems, just looking at the submissions that are pouring in, it seems to be the project that's getting the most favour of any of them. The figure was $11 million in here. What's been the response from the businesses and the likes who you are approaching? Is it reflected?
We're not really in a position to approach businesses at this stage. And you,
well, we have some individuals. There are people within our community that support it, and I guess one of our roles will be chatting to people we know and bringing them to the table with a contribution. We're probably, maybe it's a bit premature to promise anything, to be honest, but there'll come a time when money has to be paid and things have to be substantial. We absolutely get that.
Yeah. So it's like we, if say we put 11 million in, the last I heard was 36 million, so that's over 20 million we've got to find. Is it realistic to do it within the time span that you're looking at?
I think the time span may go out, but if we can see something being done in 2024, that'll be fantastic.
Yeah. Great. Okay, thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Of that round, so we've got one more speaker. So Jane, lucky last. And I'm glad you could make it this afternoon. We can just slide you in.
Kia everyone. I didn't expect to be speaking today because I was in the sounds when the email came through, so I haven't had a chance to prepare a flash PowerPoint or anything, but I'm here nevertheless. Just like to say it's been a long time since I've been here, and I thought I'd give it another local democracy, another shot with this council, and I'm delighted that you've got rid of those thrones up there. It's fantastic. So congratulations on the revamp of the chambers. Long time.
Got rid of what?
I don't know how long that's been like that. Well, you used to have a big, all up here, high up.
Oh no, it was put down about 7 years ago.
Well, okay, it's been that long since.
And then I put it up 2 inches because I'm taller.
That's great. Anyway, it's fantastic. Cool. Okay.
Anyway, welcome.
Thank you. We believe there's two major crises facing the world today. One is overpopulation, and you're not allowed to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that today. The other is climate change. And we believe that really that if there's three things to think about as perhaps as an overarching framework, protect the good, provide the necessary, green and cool the city. Maybe some questions to ask, do we need it? Will it cool or green the city? Will it destroy something of value? I think if you use those things to guide your decisions, you'll be on the right path. I never thought I would agree with the CEO of the Waikato Chamber of Commerce about anything, but I actually read a newsletter this morning and he said he thought do the necessary first and the nice twos later. I suspect our definitions are different, but I do agree with that sentiment. Priority one, I pretty much agree with that, except I would suggest paint everything white. That probably sounds silly, but I read some research that every roof and every road and everything was painted white. The temperature would cool by 1 degree over the planet. So it is actually worth thinking about. I'm not a fan of spending money on roading. I agree with previous submitters. I think the money should go into public transport rather than fixing up intersections and things like that. So I'm not in favour of that. I am in favour of libraries. I think libraries are a sign of a civilised society and give people access to education. So I think, yes, go with the library. Priority two, thriving city. The grants, I didn't have a chance to research this, but I have known in the past that Hamilton City is one of the per capita in the country is one of the lowest giving the lowest amount of community funding in the whole country, and I suspect that hasn't changed. In fact, we lost 10,000 from City Council for the next 3 years, and the funding environment is very difficult for community organisations. And we look after mainly the poor and dispossessed, and the people who are struggling. So I would encourage you to maybe rethink that a little. Again, I'm not really a fan of roads, but I am a fan of water solutions and creative sector paid, what is this? I don't know. Increased community funding. Priority 3, Central City, where people love to live. I'm not sure about the pool thing. I think I agree with the doctor about that. Embassy Park, I'm not sure why you're spending money on that. It seems lovely, like it is. I don't know why you want to spend money on that. City intersections, again, I'm not really a fan of that. Priority 4, Fund City. I'll go back to what I said before. I think the nice to haves, particularly now we're struggling with money, I'm not sure why we're doing Fund City things when we need to do a lot of other things before we all expire. For example, Founders Theatre, I'd say just give it away to somebody, don't knock it over and spend $1 million on the site, just seems crazy. And the stadium building, again, why is it not fit? Why does the air conditioning not work? Why do you need better lights? Why is it really necessary? Again, shared entranceway, why is that necessary? The zoo is good. Themed gardens, I don't understand why we're suddenly funding that. They managed for decades to fund all the gardens themselves through funding, so I don't know why ratepayers are suddenly having to pay for that. But I do think that they should pay for parking. I think that's down further. Again, the museum, I don't know why we need flash entrances. What's wrong with the one that's there now? It may be one on the river part, but I don't understand why you want to spend all this money on a flash entrance. Other projects, the swim thing, again, there's been a lot said about that. I'm not sure that cheap fixes are really much of a solution. I'd say it'd be better to build a pool in some area of the city where there isn't one, or maybe work more with the schools. I know it's a problem, but maybe put some money in personnel with the schools, and they might be more open to having the public there if they don't have to provide the personnel to manage it. Car parking, I think that's a no-brainer, charging people for parking, and that money could go into the gardens. The Green City, obviously, I'm a big fan, and water. We've got to spend the money on water. So yes, everything to do with water, we have to spend that. Runoff into the river, maybe put in some grates and systems to filter the water in more places if it's possible. And I know but maybe think about converting those culverted streams back into streams, like at Riverlea. That was done at 5 o'clock in the morning. That stream was culverted. That's the whole story about that. Put it back how it was, and maybe other places. And Waiwhakariki, again, why put on all this flash infrastructure? It's a beautiful natural space. Keep it natural. I've said that. If you followed my advice, you'd save us about 120 million already, so there'd be heaps of money to spend on the gullies and wonderful things like that. I'm also a committee member of the Riverlea Environment Society, so I totally support everything that George said. And yes, the gullies, I did not realise how endangered the gullies were. I've seen some development at St John's, but I didn't realise how precarious they were, and that's a real worry that we're letting that happen with the gullies, because we need to get the biodiversity up, as we know, to the 10%. So how are we going to do that if that keeps happening? I'd just like to say a word too about, because this is one of my things, is urban development and planning. I've just got 3, and you probably know this, but just if you're going to do infill housing, do it. Do it 5, 10, 15 stories, but do it right. Make it green, make it community. Good urban design creates good communities. I've been saying this many times, but build it in a U, build it in a horseshoe, 10 stories, 20 stories, however many you want, but put a community space in there. Put a playground, a swimming pool, a netball court, a community centre, a hub. Make it a community. Make it green, put orchards. You can do that. It doesn't have to have that much land. If you're making it up here, you can afford to have some land. But don't let developers make this city, you know, plan it. You guys do the planning. Don't let developers shape the city and, you know, all these ugly apartments everywhere. There's not a blade of grass. There's not a tree. It's all tar sealed. Those people are going to, you know, living in those environments, they're not healthy. Green cities are healthy. Green spaces are healthy. People's mental health is improved. It's been shown, the research is very clear about that people will thrive if they have access to nature, if they have green spaces. Being in those horrible places, there's no interaction with nature at all. And I believe that there will be big problems for the city down the line. I've just brought a few ideas. I'll just pass on. I've just only got 3 of these, just to give you some ideas about the kind of green. Have I given you the wrong one? Have I given? Yeah. Oh no, I've got a few. I've got plenty. Just some ideas about what things can look like. We can have green roofs. But I think the big thing is to have a community area, a shared area around the development, and it can be beautiful. Like I said, it could be a swimming pool, an orchard, gardens, whatever you want. And it can be cost effective. And it can be social. It can be whatever you want it to be.
Thanks, Jane. Do you want to take some questions if there are any?
Yep.
Actually, it doesn't look like there are. I think that's 'cause
No
you were-
questions?
No,
Oh, that's
I think it's because you were so straightforward and passionate about what you thought. So thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in today when it was overlooked yesterday. So
cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we're just going to take a 10-minute break, and so allow staff to take a 10-minute break. Then we'll come in and we'll look at these following reports. We may be able to get done today or not, depending how late you would like to stay, what your preference is. How long, Sean, do you think those reports to go through would be? There's 3 of them.
7 days.
So where are these reports?
On the end of the agenda. All right, let's have a 10-minute break and reconvene and decide amongst the group as to how long we want to go through this. Otherwise, we're back tomorrow.
Yeah, I need that.
Do we have anyone on Zoom? Probably has. We do need one more for quorum.
Can we call a friend?
Yeah.
Oh, is he? Oh, grab him.
Where's Martin? Oh, right.
Sitting in the chair. No, he's got No, but if he was on something, he's lost.
We've got Sarah now.
Okay.
But we've lost quorum.
Now we've
lost Ewan.
At the briefing on Friday, we did about the library.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering how people feel about actually trucking off down to the library and doing it there, that part.
Doing what?
There's a little bit about the library, about fees and charges of the library. And I thought for a bit of random change, we'd actually truck off down to the library and do it down there. Just that in part of the briefing, I just want to know how people feel about it or
Will it take additional time?
Well, hang on, let's just get through what business we may need to add to Friday before we make decisions about. So, excuse me, everyone. So where we're at now is there are 3 reports that we need to move to receive. My notes originally said the staff would be speaking to them, but they're not, so that's good. So we'll get that up on the agenda. It's the long-term plan, revenue and financing policy, development contribution policy, growth funding verbal submission report. We need to move that.
I'll move.
Where do I move it? Yeah, got it here. Item 7. So it's moved by Councillor Wilson. It's seconded by Councillor Dave. And all in favour?
Aye.
Hang on, because we do have to formally do that. Hand up. Is it? Ryan, put your hand up. Thanks. Rob, are you in? We're just accepting the...
Yeah, I will, but on the basis that when we get the report next week, we've got the full financials there, because this is quite seriously limiting.
Okay, so in the minutes of...
It has been raised in the submissions.
Right, so in the minutes, can we just note that as an action?
Yep.
Sean and team, to bring back next
To
week?
bring the financial statements for the 10-year period, which have been prepared. All we've got are the graphs the graphs and the dashboards and so forth that have come from them, and not the financial figures.
Do you understand what's being asked?
Yes, so that'll be attached to the deliberations report. So that's not, yes. So
Yeah,
yes.
it's not in here though.
No, so what you've got the submissions report.
Yep.
And so you're receiving that, and you've heard
Yep.
all the verbal
Okay,
submissions.
okay.
Next week you'll have the deliberations report to assist your deliberations.
With those financial
Thank
figures.
you. It's been
Thank you.
moved.
That
It was,
satisfies me.
Thank you. It's all in favour. It was unanimous. So we're on to policy, item number 8, developing contributions, policy review, submission, summary report. Also move. Somebody second. Councillor Hamilton. All in favour? That's everyone, is it? Yep, thank you. The last
Motion is carried
report.
unanimously.
It's also unanimous. Cool. Number 9 is the growth funding policy review summary submission summary report. Somebody have to move that?
Can I just ask a question on that?
Sure.
In the growth funding policy, have we used Nydia Low at this stage? Because I'm a little bit confused that the understanding is that the figures were based on Nydia Low, but that we had since undertaken and agreed on some sort of review that would move to Nydia Medium, at least Nydia Medium anyway.
Coming back to the strategic committee meeting on the 23rd of May with the peer review of the updated report, and they were saying Nydia Low is now in the new one, Nydia Medium or something like that. So it's a little unclear, Rob. I couldn't give you anything more than that.
Okay,
So
okay.
perhaps if we amend the motion subject to that
subject to the peer
Subject to
review.
that peer review?
So the,
Or no?
just, so the growth funding policy as it is, the assumption at the moment is the Nydia low. So that's, you're just receiving the submissions report today. The final growth funding policy will be adopted on the 24th, 25th of June. So you will have had the Strategic Growth Committee
peer review,
prior
yeah.
to
So we'll
that.
have what we need
But-
to make the decision.
Yeah, so in the deliberations report that you consider on the 4th of May, sorry, I think it is, we'll have a section on the significant forecasting assumptions and any updates that are able to be incorporated at that point. The growth one, obviously, is sort of coming slightly after that deliberations report to the Strategic Growth Committee, so that is something which we may have to factor in at a later date.
So we won't be able, if the agreement is to move to Nydia medium or Nydia, change from Nydia low, we will not be able to incorporate that into the long-term plan, which you'll be seeking approval for at the end of June. There won't be time to do that.
It might depend we had a discussion about this last night with the general manager in our section, Ryan and I, and it might depend on whether the changes are substantial or not, and which years they fall in, and a couple of things like that.
That's a good point.
That was her view. I don't know whether that fits with.
Yep, that sounds right.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I'm happy to
Right.
sit tight and see what comes through.
So I think it got moved.
Yeah.
Councillor McPherson seconded, Councillor Bunting. All in favour? That's everyone. Thank you. So that's the end of our reports. We're going to do a quick whip round the room to give staff anything outstanding from. There have been people emailing in their thoughts, but if there's anything from today or late yesterday that you didn't get to bring to the table, we'll just quickly go one at a time. Then we'll be done. But just note, this is an important bit of business. There's a decision that's got a time constraint for Friday. And so we are going to put that in as part of the Friday afternoon briefing, as opposed to bringing you, it's a delegated authority matter. Do you want to speak to it in general or just?
Yes, so it's in relation to an existing delegation I've got to deal with a particular legal matter. However, I need to change the way it's structured and I need to seek delegated approval from council to do so. And I can't tell you much more of that because it's PX.
So it's PX. So I do need assurance with the workshop on Friday that there's sufficient people there to help us get that across the line. I don't want to bring you in tomorrow for that.
First thing, I've got a
beginning of-
council-related meeting
Could we do
that I
that,
have to
Amy, at the
attend at
beginning of the workshop?
11:30.
Has Corey agreed?
Working on all
Okay.
details.
Yep.
And once we've finished with this meeting, then we'll be able to finalise everything and I can talk to staff to move items. We've got a number of external presenters and we could talk about the detail once we've finished this entire hearings process.
So will Richard be able to report though Friday morning, or will it have to be in?
I don't necessarily have to be there, staff will be, and our legal support will be, but yes, there will be the adequate people there to do it.
Okay.
We could potentially come in a quarter of an hour earlier if necessary,
Yep, that's
which I'm
fine.
sure you would all agree would be preferable to coming in tomorrow for a small piece of business, right?
Procedurally, all we're doing on Friday in my diary is a briefing.
Yeah, but I just said there was a delegated authority issue that we need to urgently bring before
And
council.
then what I was going to say to you is you can't do that at a workshop.
No, we'll have to put in an extraordinary council meeting to achieve that.
Yes.
Yes.
The only point I'm getting feedback on you and is I'd rather do that than to bring you in tomorrow for a small piece of business by extending today.
Not,
It's
so this
not-
is only something we've just received from the involved parties, so we haven't had a chance to actually follow through the detail. We want to do some calculations and bring those forward, otherwise you only have a portion of the information.
Yeah, so unfortunately no, because that would have been the tidiest solution, but it's not. So Friday, you need to be able to we'll let you know, but you'll need to make yourself available for the elected member briefing, part of that to go into a PX council meeting to deal with this business. That's just what I'm alerting you to, which frees up for those people who are involved in everything else tomorrow, some time tomorrow.
Tell us about tomorrow. The minister's rocking up.
We are going to do the round table.
I mean, obviously, some of you are seeing the minister here, some of us are seeing him somewhere else. But can you just tell me what, you know, how long this session goes for tomorrow? What is the update?
No, it's not going to, Martin, that's what I'm saying.
That's it.
We'll do it now, and we'll do it Friday.
All right, so there's nothing tomorrow?
Yeah.
Apart from...
For the Waikato Regional Council's long-term
Yeah, but there's
plan
no, we don't come back in here, okay.
No. Excellent, good. No. All right, let's go round the room with any, to the point, requests of staff. We've heard all the submissions now, so anything that pops up that you need staff to work on so we can be as well informed for the deliberations. Go, Rob, you first.
Okay, I've got three. The one's a carryover from yesterday, and that is I'd like to be assured that the $5 million that we've allocated to spend on Embassy Park will allow for the aged people to get access to the entrance of the theatre, because I'm aware how steep the gradient is on Embassy Park to where I think the entranceway to the theatre will be. The second one, which follows on from the success of having an older people's forum, is listening to Gemma and Kat today. I just wonder if there's an opportunity for us to reinstitute the youth board or something similar, because I think a lot of the things that particularly Kat talked about we do, and I think that she's probably just not getting the information or the communication of what's being done by Creative Waikato and a whole bunch of others. And if we had that youth board or youth group, as we have with Dame Peggy's group, I think the communications between those two sectors would be vastly improved. And the third one is around the ferry bank development. I'm not sure whether we'll be able to find 100,000, but I'd be really, really keen that we engage with that group. It seems well connected, and it does follow through with some of those initial plans that we had on the river plan, and I think we should be trying to find some seed money that we can put in to try and get that group activated to get some outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Maxine.
Thanks, Rob. A couple of mine are ticked off now then as well. But in terms of Kat, there was also Seed Waikato and Charm Skinner who talked about rangatahi to be involved in that. And so a full view would be useful for that too. Neil McInnes from Water Safety. I'd really like us to have a think about how we might be able to apply for funding for water safety initiatives around our river, and what projects we might be able to get some funding for. It's not often you get somebody in coming offering money, so yay, let's take him up on that. And also he made a claim about Hamilton having the highest percentages of schools with pools. Is that a lost opportunity for us in being able to explore the community use of some or all of those? And I think it speaks a lot to Martin's points that he makes very often about fences around our pools. Is this another example of underutilising our assets, community assets? Also, Aniran Radha talked about bus bollards. Golly, I really liked that idea. Is that a way to be able to bus bollards to allow buses to use lanes? Is that an opportunity that we can explore in that? And this might not be the opportunity to talk about that, but as a priority for buses, that could be an option for us to consider. And also she talked about a top slice of roading as a suggestion for some of the underfunding that we see in mode shift cycling and pedestrian use. So is there some sitters that we could take for that. And I think the last thing is around the SNAs and understanding what the process is for identifying it's easy to do that in Peacock, but can we use some of that process to also look at our current gullies around that protection and understanding what the correct process is to be able to perpetuate that protection. And that's probably enough from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Max. Mark?
Thanks, Paula. You've got the Water Safety New Zealand funding. Dave sent an email around regarding the, can we have a close look at the concession cards that don't work for the, we'll have a look at that system, whatever it was. She was talking about a disability concession card. And for the hydrotherapy pool, But if just some clarity around that, please. And could I certainly don't want to drag up a whole lot of work, but what reports have we got done on river swimming action plan stuff? Because I don't want to write a whole new report, but can we please drag out what we may have around, nets around swimming areas and...
We thought we could use shark nets. There's absolute certainty there would be no sharks if you had them.
Get your own joke, McPherson. Yeah. So, but if that's readily available, I certainly don't want to go digging down a big ditch. But there's no reports at all.
Let's not. Sorry, Lance. Just don't want to get any more.
No, I just want to explore the nets idea, but that's all cool. Thanks, that's all for me. Thanks.
Cool. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. I quick comment to Maxine. Re-SNAs, Sarah's asked that, and it is within scope of our upcoming district plan review as well, so that will get captured. A couple from yesterday, apologies, I thought I emailed these today, but I had technical difficulty. Questions, my questions for clarity or visibility. The ICMT plan that Regional Council talked to us about, and they referenced the Kirikiriroa plan in Ruakura. Just wanted to know what they meant about that as a good example. Playground timing around Fairfield, renewal of hall, I think others have captured that. The comment from Rob Weimer around priority bus lanes around Fairfield Bridge, how they can just drop into the traffic and get an advantage rather than sitting in the traffic. Clarity of accuracy around the $15 million losses on the interest rate swaps. Brian Main's songbird card that you'll love. I'd just like to know if there's opportunity to explore that further or something more innovatively. I know Lance is quite passionate about that one. Professor Clarkson. Professor Clarkson's best practice guidelines around the implementation of the Gully Plan, opportunity to use that, and also how it measured, it provided measurable outcomes, which I think even Gary Mallett would support. Heafy Boundary Road intersection, just accessibility around where that's at in our planning. From today's, I noticed in Sport Waikato submission they had a 4-door indoor court referenced in our LTP years 3 and 4. Sorry. 4-door. Forecourt indoor thingy. Just wanted to reference if that's still relevant with the PX item we discussed the other day with the school.
What PX item with the school?
I can't say because it's PX.
There's no PXs in here, non-PXs in here.
Oh, is this PX?
No, there's no
No,
one
it's
in
not. No, we're still open.
We broadcast live.
Yeah, but do you really think someone's listening?
Absolutely.
However, haste to be aware.
Te Awa Lakes this morning talked about targeted rates around Te Rapa North, and it's just something I just want to table with probably Blair, HT1, IFF, etc. And just with regard to what Rob was saying around the BCD proposal around Aranui, the $100,000 they've asked for, whether there's opportunity to do that in-house without having to target specific funds, and also just around commercial activity with East Link. I know Lance has had experience with that, e.g. Pro Range, how they're allowed to do a little bit of commercial activity, just how we might facilitate that for them. Thank you.
Thanks. Ryan, Dave.
Yeah, Ryan's touched on a couple of ones that I was about that. I'm not sure whether you had the same thing for Te Awa Lakes, the water park. I want to explore how that DC's remission thing might work out as a cash-free transaction. You might recall the discussion by Simon and Perry about how much DCs they're going to be paying and how many. I'm happy to talk with staff on the phone perhaps about this in detail, but there's a lot more units they're proposing, SUVIPs, than they originally proposed. So I'm pretty certain our LTP doesn't account for the bigger income. So maybe there's a room to move there without having to dollop out cash.
Right.
Is what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
I'd like to see some back of the envelope figures like the ones David Braithwaite used for the stadium 20 years ago. Bunty helped him write them, I think.
Anything else, Dave?
Yeah, sorry. The one about that I sent around about the discounted swimming pool is actually there's a whole class of things. There was a couple of roading ones over the last few days that they actually don't need to come to the LTP discussions. They should be operational things that staff can, and I'm wondering if Sean, when he gives us our report, can separate off ones that could be operational things that staff could do within existing budgets and policies, and perhaps we don't need to have the rigmarole and the wait for another 3 months. I mean, staff at the pool, if Lance's staff thinks it's a good idea and maybe it's been an omission, they could just do that, or do it from a certain date or something like that without it having to be I'm not saying that necessarily it should be done, but to have an LTP discussion on whether discounts should apply for a minor piece or whether a pedestrian crossing should be put somewhere when we already have budgets for that sort of thing.
We'll just we'll go through the just do it list and we'll do it for everything over the last 5 days of hearings.
Let's not get into it now.
And maybe that might be here's your choice, guys. You can do it through fees and charges, and this is the cost.
Yeah.
And that's not an LTP, great big long involved thing.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to collect the questions at this
But
point.
if they can classify them like that, would be really helpful, I reckon.
Yeah. I do want to find a way of making sure that we do answer all of these questions,
Yeah.
so that's cool. Ewan?
So we've done it.
Nothing to add.
Nothing? Wow. Martin?
Is it George Lusty, just adding into the discussion we're going to have on the gullies and whether his aspect, obviously we've got Professor Clarkson and his submission around, some alternative approaches, a middle way in terms of funding, but I was just picking up his point about gullies being compromised by what essentially are private development. So there's a public land, there's private land, right, which is in private title, and I'm just a bit intrigued as to the rules around what you do with a certain gully proportions of a private property that are in private title. And I've certainly noticed in one street where there was, I thought was gully, but is now high density housing because that was on private title. Just be a bit careful. I mean, you're talking about the Youth Advisory Council, Rob. Obviously, I just want to make sure, like with you take Dame Peggy Koopman-Borden's model, with that's an independent group like Creative Waikato. Is just say what could SEED do for us? Like what does an existing body like SEED in terms of because they said they're available to provide some sort of objective advice and interaction. So I would just like to pick up, that model. I think I'm not against.
It's more of a communication.
Yeah,
it's more of an opportunity for communication rather than for activity. That's my thinking because it's quite clear they weren't aware of what's going on.
And just the thing, I mean, I've chucked an email around the Tim McIndoe traffic lights and the whole. How does that technology of roundabouts work in terms of the heavy density ones? And obviously that's an issue. And then I've also just said for staff, just remind us what it costs to freeze the founders until such time as you make a final decision in whatever way that goes. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Just in addition to the ones yesterday I forgot to, we didn't have wrap up. I forgot to send it in. I was interested in the baseline data around accessibility features, especially with Tim and Peter, and we were talking about the Kirsty curb. How many bus stops are we talking about? How many are done? How many more to go? Gives us a measurement against that. Thanks. Just also a little bit of a roundup on accessibility features within our playground spaces. Where are we at? Where are we heading? So we can create a baseline target. I think Bunty already talked about the swimming action plan, or someone did. We had Don Good coming at us with the user pays. Well, we always consider this as part of our LTP, fees and charges, user pays. I would just like to have any clarity from staff if there are what the best opportunities for greater amount of user pays might be, if any. You might say none. For anything that you could apply a user pays charge to as opposed to a rated capital value charge. Because that was put to us, and I have challenged Don to bring his ideas to the table, of course. Hope he does. What else? Oh, there's just a couple of things. In terms of the outdoor pools, just very much along your lines, Max, about what outdoor opportunities that do we have if we start to work with the school pools more? Just a little issue around how we enable activities on our reserves to sustain themselves with commercial opportunities. Just don't want to answer it now, Lance, but just understand that. The SNAs, I am a bit familiar with the regional plan and how SMAs sit in there, but I just want SNAs. I wanted to understand how this council identifies SNAs versus EPOs, and which would be the best mechanism with gullies, and what our approach is about SNAs on private land, because that's complete. I mean, a lot of New Zealand's threatened biodiversity is actually on private land, by the way. Yeah. Yes, that's it. I think.
You on Zoom? Have you done those?
Pardon? I don't know if there's anybody still on Zoom. Is there? Sarah? Oh, hi, Sarah. Question from you.
Hello.
Questions, please.
Yeah. In terms of the SNAs, I'd like to understand, it's an issue that I raised, Brian, and we are looking at that as part of our district plan review, but I'd like to understand what we can do to protect the gullies faster than, what could be 2024 or I don't know. So just are there options for doing something to put in protections faster because of the rate of loss that we're facing at the moment. The other, in terms of Anuradha's submission, I was interested in two things. One was the travel plans and the potential that they have in terms of dealing with congestion in school traffic and safety issues like that, stuff around that.
Ouch! That sounded painful. And we're all saying, and the mum laughs. No, carry on, Sarah.
They're escaping outside. So what kind of resourcing that would take to do, we're looking at Rotorua potentially, but to do another cluster of schools. Another question was the suggestion that we slice off some of the transport budget to do more of the alternative, like the mode shift stuff. So I'm just interested in having that conversation, understanding what might be possible in that space. In terms of the submitter who talked about us cutting down mature trees, I'd like to understand what our policy is in that space and what we could do going forward to have some clearer guidelines around when we do and don't cut down mature trees, and just better deal with protecting the trees that we have. I think that is everything else has been largely covered. Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. Jeff? And yeah, we did notice the beersies.
Can you pass the beer around here?
It's whiskey.
This
Yes, you asked me for feedback, Paul.
Yes, feedback, thank you.
There are a couple of things. One was there seemed to be a lot of impetus, this may have already been mentioned, a lot of impetus about swimming in the river. And I think we need to kind of make a decision about whether or not we actually want to encourage that in terms of the safety element. Is this something we actually want to be actively encouraging or not? I think is something, you know, I mean, people will do it, but do we actually want to set up the areas where they do it? I'm not sure. So it's just something I think we need to, as a council, probably sit down and discuss. That's one thing. I was interested in that, Sarah, you might have been talking about the tree one now, the really interesting submission from that guy about trees, and I had a look at what Verdon's doing online just before, and it really appealed actually. I imagined Garden Place suddenly planted up and just thought, geez, that might be nice. But also the whole issue of residents complaining about trees. In a street not too far from here, there's a couple of residents complaining about lovely gum trees, which I think are beautiful. But I guess it's just how we handle all that sort of thing. But I'm really interested in that trees in the inner city discussion and having a bit more of a chat about that.
Thank you.
There's things too, I just haven't got my head around it yet.
All right. You have to, if you have anything else, you'll have to all send it in. And so we've freed up a bit of time tomorrow, but we will need a bit of your time on Friday, everyone, for that matter that I described before. So thank you very, very much. We will close. Do we close the meeting?
We can close it this time.
We should. Ryan, would you like to do a karakia to close the meeting? Now I've heard you do it before, so.
If I can remember it, I'm still working it. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te atawhai o tō tātou ariki a ehu karaiti. Me te aroha o te aroha, me te whiwhina tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, aki amini.
Thank you for that.
Maybe
Appreciate
a blip in there, but...
That was good. It's great. Thanks.